Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the tag. All right, we're being recorded. So welcome to the last residential energy code tag as part of this process. We will be finishing up. We only have 9 proposals on the docket today. We might consider another thing that Gary wanted to bring up as well. Almost all of these have had revisions that are in the folder for today, and Krista sent out a note with some of the updates. Hopefully everybody comes prepared and is ready with language where they have a concern or a question or a comment. So we don't have to spend too much time on it. I believe we can get through this well before 3 o'clock today if we work quickly and efficiently. All right, so welcome, and let's see who's here.
Hey, Jill Anderson. Are you there, Jill? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Hello.
Okay, it's apparently just Jill.
I can hear you now. I had my volume on mute, but I'm here.
Sorry.
Julie Blazik.
Here.
Alexis Suggs. Kim Barker.
Here.
Nate Geller.
Here.
Dwayne Johnlin.
Here.
Jason Garrett.
I believe he told me he's not going to be here today, so Jonah's here in his
I do
place.
have him marked. Sorry about that. Jonah Kinchy.
Yes, I am here.
Albert Rooks.
Here.
Joel Ward. Gavin Tenold.
Here.
John Lang.
Here.
Greg Davenport.
Here.
Thank you. Shailesh Desai.
Present.
And Irina was not available today. Brian Russo.
Present.
Kevin Duell.
Here.
Elizabeth Torsky. Poppy Storm.
Here.
Patrick Hanks.
Here.
And Wade Craig was unavailable today. Larry Andrews.
Here.
Rick Blumenthal.
Yes, good morning.
Ann Anderson.
Hello. Yes.
Tom Balderston. I thought I saw him earlier. Michael Brascala.
Here.
Shane Nillis.
Here.
Luke said he was unavailable today. Nick Manning.
Here.
Greg Johnson.
Present.
Michael Beanland said he was unavailable. Deepa said she would be running about 15 minutes late. Johnny Coker.
Here.
So we do have a quorum.
Great. All right. And thank you, everybody. I can't thank you enough for being here and contributing all your wisdom and your time to making the code better. All right. So that is, we have a quorum. We have an agenda in front of us. Did anybody want to make a motion on the agenda, move anything around?
This is Dwayne. I have a request that for the energy equalization table, we hear Dave's 015 before Greg's 005.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that a motion? And I
Yeah.
also just want to note for the tag that for the ERI pathway, there's a combined proposal 033 and 040, and we'll hear that one first before we hear 033 or 040. Okay, Dwayne. So Dwayne has a motion to approve the agenda
Just
with
for clarification, my assumption is for each section, we would be discussing both of them before we did a vote. Is that a good assumption? Like we would discuss 35 and 31 and then vote 33 and 40 and then vote 5 and or 15 and 5 and vote. Is that?
I guess I think for 35 and 31 that could make sense because they're covering similar areas. Same with ERI pathway. Energy equalization, they cover different things in the table, so we might
They
not
don't. So they're actually covering the same thing.
Okay.
My intention here to start with Dave's was that to first hear the one that's a little more customized to the state code and based on earlier voting patterns, the one more likely to be selected, and then we would hear yours, Greg, and see if that modifies us to change what we've already looked at, because it can't really do both.
Well, that's why, because we can't do both. That's why I was saying I'm totally fine with Dave going first. So totally supportive of that, just as long as we hear them both before we vote. Because I think it's a dichotomy. We got to choose one path. We don't vote on one and then choose the other one.
Well, we can vote on one and then reconsider if everybody likes the other. Anyway, my motion was simply to switch that order and to hear them individually, first Dave's and then yours.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the agenda with a switch there. Is there a second for the motion?
Second,
Okay.
Julie.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second to approve the agenda as slightly modified here. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay. We have an agenda in front of us. And I guess, again, I do want to note that what we're going to cover is the modified version of almost every proposal, because most of the proposals have a modified version on the website for today. Okay, so we have minutes from June 20.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Albert seconds.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's scroll through them all. Okay, all in favor of approving the minutes, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, we have the minutes approved. Now we're to the proposals. Wayne, you're up with 035. I want to make one more kind of note, is that at the last tag, I believe we discussed the 15% window to wall ratio and the window to wall ratio that was unlimited. So in the 2021 code, there's a 15% limitation on glazing in certain pathways. And because we accepted a new UA calculation in the integrated draft, the 15% was eliminated essentially. And that means we can have a lot worse envelopes. And to a lot of the tag members were passionate about making sure that we're not just allowing unlimited glazing, because that makes building performance a lot worse and it does a lot of things that the code's not supposed to do, and that we, as energy efficiency practitioners, don't want to do. I talked to Krista about this, and the idea is, since it was something that happened in the integrated draft process, that we could bring it up at the MVPE committee and bring some language into the UA calculation that would include 15%, as we had in the 2021 code. So that is the proposed process for that. So we don't need to discuss and finalize it today. If somebody wants to, we certainly can. But it can also get handled at the MVP committee, which is next Friday around this time too. Okay, with that, let's go to Dwayne.
Yeah, just what we needed, Shell, was another Friday to go to a long meeting. So this is the revised 035. I've incorporated a number of ideas from the tag members for this version 4, and was concerned that we'd overshoot our progress target if we didn't consider the impact of the other stringency increases already approved by the tag. I didn't think it would make that much difference, but it turns out that these actually do make, if they make it through the whole SBCC process, we'll need a much smaller number of credits, especially in Eastern Washington. Johnny provided a great set of data regarding recent home construction square footage, and I was able to use that to weight the different size categories properly. It turns out that the vast majority of new homes are in that 1,500 to 3,500 square foot range. Patrick had the idea of having credits stair step up based on the square footage, and I've made that happen by making 10 size categories to step up between 1,500 and 3,500 square feet. This reduces the credits required below 2,000 square feet and increases the credits above 2,500 square feet. And we're not changing the credit requirements at all for small homes or apartment. Well, I should say we're reducing the credits for, we're leaving the small home credit alone, and we're leaving the apartments alone. And Patrick asked me the other day, also small additions not changed. Another concern that had been voiced was getting the 10.5 credits for very large houses. There are not many of them, but thanks to the data supported by Johnny indicating that it's such a small percentage of new construction in that size range, we were able to back that off to 10 credits and still maintain this. So the way it's set up now is that there are a few different options based on whether a couple of impactful things, air leakage limits and 0.027 U-value windows are approved through the process, and further it lowers the credit requirements if the climate zone 5 only change requiring HRVs is approved. If you scroll to the graphs down there just a little bit, yeah, you can see if you compare them that the change is greater if there's a smaller change if we've got the 0.27 windows and the air leakage rate. You have to increase somewhat if you actually increase a lot if you don't get the change to the air leakage rate. And then finally, the third graph showing for climate zone 5, if we got the windows and the leakage rate and the HRV all the way through the process, that there would be even fewer. And the whole object of this is to land about 10% improvement in the using the credits approach to get us to our 10% improvement over the current code, which is something like a 4.5% improvement to the 2006. If you're looking at that, with that, I'll leave it up to questions.
Thanks, Dwayne. This also assumes that the wall U value stays, right?
Well, that was an interesting thing. I was able to get to the people at PNNL who did the analysis we're basing this on. And in fact, they did not base our progress to date on the U value side of the that we kind of messed up last time, but they based it on the R values. And so they have already assumed in the determination of progress to date that the R value tables were the correct ones in their analysis. So there's no further change based on that.
Okay, so the rollback of the U value at the very last minute at the Building Code Council.
I think it wasn't a rollback. We just forgot to change the U value, right?
Well, it was updated in the CR 102, and then at the last minute, one of the council members made a motion to roll it back.
Anyway, right.
And anyway, so the modeling for 2021 that shows we're close to our 2024 targets includes that assumption that the U value is the more advanced one before it got rolled back at the last minute.
Right.
Yeah.
If that doesn't make sense to everybody, yes, it took me a few minutes to wrap my head around that whole thing.
Yeah.
That's our starting point, is assuming we already have what's essentially the continuous installation requirement in the residential code.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Tom.
Oh yeah, just so I think there might be a typo on the air leakage rate, which should not be 3.0 instead of 0.30. It says 0.30 ACH 50.
Yeah, where did I change?
Yeah, it would be 3.0. Right
Oh,
now, 4.
Sorry, you're right.
0.0.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow.
In
For a
some
minute there, I thought you were going
It
to.
says 0.30. Yeah, I actually have tested a house that low, but
Oh yeah, definitely.
only one or two.
That's embarrassing after having reviewed this about 1,000 times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Looks like
Not
it
really.
appears in the
Not really.
text below too.
Okay, thank you. Please, Krista, can we assume that that all of those are 3.0 instead of 0.030 or mentioned?
Thanks, Tom. Was that your one comment?
That's all. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, I like the fact that the credits are going down for the smaller homes. Of course, that's great. The bigger homes, though, and I do a lot of engineering and analysis and energy calcs for the bigger homes, and I find that when we're up over 9 credits, we're almost always having to use solar to meet the credits. And the bigger house, you can go more solar. So I'm wondering if there's any chance that, I mean, pretty much at 10, you're going to be mandating solar to get this to work, which is, there's no flexibility in that. But I'm wondering that, can we, right now you're maxed out at 4.5 credits for the maximum allowable. And on a larger home, I think it would be possible to get more credits. Is that a consideration? Can we ramp that up to 5 or 6 if they put more solar in?
At this point, I am not willing to add that level of complexity. And, you know, once you get to the max that's there now, 4.5 credits, that's already quite a large. So that is your built-in flexibility, is that you could have a little array or a bigger array. But I think at this very late date, I don't want to entertain muddying this proposal up with that change.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to say thanks to Dwayne and Johnny and the other people for participating on the work group on this. It was actually kind of fun diving into the data. At least I enjoyed it. But I think well, I spoke with Dwayne. I don't think the intention was to strike the 2 credits for the small additions. So I think we would need to probably unstrike that and turn that into an exception to the table. And then I also don't think the intention was to strike the language requiring the drawings to include with the building permit identifying what options they're picking. And then it sounds like you also weren't intending to strike the 6.5 credits for multifamily. So we also probably want to turn that into an exception.
Could you scroll to that part of the proposal?
If you go up to the top where the stricken language is, it's a good catch there. If you especially look at number 4,
yeah, it's 4 and 5, and then the drawings sentence after that.
So I will, rather than have people have to vote on something that's a little bit weird like that, can I take this back, Chell, and fix that language and repost it?
For later today, I think that would be, how about you post it for the MVPE committee?
I'd like to do it for today. and that should be fairly simple, and then we could be voting on something that's finalized instead of some hand waving.
Okay, it seems like if you simply removed 5 from this proposal.
Well, actually, it's a little more complicated than that, and the language with the charging sentence and everything. So I'd like to make sure it's right. And Patrick brought up, I should have fixed this before.
Okay, good catch, Patrick. We can consider like half an hour, Dwayne?
Yeah.
Something like that. Okay. We could postpone this until after we consider the ERI pathway, which I'm sure will consume at least a half an hour.
Okay, so that's a motion to table until after the ERI pathway discussion.
Albert makes such a motion.
Okay, is that a second, Albert? Dwayne made a motion.
Albert seconds that.
Okay, all right. There's a motion to postpone. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone? Rick?
Yes, thanks. I just had a quick question before we postpone. I had a question on the 6.5 credits for Group R2 occupancies. I don't see that addressed.
Right. Those should not be changed.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin Rose, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. The next conversation on ERIs would be aided in having a little bit of, well, let me put it this way. I'm not hearing opposition to the this sort of 10-step small staircase, 250 square foot bucket approach, but that may impact the complexity and the modeling work that goes into
okay.
the ERI path. So if it's worth maybe just confirming instead of just assuming, because nobody's brought it up yet, that folks are generally supportive and want to move forward this structure, then we can go into the ERI conversation with that as a pretty good assumption. Otherwise, we might just kind of have to.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and yeah, that does make sense. We could vote on this, and if approved, we can make a motion to reconsider it later in the meeting and add a few updates to it. That would be another way of doing it instead of postponing right now. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to say that the buckets or the home division sizes for ERI path and the prescriptive path don't necessarily have to match. I mean, we got to be reasonable, as in if we're causing an undue burden on the energy modeling. I mean, I'd be okay if there's, you know, I mean, different buckets. And then if we had future time in the future to have the buckets match, then great. But we don't have a requirement to make the two buckets match, if that makes it easier.
Yeah, all the paths are approximately equal, or supposed to be approximately equal to each other, but don't need to be exactly equal to each other. Can't be really, because they're different pathways. Go ahead, Larry.
I'm a favor for the reduction, but the increase I'm not in favor for. I mean, it's brought to my attention that since COVID, our price of a home has went up 45%. And that was documented in the council meeting at the city of Spokane. And if you look at people's wages, at least in the Spokane and the Eastern Washington, our wages have not went up 45%. And we are much kind of like what the Washington State ferries are seeing. They need to ring back what's going on because we can't afford it. And I mean, I bid a couple jobs here lately and they couldn't afford them. And we can't afford this right now. And we need to break back. We need to go to the legislature and tell them, hey, we need some more time to get to this. I do think I haven't had time because my father died this last weekend, but I think we're very close to making the 70% already. And I don't think this is the time to put more stress on the economy and the jobs, because the job market here off of the construction market is huge. So when the construction market drops, then huge layoffs happen, the ripple effect. And we have pushed the gamut beyond belief already. And we are at the pinnacle of all the states already. And we need to back off a little bit here and give the workers a breathing room a little bit so we can catch up with job wages for what we're trying to put, because we can't keep going down this path because the people can't afford it. When we can't afford it, that means less tax for the Washington state. That means less income. That means the economy is going to start going into a tailspin down. And we're already starting to see it over here in a slow up. And by adding all this is going to make it even worse. We're extremely efficient right now. And we need to get a gasp of air before we do anything else. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Sorry to hear about your dad.
I
have a motion to go ahead, Dwayne.
I have just sent revised language to you and Krista, and if we could put that up, I think it fixes that.
Okay, great. Krista, do you want to put that up? Anne, go ahead.
Yeah, I really liked what Larry said. I just want to reiterate, I am in agreement that we need to lower it for the smaller homes, but every credit added adds so much cost, and you're going to be effectively eliminating the ability to people to qualify for mortgages by the thousands. I just really appreciate Larry's input, and we need to, I know this is not the group, but we need to consider affordability more than we are. I just wanted to say that. Thanks, Larry.
Thanks, Anne. I guess my viewpoint is that if we're reducing the number of credits, code cycle for homes under 2,000 square feet, if someone couldn't afford a 2,500 square foot, they could probably afford a 2,400 square foot. So it's not pricing people out of having a home. It might say that you know, you knock 100 square feet off your home and then you can afford it. I mean, there's lots of cost pressures on this. And when I've looked at reports on what causes the cost pressures, the energy code is a very, very small piece of that. It's land use and zoning, which the state is tackling now with several bills. Lots of other states are tackling these same issues. And it really is a zoning supply and demand thing. That said, we don't need to get into a long debate about that. Dwayne has some language. It's up on the screen. We have a motion to postpone. The motion to postpone could be withdrawn.
That was my motion and I withdraw it.
Thanks. And then the second was Albert. Do you want to withdraw that as well? Albert?
Yes, Albert wishes to withdraw that.
Okay. Okay, so we have language on the screen in front of us. We could discuss that and we could have a motion to do something else with this. You know, Greg had suggested that we look at 031 before we make a motion on this particular one. We could do that. We could also make a motion on this. You're the tag, you get to make motions and all that. Go ahead, Dwayne.
So just responding to Larry and Ann, and Larry, sorry about your dad. That's a tough transition that we have to go through in life. Between where we are now and where we're supposed to be in 2030, it looks like we have to drop another 30%. And so this is geared towards approximating a 10% drop, just get a third of the way, not put more pressure on future tags, but to get us to just keep us marching along there. And note that if we do, if the other things that have been proposed for air leakage and windows and HRV go, then we only need to increase what's an average, a weighted average of a quarter of a point or something like that. So we can limit it. I just wanted to, since we don't know what the council will do with these, I wanted to have variations to still steer us towards the 10% reduction, which is not going to be any easier anytime in the future. So until the legislature at such time says, well, never mind, we won't do that anymore, this is keeping us on a good glide path.
Thanks, Dwayne. Okay, so we have revised language in front of us. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks. I had a quick question. So I just want to make sure I understand the bar charts that we're looking at, and that is the points assignments have been weighted by the housing stock. That is to say, like Dwayne said, there's a certain range where most of the housing lands, so that's where the points are concentrated. And I just heard Dwayne say that this is an average increase of a quarter of a point. That makes sense. So is this proposal as stringent as the current code, I think is my question.
It is slightly more stringent.
Okay.
Given, and that was what was great about the data that Johnny managed to find, because until then I had no idea how few of the very large houses were built, since we have a number of rich people here in Seattle that build giant houses. I thought that was kind of normal, but it's definitely not. So this helped focus us on getting real world increases.
Can I just speak to the raw data? I just want to clarify. It's a best fit model based on the information collected from census and NIA and things like that represents what is our best guess on what the total housing supply looks like over time. And it's not perfect, but I think that it's our best data that we have available. It was from the National Renewable Energy Lab's red stock data. Thank you.
Great. Yeah.
The average home size is like between 2,000 and 2,500, somewhere in there, right? For new homes.
It ramps up over 2,000 square feet and then falls off suddenly after 3,500. But there's a quite a good distribution in that middle range.
Okay, that's good to hear, because I was looking at the graphs that Patrick had provided in his proposal, and the area under the curve on the credit reduction side looked greater than the area on the curve on the other side, but we didn't have the distribution data. So this is great. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Patrick.
Right. And, oh, could I just respond also to Kevin?
Go ahead.
One thing I think I prefer here is that there is no formula. There's no calculation. You just look it up on the table, and that's your the number of points you have to get, instead of having the home builders do a calculation and the code officials having to review that calculation.
Yep. And that's conditioned area, right? So garages are
right,
not part of this area. Thanks. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, on the new language from Dwayne, I think the way it's written is it makes it sound like they have to get like a multifamily would have to get the 6.5 credits and any credits from the table. So I really think that we should bring that drawing language up into the main paragraph, just have them comply with the table, and then have 2 exceptions for the small additions and the multifamily. So it's very clear that the small additions and multifamily are being exempted from the table requirements.
Okay, so could you scroll back up, Krista, to the charging language, where unstricken some things there. So Patrick, you're suggesting that instead of putting the words "and with the following," we just strike those words and say exceptions, and then have
Yes.
exception 1 and 2.
And then I think you could take the drawings sentence and put that into the main charging language.
Yeah, that'll be fine. So yeah, I consider that friendly amendment to just change that to be 2 exceptions. So we got an exception for apartments and an exception for very small additions.
Wouldn't you just say all other for the table or something? Exceptions seem like a strange thing for R2, which there's a lot of that out there.
I'd be nervous about anything that said all other.
I'm kind of going with footnotes here, so.
I'd rather have those 2 exceptions be obvious and upfront rather than be footnotes, which can kind of disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't do an exception to a table. It's just.
Well, it's an exception to the charging language.
Now that I can do, yeah.
That's what I was talking about is that those are just exceptions under R406.3.
And we need to keep the required by table R406.3.
Right. So we just struck the words "and with the following."
I think that's good.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Larry.
I really take exception to what you said, Shell, about where the costs are. Our material costs have doubled since COVID. Okay. If you look at the copper prices in the paper this morning, copper prices are going to go up 50%. Okay.
Yeah.
That was in the paper this morning.
You
Steel
have-
prices are doubling. Okay. And those are all critical things for the mechanical systems. So your prices are all going to probably close to double right now. And we can't afford it. I'm telling you this right now. All these super high efficiency things that you want to do are going to be so far out of reach of people's hands that you're not going to be able to afford it. And And it's happening. That's why the ferry system in Seattle is backing off of what they wanted, because the economy cannot take it in account. And lumber prices are double for what you used to pay. And those are the main ingredients that makes this home a home. And I can't stress enough, yes, we have this goal, but this goal needs to take further time to happen. And so people can somewhat even catch up. And as you go further and further to reduce these credits, I mean, this percentage, it's going to cost exponentially more and more. And you all know it. But the problem is you're not having to pay it right now. And that's the problem. When you look in your wallet and what you're getting paid today, you're not going to have a 45% raise in your rate, in your salaries coming up anywhere new soon. Thank you.
You don't want a 45% copper tariff, you can write the federal administration and ask them for that relief. That's what I'm getting my data from. Is there's a BIAW study that looked at the costs of housing, and you look at the codes, they're at the bottom, and they're not nothing, but they're also not the biggest issues in the significant increase in housing costs. So that's some of the data I'm going from. Go ahead, Gavin.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, Dwayne, I just wanted to, the point that Ann made about renewable energy, it is a very interesting one to me. And I was thinking about this in the ERI work group too. But you know, on the point of affordability, if buildings are being constructed that are, you know, medium to larger, and if the supposition is true that the solar is required to do such a project, we're already there. The truck is already rolled. We're already on the roof. That becomes the, you know, in my experience, a very affordable way of meeting credits. And I guess I'm just echoing what Ann said and somewhat what Larry is saying, that you know, a potential increase in credits available under R406. I do think that would be warranted. We're already on the roof tied off. It's not, you know, $3 a watt solar at that point. It's considerably cheaper than, you know, other credit options. So just respectfully wanted to add that point there.
Thanks.
Gavin, go ahead, Greg.
Well, I was going to say something similar to what Gavin was saying. I mean, I like where this proposal's going, but I was doing some paper napkin math, and I think at minimum the solar one should be increased half a credit to 5 for the cap, but it would be reasonable to maybe increase it to full credit, because we did increase the credit requirements by full credit, which so 5.5. So I mean, Dwayne, would you be amendable to increasing that renewable again? I mean, either to half credit more or full credit more?
Yeah, I would, given the rather small number of houses that are going to be impacted by this, to go up to 5 credits. Are we? I forget what's the section number where that limit lives.
It's in the table. It's 6 in the table. So renewable energy.
6.1. So if 6.1 could say something like, you know, right now it says 0.5 to 4.5. And it could say something like, for homes over 3,500 square feet, the limit goes up to 5 or 5.5 or some other number.
You know, I'm fine with just leaving it at as changing 4.5 to 5.0.
Okay.
As long as this is not going to mess something else up. I'm just worried about some unintended consequences as far as other modeling, but I think it's going to not cause a problem. So yeah, let's call it 5. Thanks.
And I mean, just one note for the future, as we increase the credit values in the future, we're probably going to have to keep increasing the renewable credit table in the future, just to make it feasible. So,
yep.
Jill, I'm sorry to interject, Jill. I wasn't making the point that it would be 5 across the board. It would just be for larger homes. Is this for all homes?
That's what Dwayne is suggesting.
I'm suggesting that yeah, it'd be, you know, in search of not adding another layer of complexity on there, to just say yeah, 5. In fact, with smaller homes, it would be hard to fit 5 credits worth on there.
Okay.
Much less 4. So I think it's a self-limiting problem.
I agree with Dwayne on that.
Okay, go ahead, Greg Davenport.
Good morning, everybody. I really like where this proposal is going. Just 2 quick comments on it. One is, as we were scrolling up and down in it, we fixed one instance where it was 0.3 of an ACH to 3. I think there's a couple more in there. We should try and fix them all here as we move forward, so there's less work later on. Last comment is on solar. I'm okay raising the number in general, but one of the things, I've seen a few builders that have put a lot of solar on a home just to get the energy credits because they think it's the cheapest path. I would really like to see a limit that says no more than 100% or 110% of your actual electric use for the limit on solar. So that's something to consider, probably not for this code cycle, but in the future.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I just want to, there's a lot of tag members who've brought up cost concerns and agree with them. And I think it would be nice if we could talk about my proposal before voting on either of these, because I think that would address some of the concerns. And while, when you look at the grand scheme of things, yes, there are things that contribute to the high housing costs that are greater than what the codes do. The energy code is a significant cost contribution to construction. And I do think it's our job. There's a lot of those things we don't control. We don't control zoning. We don't control international trade policy. We don't control, financial regulation, but we do control the codes. And so I think it's something that we should be mindful of. So thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. And when you say your proposal, do you mean the ERI proposal?
I meant 031.
Oh, Greg's proposal.
No, it's
listed as Greg. Is it yours?
No, it's Patrick's.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I keep doing that. I'm sorry. I'm not sure why I've got that.
Okay. On the agenda, it says
Yeah.
Johnson on it. So, okay. Thanks. Go ahead, Rick.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. So WSU received a grant this past year that we just finished up, and it was focused on the cost, the additional cost, basically the upfront costs of construction, focused on the energy code. There's a conviction in the construction industry, the trade side of the industry, that the energy code is the most, how do I say this, is creating the greatest cost increases for housing, which we all know it's only a small part of it, but it's such a focus that we were, granted dollars to put together a system that says, how can I meet the code effectively on a cost basis, initial cost basis, as cost effectively as possible, just by manipulating the code. But we can only get so far, and that's what we found. We had to do things like change the structure of the exterior wall, as an example. It's less expensive. We found it's less expensive to put 2 double 2x4 walls, 2 foot on center, and fill them with, you know, fluffy stuff insulation instead of using a single 2x6 wall and 16 inches on center with foam or something else outside, plus the 21 in the cavity. But that's only a small percentage. The code is only a small percentage of what it costs. It causes the increase in costs, and that's what we found out. So we had to manipulate different ways to get small gains. Okay, so it's not the energy code that is causing the greatest amount, but that is what the construction industry sees. So every time we increase this code, we get pushback on the phone, we get pushback on all of our emails, and everybody is complaining about it, and they're already looking to 2024 and figuring out ways, how can we get around it again? So I just want to make that clear on, you know, what everybody thinks is going on with the code versus what is actually going on with the code. Thank you.
Rick, when is that research going to be finished?
I turned in the report at the end of last month to the governor's office. I have a final draft copy, but I'm waiting for some feedback from the governor's office for, you know, for the stakeholder group, and then I can put it out there. It's about 26 pages, and it's a pathway. It's not what to do, it's how to approach it. So there's a lot of information there.
Thank you. I think we all look forward to seeing that.
Yeah. Next month, I'm going to put a presentation together for our department, which means I'll have a small PowerPoint together, and if we want to get together on that and take a look at it, happy to do that and provide it for anybody who wants it, or I'll do a quick presentation and then everybody can have copies as well.
Thanks, Rick. That sounds great. Go ahead, Larry.
And when Ann just said what she said a little bit ago, in order to build a large house, and you have to put PV on the roof, that's a violation of EFCA right there. You can't build a large house now with natural gas and pass. That's what it sounds like to me. I haven't tried that, but I believe what Ann says, because she does that all the time. And so you've got an EPCA violation right there, because we're not able to do what we should be able to do with natural gas. And so we've gone so far already that we don't even have a pathway to get there. It doesn't sound like with natural gas as an appliance. And that would be a violation of EPCA, definitely. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. There are pathways to use EPCA minimum gas appliances for space and water heating and comply with the numbers the credit numbers we're looking at. Solar is required in the commercial energy code to put it on your building with some exceptions. And solar is a great option to get a gas home to meet the code here. Go ahead, Alexis.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, there are the cost concerns. I think it's very tricky. At this point, we're basically going passive house. I think it's just worth recognizing that. That's how I was trained as an architect, was with passive house. And this code is basically there without the cost considerations that passive house has built in. They do like a curve of like ROI. But I think that's just something that we keep in mind, and that's what we're pushing people towards. Is we're not allowing a Prius anymore. Everyone has to drive a Ferrari. But you know, that's just what we have to accept a bit here. But designing passive house is 5 to 15% more expensive than standard construction. And I think that's where we're pushing the code here. And the 5% is if you really know what you're doing, this is what you live and breathe, front to back, passive house. You've got your systems on lock. And most people don't. This is new to them. So they're going to be at the 15% range. So that's just my perspective on the implications of this is we're trying to push for better, but we're going to hit people with a 15% increase from standard construction from like neighboring states and such. So I just think that's the reasonable expectation that we have to come into this with. I think is an affordability problem, but I just think that's where we're at. That's my 2 cents on this. I think we should give, like, I am in support of this extra 5 credit for the renewable energy because it certainly does have an impact. And it costs a fair amount. So I think rewarding people for that is good. So I just want to put my support behind that. And yeah, it basically knocks out gas more or less. A lot of other states are doing that though. So that's just my 2 cents.
May I respond, Alexis? For windows, opaque walls, and air tightness, we're nowhere near passive house standard with this code. It is an option instead of doing solar to do the more bang up envelope, and maybe that's what we're going to have to get to in future code cycles. But right now we're certainly not requiring anything close to passive house standard for these houses.
We're charging pretty close to it, and some of those numbers, especially like the passive house remodel numbers, we're pretty close. Like especially roofs and such like that, if you consider those. I mean, definitely not with windows, but I think we're getting pretty close to it, is what I'm saying. And so in terms of comparing cost, just the way that you have to think about constructing a building and the hoops you have to jump through, we're getting there, quite frankly.
I mean, for this code cycle, what is being proposed is about a 1/4 point increase, which is probably the least point increase we've ever had in the residential code in the last 4 or 5 cycles. So if we're not anywhere near passive house, I would agree with that, with Dwayne on that one. If you want to take credit option 1.4 and 2.3, and you get a lot of points for that, that's kind of the passive housey approach, but you can also do other things. All right, I want to focus us on the code proposal in front of us. We have a lot of work on it. Patrick asked that we get to his proposal before we vote on this. So I'd like to take a couple more comments maybe on Dwayne's, then we can go to Patrick's, and then we can come back to this one and see if we prefer one or the other. Go ahead, Greg.
Today seems like a day everyone's thinking the same thing. I was just going to suggest we move over to Patrick so we can hear that and before we make a decision.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I just want to bring us back to the reason. I think Patrick's original idea was that this is going to lower costs for the smaller homes, because before you had to go from 6 to 8 right at 1,500 square feet, and that was a big challenge. So that was the whole idea, was to create a step so that the homes that were, at 1,600 square feet did not have actually had lower costs. I think. I think there may be an argument for making it less difficult for someone with a family of 4 to build a house in, an outlying suburban area that's 3,000 square feet, but they're only half credit higher than they were before on that. So anyway, I think this is a proposal that's going to lower costs. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Julie. Julie, I can't hear you.
Sorry, thank you. Since others have gotten their comments in, I just wanted to add to not lose sight of the operational costs of housing, which is a huge impact to homeowners. We're making it better for them on an annual basis, and it's very important. So first cost is one thing, but the 50-year life cycle cost of operating your home is very significant to people on a fixed income.
Thanks, Julie. Okay, Patrick, let's look at your proposal. And yours was the one that kicked us off with the idea of a stepped credit system. So go ahead.
All right. I'll wait for Krista to bring it up. Okay. So I would say that the proposals at this point as revised are similar. They sort of start at the same place and end at the same place, but they have different ways of getting there. And so yes, mine is perhaps a little more complicated. It does have an equation, but I do think it's fairly simple to calculate. You can do it with an Excel spreadsheet very easily. This was I think so. The work group met, and the sort of consensus was we wanted to blend the idea of having some sort of increase to credits with having a more stepped approach. And this was how I went about it. So it still has a high cap of 10, and at the bottom it's 5, but in between there, it's going to incrementally go up. I based mine off kind of the average number of credits we expect homes to get per square foot in the current code, and then tried to kind of match it. So larger dwelling units have it's a little bit of a different ratio, and so that's why there's two equations. I did this before the heat recovery proposal was approved for climate zone 5. So I'd be open to making an adjustment for that like Dwayne has done. And then I kept the R2 and additions, so there's no change there. And then I provided a graph that tries to compare the current code and then all the different revisions. There's a lot of colors going on, and every time I update this, Dwayne would always come out with a revision right afterwards. And sure enough, with this one, so this doesn't include the climate zone 5 specific option, but I think people can generally have the idea. So really you're comparing the dark gray line and the yellow line. So they're very similar, but they have some slight differences. This one is going to be, I think the consensus on the data was this is roughly in line with current code overall. And then Dwayne's is a slight increase in credit requirements overall. So it would still have a cost increase at the top end, but it would get there more gradually and would sort of have a slightly less cost increase overall.
Thanks,
Happy
Patrick.
Any questions?
Greg, go ahead.
Was Tom ahead of me, or?
Tom has a residual hand up, I believe.
Okay. So I like Dwayne's framework better just because I think it's easier without the equation. Regarding the actual credit assignments, it sounds like we have some preliminary analysis. Do we have any ability between now and the MVPE committee or so to have, we usually have an energy analysis that's done by someone on, I don't know if it's P&L or Ecotope or someone who actually says where we're at on our targets. Is there any ability to get that data before we go to see R102, so that way we can set the, if we need to make an adjustment to the credit value slightly or not?
So what typically happens, Greg, is we'll have some values, and then if someone does some modeling during the CR102 process, they'll put that in as a public comment and say, hey, the credits should increase or decrease or something by a certain amount to meet our targets. That often happens, or sometimes happens, if there's a modeling entity. The way it always gets done is at the end, when the code is finalized in the CR103, a final rule, then the council will hire someone to compare it, and that's when we know whether it's like 10% or 12% better-ish.
The reason why I ask, so if I look at the yellow and the dark gray, it looks like there's a pretty close alignment, but there's a slight difference, and it's just really in credit values. And so, it'd just be nice to have some independent person tell us which year and where we really should be at, if we can get that in time.
there was some modeling done as part of, I know, or at least some modeling that underlied Dwayne's proposal.
I think it was more like napkin math, but I mean, which is not discounting that. I mean, that's, you know, I mean, that was good estimation, but it would be nice if we wanted to get, you know, we refine it to what we really should be expect. So I mean, his numbers might be exactly correct, or it might be slightly off, or you know what I mean. But
yeah, I think the all modeling is wrong, some is useful, is something that I go by. I think trying to hit a number exactly with an entire code is, you know, maybe asking the wrong question. I think let's get close to our targets, and then every cycle we'll get closer to our targets, and whether we improve this one by 10% or 12%, we're still kind of going in the right direction, and with the right approximate velocity, I guess.
And last thing I'll say on this point, and the only reason why I was bringing this up was just merely because we made a lot of changes to the prescriptive path of the code, and I don't know if you've taken those fully into consideration. And also, due to the cost of affordable housing, we don't want to overshoot our targets too much because you know, it's supposed to be a glide path, and so and I mean, I don't want to, since I haven't done any analysis on this point, I don't want to, you know, I mean, make an assumption on which one it is, but want to hit where we ought to be.
Yep. Yeah, and I think with both of these proposals, we are reducing between 1,500 and 2,000 square feet. We're reducing the number of credits they need. So I think, you know, somebody, when you're looking for a house, if you can't afford a 3,500 square foot house, you probably could afford a 3,300 square foot house. So it's not like you're pricing people out of housing. It is that, you know, setting expectations might be different. And in fact, we're decreasing the number of credits for the medium-sized houses. Go ahead, Larry.
I know there wasn't a lot of movement on this, but I really feel strongly about this, that bigger families that need larger homes and more bedrooms for their homes, we're charging a higher penalty per square foot per person. And when actually a larger home is more efficient than a smaller home, if you have the people in it. And I think we need to come up with the number of bedrooms in a home, because most people buy a bigger home because they have more kids to put in the house. And the larger families already have a large cost burden to begin with. And to penalize them with more of these credits because they need a larger home to house the family, I don't think is right. And then we have over here, we have a lot of senior citizens that are living with their kids, and you're penalizing these people for doing that, when actuality, it costs less to have them in your own home than it would be to have the people in another smaller home for themselves. And I would be more acceptable if we could find a point where these larger homes, if you have a certain number of bedrooms, that they break back to where the credits are on the smaller homes or the medium-sized homes. So
we don't have a proposal that does that, right? We have two proposals in front of us that we're discussing right now.
Yeah,
We
but
don't have a proposal
I
that
did have a proposal like that, but it's a high cost for these people, and they've already have a high cost for their families. And I think we need to start taking that into thought. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I'll say that up to a fairly good sized home, we're not increasing the number of credits required this cycle. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi. I think Dwayne's proposal with the table is a lot simpler for people to use and will be much easier to embrace. So I'm going to motion that we disapprove this and go back to Dwayne's proposal.
Okay, motion to disapprove 031. Is there
I
a second?
second that.
Okay, thanks, Jonah. Okay, we've had lots of discussion. I see no more hands up. So let's do a roll call vote on this. The motion is to disapprove. So a yes vote is to disapprove this. Probably with the assumption that we would go back to 035 and probably approve that one. But the yes vote is to disapprove. A no vote is to do something else.
Hey, Julie Blazik,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jonah Kinchy,
Yes.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Brian Russo,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Rick Blumenthal,
Yes.
Tom Balderston,
I'm gonna abstain.
Shane Nellis,
Abstain.
Nick Manny,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Deepa Savarjan.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 12-1 with 4 abstentions.
Okay, motion passes. We're back to 035. Anne, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to see what you thought about increasing the renewable to 5.5. When you're looking at the number of credits that are being increased, it's many of these homes are going, like the 3,000 footer is going up quite a bit. And like Larry said, that's a 3,000 square foot home is a common size for multi-gen home. And just going back to Gavin, I think it would be really easy just to put in more solar on these large homes, and it's just another half a point. So this seems kind of arbitrary, and I'm hoping we could go just a slight bit more. And again, trying to get, if you have a large home, trying to get 10.5 credits is quite difficult. Thanks. Any thoughts on that, Dwayne? Just another half point.
Dwayne, I don't hear you if you're saying anything.
Sorry. No, I would not consider that a friendly amendment. We raised it a half, and I'm fine with that, but I don't want to further muddy this.
Thanks, Anne. Okay. Anybody want to make a motion? Do something. All right, go ahead, Larry.
I don't understand why we wouldn't want to allow the PV to on these larger homes to make more PV for the grid. And I don't see why we're not encouraging that. If you really want to do what you want to do here is have more electricity for availability. And I don't know why you would handicap a person that has a 5 or 4 or 5,000 square foot home and put all this on there. Why wouldn't you want to encourage that? Like Anne's saying, give them more points so that energy can go to the grid, or have a battery system there and then wheel it off to the grid as they need it. I mean, to me, it's just totally wrong thinking. If you really want to go this PV way, why aren't we covering these larger homes with PV to add to the grid so they have the power, more power when they need it? And why would you limit it? To me, that just doesn't make sense. And I think each one of these persons that have that kind of money to do this with, why wouldn't you encourage them with the extra half point or another point? And so that we don't have to build another power plant someplace else. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Gavin.
Thank you, Joe. I was hoping, well, first of all, I feel like I should respond to Larry there. Larry, often large homes do go ahead and install quite a bit more photovoltaics. And I think to Ann's point, we're possibly asking for credit for the PV. But I guess, Dwayne, I'm just really curious. Could you please explain what the unintended consequence that you kind of referred to when we increased it to 5R? Because, I would like to see more PV allowed for larger homes, but I'm sensitive to what you said about unintended consequences if we are giving credit for homes, say 3,000 feet and larger to just get a slight more of a bump. And Greg said that he kind of agreed with that too. So I just like to understand the concerns there if possible.
Yeah, thanks for asking the question. I don't, without having a strong cup of coffee and time to sit down and look at how this might impact modeling or ERI or something, I don't understand those. But the other important thing is that we've put those limits on there in order to ensure that we're not substituting solar for efficiency. In the experience people have had in California and Hawaii has been that when you get to a very large scale with tens of thousands of homes looking like this, it starts to do crazy things to the grid to have this massive input of energy at some times, and then give yourself a rainy January day massive lack of power. So whereas efficiency reduces peak loads and doesn't mess up the grid anymore. So that's why we're looking for a balance. And so yeah, somebody caught me in a good mood for a minute. So sure, we could increase that to 5. We did that. That's fine. If somebody wants to increase the allowable number of solar credits, that should have been its own separate proposal, but it wasn't there.
Okay. We have a proposal in front of us. I feel like a lot of people are in favor of it. We're arguing right now, discussing 0.5 credits in the renewable energy table. Does anybody have anything to discuss on this proposal other than that 0.5 potential solar credits? Unmute and say it if you have something other than that to talk about. Okay, I didn't see anybody unmute, but if you have something else to talk about, unmute, let's talk about that, and then we'll get back to the solar credits. Shailesh, do you have something to say?
Yes, this allows a future solar panel to go on if we limit at this point, and maybe more efficient solar panel can be installed down the road and allow house to save more energy. So I think limiting at this point makes sense. That is my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Shailesh. Go ahead, Greg.
I'm going to motion that we approve this proposal.
as modified.
As modified.
Albert
Okay.
seconds.
Okay. We have a motion to approve as modified and a second for that. If somebody wanted to make an mandatory motion to add another half credit to this, they could do so. We have a motion and a second. So go ahead. Greg and Albert, your hands are up. Did you want to say anything more? Or?
Albert just wants to chime in saying for me, the primary goal is not renewable, which has the effects that Dwayne was really talking about. It's really managing the load and the load at site in all seasons. So efficiency being the primary goal. I think it's a great good faith effort to increase that half point. And I'm just happy that Dwayne was in a good mood today.
Thank you. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, this is Brian Russo from Tacoma Power, the electric power utility representative, and I'll be very brief here. But I think generally it's fine to consider kind of these credits for additional renewables. But to Dwayne's point, like there is an upper limit in terms of like what is reliable for the grid, and just sort of using increasing credits for solars at some point. We should probably be more thoughtful about just how much more capacity we want to install. We will certainly meet our net metering threshold requirements fairly quickly along that pace, and we can certainly look to states like California's energy market as a potential kind of future state of what happens when these things kind of blow up very, very quickly.
No, and California's adopting batteries like crazy right now. But go ahead, Greg.
So this is more of a question for you, Chell, based on what Brian said, and also I was going to say something similar. So on the commercial code, we made a change to solar that you could count batteries with the solar, and we set that up for that very reason. We're trying to encourage people to not just install solar standalone, but install it with batteries. I neglected to put in a proposal to do that, and on the residential, I only did on the commercial side. Procedurally, would it be too late to bring something like that to the MVPE committee to take language like that? Because that'd be a really good way to address that issue. Even if we didn't change the number of credits, we left them the same. If we were just adding.
You're welcome to bring an idea to the MVPE committee. We'd probably need language, and then I don't know. I can't answer that immediately, but certainly bring it up and it can be discussed.
And I would just be taking basically exact language we had in the commercial code that we had approved, and just for and just shortening and modifying, just to fit the residential.
Can you send that to Krista and I, and then we'll see if it can be brought up to the MVPE.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Gavin.
Yeah, Chill, I want to respond. I don't think a 5-credit system is going to cause any issues with the grid when it's installed on large homes. I don't think a 6.5 credit system is going to cause any issues with the grid when it's installed on large homes. And I think that was kind of the point that Ann was making. However, I am quite sensitive to what Albert and Dwayne say in terms of the purpose of this code ought to be something that's more lifelong than a solar array. So I'm satisfied and happy with 5 credits there. On the issue of California and whatnot, again, I think that this tag and the electric lobby sitting amongst us are conflating issues between net metering policy and energy code policy, and I just want to advise everyone on this call of that. Net metering and energy code are 2 separate issues. 5 credits, it's a quite small solar array. We're talking about load replacement. We are not talking about affecting the grid. Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Gavin. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I need to step away at 10 o'clock for a couple hours. Elizabeth will be taking my seat.
I think we're about to vote on this, so
okay.
You will get to probably vote on this very soon. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, just respond to Gavin just to maybe explain this. So if you're talking about in isolation, 5 kilowatt system is not going to cause an issue. You're absolutely right. But if you're talking about an aggregate, when you get a lot of homes, like what happened in California, then it does cause an issue. The way to solve that's the batteries. And so, I mean, I have lots of data on doing that. And we're looking at we're not right now in Washington State. We're not at
Okay,
that level.
I want to focus on the code proposal, Greg, and
Okay.
unless you're suggesting changes to the code proposal, let's have our awesomely wonky utility discussions at another time.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do it offline later then, if Gavin, if you want to sync up. But I mean, we have a solution we'll deal with later.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Larry.
I'd like to make a proposal that we give them the 6 points if they put a batteries in with the array. So
We don't have language for that. Do you have language for that, Larry?
yeah, you just they put a battery system in, they get the 6 credits, and you follow Greg's language, and that's what I'm suggesting that as a alternate here, that you give them the 6 credits, and we use Greg's language from the commercial side, and they get 6 credits, and they have a battery system.
Okay, we don't have the language in front of us. We discussed having that at the MVPE committee. I think that would be a better venue. We don't have language in front of us and we haven't discussed it yet. I think it's the 11th hour and it's a bit late for a big change like that.
I agreed, Joe, and I think we don't have a definition for battery. I really don't like that idea, Larry. I'm sorry, but speaking up here.
I'll follow up with language for the MVPE committee.
Thanks, Greg. Okay. All right. We have a motion in front of us. It is to approve this proposal as modified. All in favor say yes.
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 Yes. No.
Yes.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay. Well, motion passes. I noted one vote in opposition. Okay. We have been in this room for an hour and a half. I think the next one will probably take up. Gary, are you here? You wanted to cover a clerical thing. Are you still around? Gary had to step away at some point. Go ahead, Kevin, if you.
Yeah, I'm going to drop off for a couple hours, so
Okay.
Elizabeth will take my seat.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. All right, Gary was going to cover something, but we didn't get to it in time. So we are on to the ERI pathway. There is a combined proposal that we're going to discuss before we discuss 033 or 040. So there's a work group, and let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll discuss ERI. So I'll see you at 10:05. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're on to the ERI pathway. Part of the agenda, we have a combined proposal for 033 and 040. Who is going to present that?
This is Kevin
Johnny?
Rose, Northwest
Kevin.
Energy Efficiency Alliance. I'll start off at least. Patrick was very much involved and helped out quite a lot in this process, and I hope that he or any other members of the work group speak up if I misrepresent anything or leave out anything important. But I'll at least start off with the work group's activities and contextualize what you're looking at in front of you. So 2 ERI proposals were submitted. They differed in a couple of important ways, but largely they were very similar in that they took language from the model code, the 2024 IECC, and based these sections based on that code compliance pathway. So for the vast majority of the code language in this proposal, our proposals were identical. There's no reason to diverge from the the code language that IECC has developed and has been through a few cycles. There are a few areas of where there's, I think, substantive opportunity for the tag to chew on a couple items. I highlighted them, including literally, and they fall into a couple of categories. The main one is what are the ERI values themselves, the targets that you need to hit. I think really key to that conversation is not just the ERI targets themselves, but what methodology do we use to get there? What structure, how complicated do we make that section? And the two proposals that were submitted had different approaches to that methodology for developing those values and the values themselves. This work group, unlike everything else in this proposal, we did not develop sort of a combined language where we came up with something that was sort of in the middle. We just left the two proposed ideas as options for the tag to consider. So that's the biggest thing to chew on that's different in the two proposals. There are two other areas that I'll call out. One is on renewables and how those are allowed, to what extent they are limited and are allowed to count as credit in determining the ERI. And the work group, in the absence of anything too much in either proposal on that topic, develop some draft language there. And the other topic that I wanted to highlight of substance is in terms of the envelope. So the 2024 IECC ERI path allows, and other path versions coming before it, allowed you to use a less stringent, less efficient thermal envelope. In other words, you could trade off your thermal envelope to an extent with other efficiency features in the home. Other ways to improve your ERI. So the model language carries with it a limit on how much you can trade off that thermal envelope, colloquially referred to as a backstop, of basically how much you can decrease the efficiency of the insulation before the code won't let you anymore. And so there can be discussion on to what extent that is desired in Washington. What level of backstop mathematically is the tag's preference. What you're seeing literally right on the screen right now is mostly cleanup and squaring up this table that says what are all the things from the prescriptive code that you have to do if you're doing the ERI path. There's a lot of strike through, but largely this is aligning the model code language with Washington's language, as well as you can see the comments to the right. In some cases, there's opportunity to get rid of like 5 or 6 rows and just call out the section that all those subsections are in, and it's just a shorter version of doing that. It's actually the same approach that's taken in the R405 version of this table. So there's a lot of red text sitting right in front of you, but that's actually not where the substantive action really is. Again, look for those highlights for those items. So yeah, as we're scrolling through the document here, you'll see there's information about the renewables right there with the green highlight. I've been talking for a while, and so maybe I'll just at this point let anybody else who's in the work group chime in, as I mentioned up front, to make sure that I'm keeping us honest.
Sure. Anybody else in the work group want to say something?
Yeah, Jill, I
Gavin,
was
in
on
the
the work group. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we note the 5,400 kilowatt hours that we negotiated. Kevin, I think given the action we took on Dwayne's proposal, moving that up to 5 credits. I believe that needs to increase by 600 kilowatt hours because we were trying to make sure the ERI is a parallel to the existing 406 credit table in terms of on-site renewables.
Yeah, good point. So I think the renewables, like I mentioned, is one of those things that requires a conversation, but it would be consistent to change what currently says 5,400 kilowatt hours and then the corresponding MBTU hour equivalent up to 6,000 kilowatt hours to match the increase from 4.5 to 5 credits, since the work group's intent was to have the same limitation upper limit on renewables in this path as with the prescriptive path. Yeah.
I think we want the MBTU to be about 20.5.
Thanks, Patrick. Was that your? Okay, cool. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi, everybody. I haven't followed this issue as closely as I wish I had, but I do have a question so I can understand this, which is, what is the oversight mechanism or mechanisms here to ensure that what people model for ERI is actually what gets installed and there's good compliance there?
I can answer that. The oversight mechanism is that the ERI is done by raters, and the raters are subject to a, a rater provider network that QAs 1% of their files and 10% of their field. In other words, every 10 ratings, you have somebody, or a certain percent of the ratings. I mean, I just reverse that, 1% of field. Every 100 ratings you do, you have to have a person actually come out and watch you do it.
10% file review, 1% actual field review.
Yes.
Okay. And then are the raters actually required to do field verification or just
Yes.
do energy
No,
modeling?
the raters
Great.
do the field verification, in fact, and actually enforce the energy code
I think that's great. I like it.
at both
Thank
at midpoint and final.
Thanks, Tom.
Yep.
Thanks. I have a couple of just small things here. One is at the very top under R401.2 compliance. Number 4 says energy rating index option, and section 408 is called energy rating index compliance. I feel like we should just have them the same words. So option would change to compliance.
I think we tried to match what the performance option says.
Oh, that's why it says option. Okay. But then we should have the word compliance before that because that's the title of section 408.
That's fine.
Then I had a question of the very bottom, which was under R408.7.4, there it says additional documentation. And when I was reading this, the list of additional potential documentation seemed to be some of the same stuff that's required to be provided as documentation. And I was wondering if anybody had any it seemed like what it said, the code official could require these things. It seemed like some of these things were already required in the section above, R408.7. The things above. And I guess I'd be surprised if you wouldn't have to submit the ERI reference design characteristics. If you wouldn't have to always submit the certification signed by the builder. I mean, I guess I'm surprised that these things are optional and not required. And I thought, reading the things above, that they were to some extent required. So I'd love someone to help me understand that.
Could I respond? When I saw that pointed out earlier, and I think that entire additional documentation section should be stricken because it is, like you say, it's making optional what just in a paragraph above is mandatory.
Okay, so I guess I would suggest we strike out the whole thing because it seems like, well, the code official is permitted to require lots of things that are not listed here. And this makes some of the, what I thought was required things to be optional. So I don't know if anybody has a different response to that, but I would suggest we strike 48.7.4.
I have no problem with that.
And then I sent Krista a couple of comments because I have some comments on a few of these pieces. And one is under renewable energy certificates right there. I want it to be clear to code officials and to builders that you can't just buy a rec and call it renewable energy. So I suggested a sentence that I sent to Krista about recs must be accompanied by on-site energy generation to count as renewable energy. Just to make it crystal clear that you can't just buy a rec off the street and then say that you hit the renewable energy thing. And maybe there's better language for that, but it just seemed like if you're a builder and you just show up with a rec, the code official might read this and say, sounds good to me. A rec is the environmental attribute of renewable energy, but is not the renewable energy itself. So that was a suggestion I made. And then the next one I sent was in the very top under 408.1 scope. I feel like it says spaces other than dwelling units in group R2, R3, R4 shall comply with 402 through 404. But you also have spaces that have to comply with the commercial energy code that are in these buildings. So you can have a building in the residential energy code that are like a clubhouse or something like that that is required to comply with the commercial energy code. And so this implies that anything that is not a dwelling unit in a building like this is only subject to 402.404. But my understanding of the way the codes work is that some things in an R2 building might be subject to the commercial energy code. So anyway, those are my suggested clarifications. Go ahead, Dave Balon.
Actually, this is this is mostly just a set of questions. First, is there somewhere posted this proposed change that's on the screen now? The version of it I have is the 040 version, and it does not have all this language in it. Is that because I don't understand, or is that because it's not really posted yet?
So there was a version posted earlier this week, and a message was sent out to all tag members that it was updated. So almost all the proposals we're considering today had an updated version sent in the last 2 weeks.
So those of us that are not on the tag are in the dark.
Well, you could have checked the website, but
I did check the website, and I don't see where it is.
No, that's where it is.
It's on the attached meeting documents, so it's not linked on the agenda. You have to go to the meeting documents page.
So I'm looking on the meeting documents page. It's on 040. Okay, I see it there now.
The one that says combined 04, 033.
Okay. The second comment I have is that, although I'm not sure it's completely relevant anymore, oh, no, it's there still, is that we've had ERI proposals and we've had ERI discussions, I think every code cycle since about 2012. And we always throw them out because they never respond to the problem of site energy. This is the first proposal I've seen on that score that actually does. And I think that the approach that was taken by 040, where you basically reference the systems in the equalization table is a significant step forward and makes this approach likely to be not only feasible but effective.
So you're referring to option 1 for table 408.5.
408, yes.
All right, so just so everybody's clear, in the IECC, this is section 406. In the Washington State Energy Code, if we adopt this, this will be section 408. So there's some, no, okay, but this is, yeah, the home type per section R46.3.
Right. And frankly, at least to the extent that we're talking about anything besides using this kind of an approach to set the targets, this actually solves the problem of how site energy is treated in our code. And I don't know why it isn't that way everywhere else, but it isn't.
Thanks, Dave. Go ahead, Kevin.
Just wanted to touch on a couple of items that have been mentioned in discussion thus far. On the REX topic, our work group kind of ran into the same issue where we were, concerned about off-site renewables. So adding another sentence there to clarify, I think is would be appreciated and make sense, I think, to everybody, and all the discussion I heard on that. On the additional documentation section that was proposed to be struck, I want to check. We have Rob Salcido from PNNL on the call here today, who's a great resource for all things ERI, and I'm curious if he has any knowledge of why that information, that language that looks duplicative is there, just to make sure we're not doing something unintended by getting rid of that. So I encourage folks to
Rob,
ask
are you here,
Rob
Rob?
questions.
Are you here, Rob?
Rob Salcido here. Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay. Do you want to answer Kevin's question?
Yeah. I was, when this came up for discussion, I was reading those additional documentation, and from my experience, raters typically will include this in their, package of information, the reference home characteristics, the rated home characteristics, in addition to the rating certificates. So, I've seen this I haven't really paid much attention to this in the main IECC, but I'm in agreement with this move. It seems to be irrelevant, and it's information that the code official automatically can request without this in language. So I don't see any issues here.
Thanks, Rob.
Okay, thanks. One other quick thing. I guess I would just say maybe let's mark that as reserved or something to keep the, or it could be renumbered. I guess that's not a big deal. Trying to make it as friendly for regional and national builders who are already on ERI to come in, because that's sort of a lot of the whole point with this is to allow a more flexible building and allow folks to get tax credits and the like. So the last thing I was going to mention, if we scroll back up to,
by the way, it's better to leave the word reserved there and leave the section numbering.
Yep, that's what Chris is doing right now. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, there was one other item back up where we were, but I just forgot about. I guess I'll mention while I'm here. A lot of the changes that you'll see is the word ERI written before rated design. That's an optional choice. It does diverge us a little bit from the model IECC, but it's a choice that I believe it was Patrick raised who thought it would make sense. It's it makes it more parallel with the other ERI terms that are used here. So I just wanted to flag that in case folks are wondering what that change was about.
Okay, go ahead, Gavin.
Thanks, Jill. On the note of Rex, I'm wondering
if we could tighten that sentence up more firmly with something saying all RECs must be generated by on-site renewable energy generation to count as renewable energy, because there's two generations there, but just trying to clarify that the word accompanied feels soft. I'm trying to say all RECs must be generated by the on-site energy.
Yeah,
that sounds good. Appreciate solar industry input from that.
And maybe the word all before RECs. All RECs must be generated.
Really trivial. It's a trivial step, but I didn't do it. So I'll get to.
All right. Thanks, Kevin. Jonathan.
I'd just like to point a clarification. The ERI is not owned by ResNet. There is no quality assurance mandate for the ERI specification. You are not required to register an ERI index with the ResNet registry. So the ERIs do not trigger totality numbers towards those percentages that were mentioned for QA.
Thanks, Jonathan. Go ahead, Greg.
Going back to the solar RECs here, when we say on-site generation, can that also include community generation that's nearby and directly associated with the home?
In the commercial code, we have a table and an allowance for that. I don't think we have that in the residential code. That would be a change. I guess if you had language, you could bring that up now, or you could bring that up at the MVPE committee if you had language for guardrails for that and requirements for that.
Yeah, I think we want to encourage solar here, and on-site is rather specific. There are some projects out there where the solar is very nearby and directly connected to a project. I can think at least one net zero project over in Spokane I did. So I'd rather include that if possible.
Okay, if you have some subtle language tweaks that would allow that, you can send those to Krista, and we could consider them immediately, or you could bring that up to the MVP committee and that could be considered there.
Thank you.
Yep, I think both of those are options. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, Krista, could you bring us the proposed revision that I sent you, I think on the 8th, because this now no longer aligns with the 10-step home size thing. And so this would, if we substitute this for the table that's the small, medium, large table that's in there right now, it matches then the 10 size proposal from earlier. The way I did this was the values in the left and right columns were taken from the small dwelling unit and large dwelling unit values in the NEA proposal, which had been determined based on the prescriptive requirements of the 2021 state code. And then I reduced all those values by 10% for this table to reflect the expected energy use reduction for this 24 code. And then put the values for the intervening 8 columns distributed to create an even gradation between the small and large dwelling unit values. I understand that PNNL is going to do an evaluation of the overall energy use reduction for us. Is that right? Anyway, this would since Neil and Kevin's original proposal was looking at the 21 code values, which are going to be presumably different from what we've got now. This aligns with what we've just passed an hour ago, and approximates a little more closely where we're probably going to be with the 10% reduction.
Thanks, Dwayne. Greg, down, your hand is still up.
That would be maybe a motion to replace Nia's original table with this table.
Okay, we have a motion to replace that. Is there a second for this?
I'll second it. This is Greg.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, we have a motion and a second for replacing the table with this one within the proposal. Discussion on that motion, which is to replace that table with this table. So we'll limit discussion just to those, to the motion on the floor right now. Go ahead, Tom.
My discussion was on the quality control issue, so I could come back to it.
Yep. Yeah, drop your hand if you are not going to discuss this issue, and we'll discuss this issue, take action on it, and then we'll get back to all the other ideas. Go ahead, Greg.
So Dwayne, hopefully this is friendly amendment. So I think there's a easier way to handle this. What if we, underneath small, medium, and large, if we included the square footage definition in that table, and then we put the note saying interpolation allowed. And effectively, we'd be doing the same thing, but it would make it simpler for the energy modeling. Instead of actually trying to model all those different ones, then we would, they just interpolate for the size, and that would, they get to the same thing.
Well, once again, I'd rather have something definite like this so that it's easier for designers and reviewers to know what the credit values are, rather than leaving it up to a process like that. I would say that when they're doing the energy modeling, that since this is basically that it would be easy for them to just model the small and large and pick something in the middle for the medium to and not have to do all 10.
Well, what about, I guess we could leave it as a table like you asked, but what if what we did was we just leave blanks, we don't put in the numbers, and then just say with direction on the energy modeling, these values are to be interpolated. So that way we, we're just having them model those 4 different columns, not a bazillion different columns, and then the numbers.
We don't have to ask them to model those intervening columns, but we can, I think based on that, we can revise this going forward. But I wanted to give everybody a sense of what credits were going to be required, or what ERI values were going to be required to get to these points. So I'd rather just leave those in there, everybody understanding that it's all subject to revision once we get PNL numbers.
Okay, would you be amendable just for just having a caveat on your motion saying that these numbers are to be set by PNL? They were just placeholders, and we're expecting that PNL is going to use interpolation, for some of these values.
Yes, that would be good to note in our meeting notes.
Yeah, I think that's understood. Thanks, Greg, for bringing that up. Patrick, go ahead.
Similar to what Greg was saying, I think it would be clear to the public if we put TBD instead of the numbers, so that it's clear to the public that these are going to be set based off modeling to exactly match what those dwelling unit sizes would get prescriptively under the code.
Well, notice that the other proposals didn't say TBD. They put in numbers, but those numbers were clearly inaccurate because they didn't incorporate any of the of this code cycle's changes. And so this puts it, makes it easier for people to see what is likely the impact of this change to the ERI. And then I expect, if we do get our 10% reduction at the end of this process, that the numbers will be quite similar, but we'll see.
As a council member, I would rather have some numbers in here that are, probably within 10% of where they're going to be, and have them change by a little bit during the public comment process that PNL models, rather than have nothing in here and then all of a sudden we have numbers and people are like, oh, that's what you meant. And now they're upset because they didn't see anything in there. I'd rather see something in there for the public to comment, then nothing, then a TBD.
Also, the original table in option 1 has a separate column for group 2, R2, and the Dwayne's table does not.
Yeah, we would need to add that, right, Dwayne?
Yes, sorry.
So we would unstrike group R2 from the table above, or we would add group R2 to this table. I think what we would just do is add to Dwayne's table. All group R2. Does ERI also apply to small additions? And because we had that other column in the 406, I guess maybe that would. Yeah, how does it apply to additions? Is it something you would even do for an addition?
Come on, ERI experts.
I don't think you really can. I mean, you can, but you're going to have to rate the whole house.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I was gonna raise the group R2 bit as well, and it's probably consistent within Dwayne's proposal to do whatever is the estimation that he did to incorporate the 2024 WSEC prescriptive changes into this that he did for the other ones to the group R2 numbers as well, as opposed to
just a straight across 10% reduction to put us in the neighborhood. I mean, 10, yeah.
Okay, while that's being sorted out numerically, I wanted to confirm, yes, NIA has PNL under contract to support what the tag, whatever the tag recommends and has moved on in the process. You know, PNL is there to support and provide analysis to help you know, make sure the compliance paths are in alignment and all that. And I wanted to see if, Rob, you could say a little bit about expected ability of PNL to do some of this analysis. We heard things about just doing some of the modeling and interpolating values in between. You and I talked about this a little bit, but I thought the tag it'd be useful to hear a little bit and might inform how complex or not they decide to make this section of the code at this point. So your ability to do modeling mostly in the public comment portion. So over through like the end of August, I think is how that time is currently timelining out, as opposed to just in the next 1 or 2 weeks before this goes out to public comment. So Rob, if you're able to chime in a little bit about
go ahead, Rob.
What is possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rob Salcedo, PNL. Yeah, we did the modeling for the small, medium, large, and R2 occupancies across the multiple building types. So it really doesn't take a lot of time to create new projects that would encapsulate these new sizing configurations. So if the time frame is towards the end of August, we could easily not have to rely on interpretation, but actually through direct modeling, create this table. Yeah, so I'll leave it at that.
Excellent.
Thanks, Rob. Krista, I think system type 4 is for group R2 is 59 is what I see. So 59 minus 10% would be 54, 55. But the other ones seem like they're close enough that future modeling is not going to be that far off. Kevin, was that your bit?
It was, sorry.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, Gavin.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I like this proposal in general by Dwayne to make sure that the ERI path is more or less parallel with prescriptive credit system.
Thanks. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, because with the change to the mandated energy recovery system for climate zone 5, the prescriptive pathway is pretty different for the 2 climate zones. I'd be in support of striking option 2 if we can duplicate the table for option 1 and have one for climate zone 4 and one for climate zone 5.
And I guess
Piano,
for
that's something you could do.
that, yeah, that's what I was going, is how would the modeling determine? I guess it could just
ERI considers location, and my understanding is it's pretty easy to run one model for one side of the state and one model for another.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's just I'm sorry, Rob Celestio, Pinel. That would be a very quick change. It's just a batch operation change.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve this table within the proposal. It's not a motion to approve the proposal. It's a motion to approve, to modify the table to include this. The maker of the motion, it sounds like, are you willing to, or interested in, as a friendly amendment, adding another column for climate zones?
Was that me as the maker?
I think it was you, and I think, was it Greg Davenport that made the second?
So we're talking about, I thought, I just heard that we needed to do this for systems too, but there would be a separate one for each climate zone, is what you're suggesting?
I think what Krista has up is one way to do it. So that might be the easiest way to do it.
Okay, that's friendly.
Okay. And then who is the second on that?
I'll second. I was just going to suggest they be in 2 separate blocks so
Tables.
that it doesn't look like one big chart.
And I also included striking option 2, so we just have one option.
That's not system 2, you mean?
No,
Option two.
is-
Option 2 comes from my proposal,
yep,
so I'm
got
basically
it.
saying we can do away with that and just have one option.
Yep.
Okay, so the motion is now to have a table for climate zone 4C and one for 5B that have different ERIs in them based on this. So that's the motion, would be to approve that as part of the proposal. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to speak in support of that change. Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you, Patrick. I think that's required actually to meet state statute, because we are required to have 2 climate zones. So
Thanks, Greg. Okay, so we have a motion. The motion is to approve this is the table, noting that PNNL is going to model and change all the numbers as a public comment. All in favor of the motion, say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. We have that done. So there were 3 things that the work group asked us to look at. One was renewable energy, and we looked at that a little bit and made some modifications of that. If anybody wants to talk more about renewable energy, let's do so now, and then we'll get to the other 2 issues. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, Rob and I talked a little bit about renewable energy this morning as well. He wasn't on the ERI work group and wasn't able to chime in and guide us as we were developing the code language here. But I was hoping he could chime in regarding our approach to trying to mirror the limitation for renewables contribution in R406 to this, what would be R408, and sort of the pros and cons accuracy of this approach compared to the IECC approach of having one ERI target if you have no renewables, and then a different one if you have renewables, and sort of the logic behind that approach.
Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, Rob Salcido, PNNL. Yeah, there's just so thinking of just the ERIs that we generated for original that you saw in the option 1 table above that was stricken. This was just all based on the 2021, Washington Code the prescriptive provisions, without any PV as part of the energy credit. So this was just purely energy efficiency declaration on the ERI. And so I can understand, the having some kind of limit on the renewable piece to minimize the trade-offs that could come about with that, to any of the mechanical or envelope. So there's part of me that was suggesting, thinking like, what's the right path to address this limit? Is it having an ERI without OPP, as Kevin was alluding to, of just so that the building needs to meet that, or if the envelope, or if it needs PV, then there's a secondary, an optional ERI target that allows PV, but is our analysis would use some level of PV to determine that target. And it might need to be a discussion with the group and Kevin to determine do we model the prescriptive level and then add in the maximum ERI component, or a subset of that. So I don't have a great answer of like how that could be generated, but right now with this, the way this is looking is that you can install any size PV system the builder wants, but then the credit is allowed for up to the 6,000 kilowatt hours. I guess from my perspective, I don't know is this a challenge to the rater and the building owner, and the code official to determine what level is the 6,000? That's going to have to be done with the rater and some parametric analysis in determining the ERI. Is it more straightforward and easy to have just 2 targets, either an ERI without on-site power production, without PV, or an ERI with PV, and just maybe just an overall ERI, however we want to call it. And so you meet one or the other, and it's a much more, in my mind, much more easier approach, and can still have the impact that you want of this 6,000 kilowatt hour maximum. So I think there's still this discussion needed on this, but how exactly can we get by with 1 target and having this maximum PV, or can we 2 targets?
I can answer that if you like, partly at least.
Go ahead, Tom.
This is Tom. As far as adding the 6,000 kWh, it's very easy for the rater to just click in the PV system or click it off. And there are reports in Ecotrope, at least, that give you the rating with and without PV. I think those are the reports for the DOE's or Energy Ready Home program. But anyway, as far as for the rater, it's easy to do. And we did talk about, in the committee, what, in the interest of labeling the home correctly, if you might actually have one rating for the building official and another one for the homeowner that shows them what they actually, their actual rating, because the actual rating might be 0 in a lot of cases where they put a large enough solar system to do a net zero house. So, but in any case, yeah, clicking that solar on and off is easy. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I just wanted to ask, I didn't understand why this matter, if it's just one of the potential credits, why would it matter? Why would we need something different for solar than for a house that got exactly the same amount of energy savings, but through other means?
I guess I don't understand the complication either. It seems like you could just take it off the top and
It's just credits.
be done with it, just like you do in the R406 table. But probably some nuance here. Go ahead, Gavin.
Yeah, Rob got my mind thinking a little there, though. The existing R406 table, there's some language that like says the system must be shown on the building drawings, and I think code officials are used to seeing PV watts or other solar design tools to show that the system as designed produces enough electricity for the credits. Does this Kevin, I guess this is like a question for Kevin, where did we, is that in here some sort of similar language saying that on-site renewables, if being used, have to be clearly shown on the drawing so that the code official knows to check and see that there is a design creating no more than 6,000 kilowatt hours?
I'm next in line, so I guess I'll just pick up that conversation if that's all
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So on that point first, I don't know that it says, that those words explicitly just in a row, buildings, drawings must show solar panels, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's a combination of words across this compliance path and in the code itself around that require the drawings to be accurate. There's also that section that we were looking at earlier and added that sentence about RECs can't, underscoring that we're not talking about offsite energy. So that section requires documentation of RECs in compliance with the existing code section. So there's a little bit in there. I would have to look and look at those combinations of sections to 100% assure myself that that's all in there and is perfectly clear. But why I had my hand raised in general was there was just brought up the topic of, why is this needed? What's the complication? Isn't just trading credits. I think it's easy to make the assumption that kilowatt hour is a kilowatt hour within the ERI methodology. And while that's the case for R406, where that's the economy, that's the unit conversion we use in setting up the credits. I don't think that's the case in the ERI math. Folks who have seen renewables or homes that are, go down into the negatives and have, put in renewables and see that the renewables can carry a pretty heavy weight. And without the data, especially for these Washington specific home models before me, I don't know, I'm not equipped to say exactly how different that might be. But I don't think we know that the relationship between an ERI point and getting energy savings through conventional EE, through load reduction that way, is at parity with the value of an ERI point that you get by decreasing energy through renewables. And so,
so
I'm wondering if that's, go ahead.
So you're saying that ERI might not treat a kilowatt hour as a clear kilowatt hour or kilo BTU savings. It might over credit or under credit PV with compared to other energy efficiency. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying. And I think especially since we're already going to be having PNNL provide additional information on this topic, I would, I'm not a tag member, but I think it would make sense to look further into that as well, and sort of outline what we want, what we want at a non-code language level for renewables to be allowed to do or not.
Came in is that we're trying as hard as we can to be based on site energy use. So to the extent that ERI credits them similarly, I think that's fine. If they're wildly different, if they're treated, if on-site PV and traditional energy efficiency is wildly different under the ERI path, I think we'd want to know that. It sounds like we don't know that today. So I guess, why don't we bring that to the MVP committee if someone wants to do some research on that, since we don't have the information available today.
Yeah, I'll just add that if that's something that is would be particularly useful over the next couple of weeks, maybe that's something that P&L could put on a short list and provide. Rob can maybe say more about that if that's something that sounds like it would be attractive. But yeah, I would encourage we can be responsive to what the tag wants to do with this section and provide the analysis to help make that happen.
Okay, and I think it's also possible to, if the modeling comes back as a public comment, it's possible for the council to make modifications at that point as well. So if you have information, bring it to the MVPE next Friday, or you could also bring it to the council the following Friday, or it could be submitted as public comment. So I think there's plenty of opportunities to make modifications to make this a better proposal. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I was just gonna try to contextualize this since it feels like we kind of jumped into the middle of a movie without seeing the beginning here. For those that might have trouble following along. So the IACC, what it does is the OPP refers to on-site power production or renewable solar, etc. And they have two different ERI scores depending whether or not you're using renewables or you're not using renewables. Both Kevin's proposal and I didn't directly address that issue. We just had a main ERI and we left it up to the tag to consider that. The work group looked at that, and kind of one of the issues that we're trying to deal with is under the prescriptive code is you're effectively limited in how much of the goal you can achieve through renewable energy. You can't get 100% of the efficiency you need through just renewables. You have to get some other areas. And so the question was, how do we accomplish that to a similar degree in the ERI path? And even if you have a separate ERI score for on-site power production, it might not do that exact same thing. And I think that's where it comes into the differences between solar. The ERI, I think it gauges the amount of solar accurately, but it's looking at a lot more variables than the prescriptive path does. So the workaround we came up with was to basically match the cap that's in the prescriptive code, the effective kilowatt hours you're allowed to get under solar. The reason why we included MBTU is because that's often what's put on the ERI report, but mathematically they should be equivalent. And then we tried to word it in a way to where you're not prohibited from, if you want to go net zero and have more solar than the code allows and increase your efficiency above code, you can do that. But for the purposes of complying with this path, there's a limit of how much solar or other renewables you can use to get there. And the intent is to match the prescriptive code exactly in that. So I hope that context helps people. And then I think on the tables that we talked about adding, I think I saw a typo that we didn't get the R2 added, the group R2 added to the second table there. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Great information. All right, Rob.
Yeah, Rob Salcio, P&L. Just kind of want to clarify a couple of things. Agreed that having developing on-site power and in the Ecotrope software, it's very simple. It's on and off. But what I was trying to get at is, when you think, I did a quick calculation when Kevin and I were talking, and this was with when it was still the 5,400 kilowatt hour limit. We're talking about a 17-point ERI reduction. So that's where I'm getting at is so a home could have a trade-off, you could reduce other parts 17 points and still meet the target with the PV. So that's just what I'm trying to get at is it knowing with the two targets, you know exactly what you're trying to meet with the 600 or now the 6,000 kilowatt hours. Is that the kind of trade-off you want to allow? So that's just kind of that's all I'm wanting to point out. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rob. And I think for the commercial code, we have we had a few people that are meeting with PNNL to go through modeling. If that's desired, we could have a few of us volunteer to be a sounding board for the modeling efforts, and that might be a good way to continue to discuss this if that's needed.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Great. Go ahead, Greg.
So I'm hoping to get more clarification on your comments, Kevin. Are you suggesting that the ERI modeling inaccurately accounts for EUI savings of renewables and that doesn't align with actual energy savings? Or are you suggesting that there's an intentional desire to deviate from the EUI savings basis for renewables?
Yeah, if I can jump in.
Please.
Yeah, my understanding is, especially from work group members who confirm this, who are better situated to speak on it. Sounds like the ERI software does a pretty bang up job with pretty accurate in terms of reflecting at least solar. That's what we checked in terms of renewables. So I don't mean to imply that the software or the ERI methodology, you know, the ResNet ANSI standard is inaccurate in any way. I just I'm not certain without data that substantiates this that the ERI metric itself, you know, is a one-to-one metric in terms of energy efficiency kilowatt hours and renewable energy kilowatt hours.
Well, the reason why I mean, if it's accurate on, if it's accurate, the software is accurate, then I see no need for a differentiation. Yeah, I mean, if it's inaccurate, or maybe it's close, but it's not quite, and we need to do an adjustment, then I'd be supportive of, you know what I mean, like trying to get as accurate as we can reasonably get. But if the intention is to intentionally deviate from the EUI savings basis, if that's the intention, then we have to have a pretty strong rationale for doing that, because otherwise we get an EPCA violation, because one-for-one energy usage is a core requirement for EPCA throughout the energy code. So if we deviate from that basis, we run into a legal challenge. So that is, I mean, one key thing just to highlight, we got to clear, if we're going to create something separate EUI metric for with or without, we got to clearly show that is, we're trying to correct for a, and you know, I mean, EUI basis for accuracy, or have some other really good explanation for why.
Got it. And just to briefly respond back to the ERI metric, my understanding is that it is not itself, like it does not exactly match the EUI, which is I think what you were talking about in terms of making sure that we're operating on an EUI basis.
Okay.
And so more data on that I think would help us figure it out.
Okay. I think this is something that the council should consider if we're willing to have a pathway that is not exactly one-for-one site energy use. Thanks for bringing that up, Greg. As far as the tag, if this is a reasonable proposal, I think we could pass it. And let the council decide with additional information whether it meets the EPCA, whether we believe it reasonably meets EPCA to have an ERI path. Okay, I feel like we've gotten a lot of things here. We're only talking renewable energy right now. Let's take a few more comments on that, especially if someone has any language modifications. Right now, the reason why we're discussing this is to modify language. It's not to philosophize or anything. It's to discuss language modifications that we think would make the code better. So go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Rob can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I think the reason that there's a difference is that energy efficiency, it's limited how far you can go. You know, you get to an envelope that is amazing, and further amazing, you get into the 30s on an ERI, but you know, whereas with solar, it's a direct reduction against your kilowatt hour savings. So you can have a house that is net zero or even minus 25. And so it's just that solar is at those lower levels. Solar is a way to reduce it directly. And so I think the proposal's fine the way it is with the backstop or limit of 6,000 kilowatt hours that matches the prescriptive R46 table. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Gavin.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of echo and confirm what Kevin said. We did check the at least Ecotrope software to PV Watts and Aurora, and we felt good about all of that lining up. But I guess I am still looking at this from like a code official's perspective, and I guess I'm concerned that there could be permits being issued that you know systems are 8, 9, 10,000 kilowatt hours a year, and you know they're just looking for a, you know, hey, did it hit 49, 48, whatever that ERI is, and I'm wondering if we should have some language in here that you know documents the sentence, you know, where on-site renewables are installed, so on and so forth.
Wait, what do we mean?
I'm just wondering. Yeah, it's from a code. I guess. Do we have a code official? I mean, is that something a code official is going to check or is obligated to check, or are we just trusting the raters?
Well, I mean, the code says you can't. Oh, okay. So you're saying they get a report.
They get a report with a number.
May not have 10,000 kWh in there, and the code official doesn't know where to look in the report to see if they're putting in more than 6,000 kWh.
Yeah,
it's
right.
pretty easy to find on the report. It's going to say how much renewable energy they're using. So if they have more than 6,000, I think what we decided with Tom is they basically have to submit a separate report that shows they're complying with this, that they're able to hit these numbers only counting 6,000 of that. And then they can have a separate report for the builder or the occupant showing the total score with all of the renewable energy. But the building official should get a report that clearly shows they're hitting the number, the ERI score, and they're within the limit on the renewable energy. It might be in MBTU, but that's why we have that calculation there.
Would it make sense to spell that out though, to say with systems larger than 6,000 kilowatt hours that should submit a report to the building official with the rating using the 6,000 kilowatt hour limit or something like that, some language like that?
Yeah, I'm the solar guy.
Maybe that's what Gavin was saying.
I'm the solar
Just
guy
spell
on
it
the
out.
tag. I'm advocating for some bumpers here that just kind of protects against that.
Okay, Gavin and Tom, if you want to propose some language next week at the MVPE, that'd be great, or send language in on that. We don't have language on that today, and I don't want to write language on the fly.
Okay.
So good ideas. Why don't you write that down, send it to Krista and I, and if you can't show up next week, we can present that on your behalf. Okay, Greg Davenport.
I think since ERI has long been in IECC, I'm ready to motion that we vote for this.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the proposal as modified. Is there a second?
Second, Dwayne.
I have a second from Dwayne. Okay, go ahead, Anne.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about your addition to the rec documentation thing from way back now. I think that based on the two Greg's testimony, that sentence that you added is kind of muddying the waters. And
Which sentence, please?
Oh, the one that says all RECs must be generated by on-site energy generation to count as renewable energy. I think just having it say comply with section R404.4 is adequate, because when you go there, it says where renewable energy generation is used to comply with this code. I think that's enough. If you're going to have a REC certification, you're going to have to use it. So that's just my 2 cents. I think adding that sentence might create conflicts later.
Okay, thanks, Anne. Tom?
Oh, yeah, I wanted to propose something about the quality assurance before we voted on the
Okay,
proposal.
please, do that.
The section where it requires the rating, where it says the rating, my question is maybe for Jonathan, if he's still on. I was pretty concerned by what he mentioned about how the ERI path itself doesn't require quality assurance. So I hope we can add some language. I think we have to be concerned with, this becoming a lot of ratings and to become players in the market that just want to crank out ratings, some maybe not even inspecting the house. And so
I
I was going
heard
to
Jonathan say that it doesn't have to be registered, but it does have to be properly energy modeled. And I agree with you, Tom. We should still require verification in the field.
Yeah, so I was going to suggest that we add approved agency, that the approved third party must be subject to quality assurance under ANSI ResNet 301. Something like that.
Okay, so that's
I'd accept that as a modification to my motion.
Okay, so that would be added where the cursor is right now.
Yeah, because 301 has the quality assurance requirements in it.
Okay, so the language, could you repeat that so Krista could rate it?
That would be a third party raters. Are we using the word raters?
The third party inspection agency, just to pick up from that.
Third party inspection agency shall be subject to quality assurance under the provisions of ANSI ResNet 301. It's ANSI ResNet/ICC. Just like it is in the paragraph below. We talked on the committee about requiring to have E&O insurance, but I think we figured out that wasn't something we could do with the code. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that last change makes sense. I also wanted to flag the third of the three weighty issues that I flagged up top that we haven't had a chance to talk about yet, which is the thermal envelope backstop. So just to quickly summarize what is happening in this proposal, should you choose to pass it as is, the current language allows you to reduce the total UA, or it's actually, I think that the TC in the 2024 IECC by 10%, aka you're allowed a 10% reduction in efficiency, and you're still able to meet this code. You would have to make up that 10% elsewhere through renewables, through efficiency, through renewables, somewhere else. So that 10% was something of a compromise value during discussion with the work group. It was not it was not a technically motivated number based on a lot of analysis. So I just wanted to highlight that my version of this proposal actually excluded this completely and didn't require any weakening of envelope requirements. And so there's different options here. I just wanted to bring eyeballs to that in case anybody wanted to talk about it. I won't philosophize about why I think no backstop is needed on this. I've eaten up a lot of time. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Can we change the first TC to TCP and the second TC to TCR? Because that's the way it is in the formula. The TC lowercase p or subscript p, and then the next one is TCR. At least per my reading of the UA calculation. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I have two things. On the language that Tom had added for the third party quality check,
Yep.
how would that be enforceable? And this is to Tom or other energy raters on, like, how would a building official verify that you're subject to quality inspections? And then my second question is
Can
on
we just
building-
answer that question? Why don't we just answer that question?
Sure.
Oh, you want
Yes.
me to answer it?
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
I guess I don't know. Jonathan might be better able to answer that.
Anybody
yeah.
have an answer?
So I did have my hand up. I'll lower my hand. I was trying to look for the quality assurance reference. It's not the 301 standard. The 301 standard defines modeling. So like the work that Rob Salcido is doing for you folks would be underneath that set of standards should he be using the 301 software. So the 301 software is literally a standard for how this software has to calculate things. It doesn't cover quality assurance.
Right.
And quality assurance.
Yeah, go ahead.
Quality assurance is usually done through whatever program you're working with. So for instance, Nationals Green Built does its own QA. ResNet has its own QA. The ERI falls underneath ICC and nobody currently oversees that process. So the responsibility would fall upon the jurisdiction.
Honestly, I was looking at 301. It has paragraphs and definitions on quality assurance.
Maybe
Perhaps we can we could take that offline and answer it.
I think that might be best.
I'm pulling it on the newest version of that, and I'll cruise through it real fast. But I
Go to
noticed the
2022 is what I'm
standard.
looking at.
But I think the question was, who is doing this?
Correct.
says-
And at this point in time, nobody, unless it gets registered through a program of some sort.
But to what I think I heard earlier, it doesn't actually need to be registered to a program in order to comply.
To generate it. Correct.
Right. The standard says confirmed ratings shall be subjected to quality assurance requirements adopted by an approved rating provider.
Okay.
Chapters in the minimum HERS standard.
Like when we have code language, somebody needs to enforce it. And I'm wondering if it's enforceable. I think this is to the question that was asked. Is it enforceable to have this language in there?
So if you want to ensure that somebody's getting quality assurance, then each person who does get quality assurance work performed upon them will most likely get some sort of a report from the agency that oversees them, i.e., like if I was still doing quality assurance, say over Tom, at the end of the whole deal, I'm supposed to give them a letter of what the outcome of the quality assurance process was. They could use that letter to give to the jurisdiction to prove that they're in compliance with their programs.
So would this language require that to happen then?
The
Is this language
rater would be
enough?
able
That's
to
the question.
or it'd have to show that they are in compliance within their quality assurance provider. The letter, some sort of I'm terrible with language if you haven't learned this yet, which is why my code proposal was terrible.
So then,
But what you need in here is that they would have to show that they are in good standing in their quality assurance work with whichever program is sponsoring this individual's work, whether it's BPI, Build Green, LEED, take your
Right.
pick. They would just have to show the letter from that agency showing that their quality assurance is in good standing.
who would I have to get my annual letter and send it to all the jurisdictions I work in?
If they
And then
ask
you have
for
to
it, I would
track that, or-
say.
I guess.
I would just say it's upon them to ask for it to make sure you're still in compliance.
Okay.
But I would just say it's upon them to ask for it to make sure you're still in compliance.
Okay.
But I would just say it's upon them to ask for it to make sure you're still in compliance.
Okay.
if they don't want to call for it, I mean, the jurisdictions always have the ability to do what the jurisdictions do, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But
So what I'm hearing
what I'm saying is
we need better language here.
Why don't
'cause-
Jonathan and I, if we could talk offline, we can
Mhm. I think that sounds
hopefully
good.
fix the language. Okay.
Okay, that sounds good. So maybe we remove the language right now, and then you bring some better language back to the MVP committee. Does that sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The other question I had also for Tom and Jonathan, if they feel so inclined, is on we had kind of talked about this in the work group, with the envelope trade-off. If we have a different value than the model code, so if we have 10 and it's 15, is that gonna be hard to do rating wise? Are you able to change what it's gonna be looking at, or is it just automatically gonna be set to look at that 15 and it's gonna be hard to have it consider 10?
I think Jonathan and I should talk about that offline too, because it's, I don't know where the software report is that gives you the UA. So we might he might be able to help us figure out how to do that.
Okay, that sounds good. Good questions. Anne?
Yeah, a couple things. I agree that that line should be removed about the third party requirements, because I think the word approved.
We did it.
I think, yeah, but as far as, I don't think it should come back, because I think we're covered by using the defined word approved. And then also, if it's in there, the verification can be completed by the authority having jurisdiction or an approved third party. So by adding all that information, will the authority having jurisdiction have to go through the quality assurance hoops on that ANSI statement? Though I'm in agreement with just leaving it out entirely. Second thing, going back to the 1.1 versus the 1.15 information, given the fact that the model code has 1.15 in it, and what I just heard regarding the change to 1.10 seems entirely arbitrary, I think we need to stick with 1.15. It has a basis. I don't see the basis for 1.1. Thanks.
Thanks, Anne. Is that a motion or something?
I don't think I can make a motion.
You are
an alternate.
An alternate. Chris, I'm forgetting this. Can an alternate make a motion? No. Okay. I see Patrick.
No, they're just a attendee unless the
Yep. Okay.
primary is gone.
All right. Go ahead, Larry.
So I kind of got lost here a little bit. So if we have a group of homes like was talked about earlier, and they have the solar array kind of in the middle of the group, are we going to allow that to be in this system? I'm hoping we are. I mean, where they share off of that. It sounded like that's what someone said that they had in Spokane here.
So Greg is going to come back to the MVP committee next week with some language to make sure that that is possible.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to make the motion to switch to backstop to match the model codes.
The 1.1 to 1.5?
Yep.
Okay, we have a motion and a mandatory motion. We have a motion to approve this. We now have an amendatory motion to change the 1.1 to 1.5. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Go ahead, Kevin.
Be careful what you wish for, right? So Kevin Rose, with Nia, I'll discuss what this envelope backstop is and what it does, and why I think 1.10 is a fine compromise. I'll start with the fact that for the performance path, the precedent in Washington is that there is no thermal envelope weakening. So to provide any weakening in this code compliance path is already an allowance. It's already going beyond what is provided in the other performance path, the R405 path. And so for alignment with that path, my original proposal had no backstop weakening. So I think that's a pretty good reason to keep it lower if there's any at all. But in terms of why it's appropriate to deviate from model code, there's I think a pretty good reason to value longer lived measures of a home or any building compared to shorter lived measures. Envelope features are things that have longer durations and therefore will save energy for longer and contribute to lower grid impacts, require ratepayers to pay less for energy bills for longer than other types of measures. That's one of the reasons why the prescriptive path has different sections and doesn't allow for trading off of envelope with anything other than other envelope measures in that path. So I think that it makes sense to ensure that we're keeping a strong envelope because that is how we confirm that we're getting the best long-term energy savings and cost savings for the energy system that will have to fields the energy required under this code and the ones coming after. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Larry.
Another reason to allow more PV on that roof is because every year that goes by, the PV will generate less and less energy. And so it's like 2%.
Larry, to be clear, we're not talking about PV. The motion on the table is talking about the envelope backstop. So let's limit discussion to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, in response to what we're here to do, I'll go back to RCW 19.27, which of course says we need to construct increasingly energy efficient homes and buildings by the year 2031. Section C says allow space heating equipment efficiency to offset or substitute for building envelope thermal performance. It says you may allow a weakening in your thermal performance. And this is the one path that I see in the Washington State Energy Code. I don't see any other path that allows that. And also think about this methodology. It's quite intensive. And if you have to meet certain indexes, and if you can prove that by doing other things to your house, you're still within this requirement, I think it's fair. And also going back, 1.15 is backed up by ICC. 1.1 is completely arbitrary. Thanks.
Thanks, Ann. Okay, Gavin, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Kevin. I think that I was on that work group, and I definitely lean toward Kevin's argument. I think that we shouldn't be allowing anything in this point, but 1.10 was a compromise. I think it's a reasonable compromise, and just want to speak against this motion.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, Patrick.
I'm not necessarily opposed to having it. I think allowing some compromise is good. That's why it's fine with 10. My concern is that if we change it and then make it to where the software is not going to be able to do that, then this whole thing is kind of for a moot point. So if we switch it to 15, it matches the model code. We know the software can do that. And then if Tom and Jonathan follow up and say, hey, actually, we can change that fairly easily, then we can put it back to 10 at the MVP committee or at the final adoption.
Thanks, Patrick. Okay, so a motion was made to change the 1.10 to 1.15, which essentially we were before we were saying you could be 10% worse envelope, and now this would be 15% worse envelope within this path. A yes vote would be to change the 1.1 to 1.5 or 1.15. A no vote would be to not do that. So let's do a roll call vote on this motion.
Julie Blazek?
No.
Kim Barker?
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
12 kilowatt hours package storage per cell.
are you there, Dwayne?
Dwayne, I heard something, but I couldn't tell what it was.
The answer is no.
Thanks. I heard that.
Jonah Kinchi?
No.
Excuse me. Albert Rooks?
Can anybody?
No.
No.
Gavin Tenold?
No.
Greg Davenport?
No.
Brian Russo?
No.
Elizabeth Torsky?
Yes.
Poppy Storm?
No.
Larry Andrews?
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal?
No.
Tom Balderston?
Yes.
Shane Nillis?
Abstain.
Nick Manning?
No.
Greg Johnson?
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan?
No.
Okay, motion fails 4-12 with one abstention.
Okay, motion fails. We're back to the main motion, which is to approve the ERI path in this combined proposal with all the modifications made today. All in favor of, and I'm going to let Krista unstrike that, and then I'm going to do a voice vote. All in favor of approving this, say yes. Okay, sorry. The motion is to approve this. All in favor of approving the ERI proposal, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, it's unanimous. After a lot of work, we have approved 040 and 033. We will take a break soon, but before we do, I think we should disapprove 033 and 040. Just as a matter of course. Does anyone
Well, we need to keep one of those.
Oh, I thought this
have
was.
the combined language modify.
Oh, okay. I thought this.
Because we can't take a new proposal, but we can modify one of the previous ones.
So what did we just approved? We just approved a version of 040 and 033.
Can't we just say that both 040 and 033 were modified to be the identical, and so we basically approved them both with identical language?
Mm-hmm. That sounds reasonable, and it
That
sounds
will
like
work for me.
Yeah.
okay. All right, they're both approved then. Okay. Guess we've only been in this room for only discussed this an hour and a half. Maybe we get to the energy equalization table, and when the noon hour comes, we'll take a break. So let's. The motion was the agenda was to consider 015 first. So let's consider and again, modified, it's on the website. Let's consider the modified version of 015. So this is Dave Balon, you have the floor. Are you around? I do not hear you if you're speaking. I do see you though. Dave, are you available to talk about your proposal? Okay, well, Greg, let's talk about yours, and then we'll get back to Dave.
Sounds good. I'll wait for Chris to pull that up on the screen. So I'll take this first.
Just got myself unmuted.
Okay.
Sorry that.
All right, just because the agenda is the way it is, well, let's have Dave since he's now here.
So this is a modification of the 2021 table. The first thing was to change it from a carbon emissions table, which it wasn't anymore anyway, to an energy efficiency equalization table. That's in the charging paragraph. The second issue is System 2. System 2 was designed to be an allowance for using gas as a supplement to a heat pump, in effect making it so the heat pump provides heating up to down to about 35 degrees. I think that's, yes, down to 35 degrees, and thereafter it's turned off, and the gas furnace takes the rest of it. The credit is based on, in effect, the impact of the efficiency of the federal minimum heat pump, and as against the impact of a federal minimum gas furnace. And so, anyway, so that's the proposal. That was the intent of the proposal originally, and it got changed in the last round and became more confusing. The System 4 change is meant to reflect the AHRI testing standards for heat pumps. It uses electric resistance as needed using the controller that's required under the AHRI testing standards. It does not include the heat pump for two reasons. One, or does not include the gas furnace for two reasons. One, that the AHRI controller would basically cause it to run simultaneously with the compressor, and that the whole thing we're trying to avoid is that, because that compromises the life expectancy of the compressor considerably. I am hesitant to add in a general statement about the possibility of a gas backup when a controller actually is capable of handling the changeover between the heat pump and the gas at arbitrary temperatures throughout the year. There are such controllers, at least ostensibly, but they're rare so far, and they're not, as far as I know, they're not actually being used in any great quantity in our state. So essentially, other than that, the points are still the same, and the language at the end of the. Can you scroll down a little bit, Krista? Yes, the language here is designed to ensure that we're using a changeover at 35 degrees for System 2, and to ensure that the gas furnace, or that the air handler, the central air handler and supplemental capacity is as specified in the AHRI testing. That's pretty much.
There's would and could next to each other. I assume you meant one, but not both.
I did. I thought I got that changed. Yes, that it means other auxiliary. It's would.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Dave. Go ahead, Greg.
I'm not sure I'm seeing a big difference between system type 2 and system type 4 with these modifications. Dave, did you mean for type 4 to set supplemental at design temp? Or am I missing something here?
Something would provide electric resistance heat integrated with the air handler. Which you mean in system 2?
System 4, because we're given double the credits for system type 4, so we should expect a lot more energy efficiency. If that supplemental heat is also set at 35,
now
not going to get a lot of energy efficiency.
So at least at this point, our current the past proposal that we did 3 weeks ago says that you're setting at the balance point at 27, and that the AHRI controller that adds in supplemental heat when you fail to meet the set point is available all the way down, but with a balance point of 27. In effect, you have reduced it to that. And then thereafter, the heat pump does actually produce heat, but it doesn't produce heat in lieu of the electric resistance, but it produces heat with the electric resistance to meet the capacity requirements.
I don't see this being harmonious with the other energy credits for the high efficiency heat pumps that are required to be cold climate heat pumps, because if you use a cold climate heat pump and take those credits, then the supplemental should be set at design temp, not arbitrarily at 27.
I'm trying to respond to the actual thing we passed. It's not a serious problem if in fact we believe that we've got a cold climate heat pump that does not need the electric resistance down to design temperature, which is actually kind of silly, but it probably doesn't need it down to 5 degrees. But that said, if we set I think this actually is in the option table, we set the minimum for design for control temp for cold climate heat pumps to 17, which is the design, which was meant to be the design point, which of course isn't true in zone 2, but you can't really decide what's going to happen with the cold climate based on unless you know what the cold climate itself is, cold climate unit is, and what its performance is at low temperature. Some of them go down well below 0, but
correct.
Greg, are you thinking there might be better language to reflect David's intent?
Yes, either here or in the other energy credit section for the high efficiency heat pumps, so that if you're gonna, because we said in the last code cycle, if you're 23 or below and you're taking those high efficiency heat pump credits, you have to use a cold climate heat pump, which is awesome, because there's a lot of electricity used if you are burning a lot of supplemental heat. If you're going to have a cold climate heat pump, that should be set at design temp. In our climate, that'll give you everything you need.
Greg, I need you to remember that this is a base case table. It does not reflect anything in the options. All the options, to the extent they're going to be used, have to have in them whatever is required in order for those options to be effective. But this table should not have that, because we're not requiring a cold climate heat pump in the base case. We're just not. It's not there. We only do that.
Totally understand that and agree, Dave. I think over in the footnotes section for the energy credits for the high efficiency heat pumps, where we're requiring the cold climate heat pumps. By the way, for background here, there have been, I believe, 2, Jonathan knows this better than I do, clarifications in the last year and a half from the State Building Code Council on cold climate heat pumps and supplemental. It's been a tricky area. So I'm hopeful this code cycle we will clarify that so it's not murky anymore.
I totally agree, but that should be done in 406.3.
Okay. Would it be out of line for me to propose something that we make a footnote or an adjustment to 4063 to clear that up?
I don't think so. I'm actually surprised it's not there already.
It's been a really problematic area, and I think we would do well to clarify it. It's simple. If you're going to use a cold climate heat pump and take that bigger credit for the high efficiency heat pump, supplemental must be set at design temp. That's all we need to do.
I at least pending the manufacturer's ability to do that, or then I agree that we can put that in. It doesn't bother me a bit. It isn't the base case, however, by any means.
So, Chell, am I out of line to make a proposal that we add that footnote in the 406.3 section to clear this whole issue up?
I think it has to do with the subject of this, which is, where is supplemental heat acceptable, or how is it treated within the points values? I think that's reasonable. I just don't want to spend, if it's clear and you know what you're doing, great. We'll write some language quickly, but otherwise let's cover it at the MVPE meeting next week.
All right, I'll send language to you and Krista on that for MVPE to look at.
That's right. I think that would be a better way of handling it.
You got it.
I guess the big question for today, and we're going to look at this and Greg's proposal as well, but there has been confusion over the difference between system type 2 and system type 4. And I think the intent of this is to clarify what is the difference between system type 2 and 4. So I want Greg, you and everybody else who's opining on this to talk about it. Does this clarify it? Does everybody, is this clear for our manufacturers, for code officials, and for builders?
Can we scroll back up so I can see 2 and 4 simultaneously, please? Thank you. Give me a minute to read this. You guys can talk amongst yourselves if you have other stuff.
Go ahead, Jonah, while Greg is reading.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, so I know I had a little bit of different interpretation about what system 2 is. It's to the interpretation I've run into with some building officials and what I believe that is saying. And maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but that it's the heat pump is providing part of the house's heating system, and the supplemental heat is the other part, that it's not, like, a third of the house. If that's wrong, that's fine, but I've used it in some buildings as that sort of design where 30% of the house is electric resistance and 70% is the heat pump. It's a little bit different definition of supplemental heating, I know, than others. But I also think that maybe it could be just to sort of Greg's point, that the system type 4 may not actually need supplemental heat if the system sufficiently will take design temp. So maybe that language could just say, as needed, supplemental heat would be provided integrated with the system, because I think that's what that really means, is you don't have the heat pump turning off, you just have the heat pump running. It's not quite meeting the demand, and so a little bit of resistance heat comes in, and you wouldn't want that to be gas. So if that was a gas system, it would have to be either or. This is actually, the heat pump still runs, but adds a little bit of booster on the way out. So I don't know. Is that reasonable to clarify those differences?
It's redundant with the AHRI testing standard, but it is what the ARI testing standard does. So
okay, well,
we're not referencing the AHRI testing standard, so yeah, sure, we can put that in.
Okay, and then Jonah, to your question about whether I think system type 2 does say a separate supplemental heating system, which seems like if it could be part of a central system that uses a heat pump and has a separate supplemental system, or it could be part of a heat pump that then also has electric resistance in a bedroom or two.
Yeah.
I think I understand it could be both ways.
I think if you convince them that that's true, then I would say go ahead and convince them it's true. It doesn't necessarily convince me, but I'm not a code official.
Sure. Yeah, and I think either way, I think the points allocated seem reasonable because that's that type of system, whether it's turning off and turning on a gas system or having electric resistance in part of the house, is inherently less efficient than a whole house heat pump system with a little bit of extra booster. So generally, I agree with that. The way the points are allocated for those, it's just about, yeah, how people understand what your system is and how it fits into that chart.
There's probably no way to get the right number of points in system 2 if you allow that. But this says in effect, well, you're going to cut the system efficiency in half relative to the base case gas furnace. And okay, that's true. Yeah, that could be true. And it's probably reasonable, especially in some of the colder zones.
Okay. All right. We have a lot of hands up. We're going to take comments for another 10 minutes or so, and then we're going to take a break. So make your comments, make them relevant to the proposal at hand, and specifically about language in the proposal at hand. Go ahead, Larry.
I would like, because we can do gas heat with keeping the heat pump running all the time. What we use is a hydronic air handler. We use a 95% gas instantaneous water heater. And then we use our heat pump. We never shut our heat pump off if we got a cold handler heat pump. And so as long as the the heat pump would run all the time, and then the gas would bring on heat as needed to maintain set point. And I would think we could give that 3 points, and that's a system that's being used out here in the cold weather. That way, we're using that heat pump to provide all the heat all the time, and then we're topping it off with the 95% instantaneous water heater, because normally the water heater's got an abundance of heat, except for maybe showering. So it can easily do that, and it should be rewarded for that 3 points.
So
are you all right with that, Dave?
But I think you're talking about something that's an option. I mean, this is not a base case system that you're talking about. And the whole idea of this table is that we're only talking about the base case system. When you bring in this kind of complexity, that was the whole function of the 4063 table. And I thought that got put in last time.
Yeah, so right now you can get half a credit for a secondary heating system that has a higher rated gas system. So you get a half credit for that, and then if you install a and then your heat pump can get you additional credits. So if you use the system type 2, you can get 1.5 credits plus a half credit for the backup system being more efficient. And then if you use cold climate heat pump, you can get even more credits.
So it's available then, you're telling me, Shell.
Right.
I mean, I'm not as good at this stuff as you, by a large factor, but I think you could find your way through the credit table and get to the system you're describing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Dwayne. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Okay, in a tunnel, can you hear me?
I hear you. Loud and
okay, I just wanted to clarify that I think the point of option 4 is that we're just easing in the supplemental heat little by little as necessary and not switching over entirely, which is what electric heat pumps do, and therefore we should leave that as is with its full credit, because that's where we get the real savings compared with system 2, which just switches over to the inefficient system in cold weather. This one just tapers off. So to me, as an enforcement official, it seems pretty straightforward what the difference is.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Jonathan.
The most common question we get about confusion on the hotline is why is C403.3.2 with the bracket 2 in both option number 2 and number 4?
Go
Could
ahead.
you explain that a bit?
Yeah, so you're referencing the commercial federal minimums for heat pumps, but you're
Oh, yeah.
doing it both in option 2 and option 4. But the what bracket number 9 references variable capacity. So a lot of folks are really confused about which category the heat pump falls in based specifically on both those credit options reference the same commercial federal minimums.
Yeah, they both have potentially the same heat pump in them, and the difference is the supplemental heating system. Does this clarify it, do you think, Jonathan, or leave it muddy? Jonathan, I don't hear you.
I'm noodling.
Okay.
I wish I could throw this out there to my hotline and get a better answer for you. Possibly. I mean, it does talk about you're putting on the strip heat or the gas unit or whatever you're doing for auxiliary heat as supplemental in small stages versus switching over at like 38 or 36 or 35 degrees, whichever is referenced in the code. 35 down there, it's like on this proposal.
Okay, well, this will go out for public comment in a few weeks, and then all the public can weigh in on it, and you can encourage code users to let their thoughts be known through the public comment process. Go ahead, Greg.
I'll just note that I caught the same thing, Jonathan, that you said, and I actually fixed it in my version, but we'll get to that probably after our break. But yeah, as you're right, the only difference between table 2 and table 9 was one is your multi-staged heat pumps versus your variable speed heat pumps. But then what I'm really was raising my hand for was to respond to Jonah, just to highlight that that definition that you highlight that some people are using to basically supplemental heats is not congruent with our current code. So supplemental heat is not for heating a secondary zone in the house. If you look at R403.1.2, it clearly limits supplemental heat that it cannot operate above 35 degrees. And Poppy Storm had a proposal that actually clarified that because the prior language was a little confusing. And that I think was Poppy's proposal 12. But if you can't operate your supplemental heat above 35 degrees, there's no way it can possibly use to heat a secondary zone.
Okay.
So just clarifying that supplemental heat is intended only for addressing the Achilles heel of a heat pump, which is basically your heating capacity on a heat pump drops with temperature, and so thus you may need a backup system. And what that temperature is may vary with whether you have a standard heat pump versus a cold weather heat pump. But I think it's important to highlight that we have, what supplemental heat actually is. And in my proposal, which we'll get to later, hopefully I've clarified that aspect so there's not so much confusion. But yeah, supplemental heat is not for doing another zone. Unfortunately, we do not have discrete areas in the residential code like we do for residential. So if you are heating with multiple systems in multiple zones, there's no allowance for you to split the difference. And maybe that's something an opportunity for the future.
Yep. Thanks, Greg. And then there is a system type 5 that has one zone with a heat pump, mini split, or potentially one or more zones with a heat pump, and then does have electric resistance heating for the rest of the home.
You're correct. That's the only one that we have split is system type 5. But otherwise, you would be forced to take the lowest system unless we were to add a discrete area part to our code.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, that's good clarification, and perhaps there was a confusion between actually system type 5 and 2 in the conversations I was having with the previous builds I've done. But I think you're right. System type 5 is actually really that definition of two systems that heat different parts of the house. So I hear you. Thanks.
Okay, go ahead, Greg Davenport, and then we'll take a break.
I took another careful look at all of this, and I think this is going to cause us a lot of problems when it gets applied out there in the real world. My understanding of the code from the last cycle for the different fuel types was system type 2 at 1.5 credits is heat pump with whatever supplemental you want to put on there, no restrictions. And type 4 is a heat pump with no supplemental. One of the big issues here is in the first one, it says separate supplemental heating system, which is ambiguous. And then in type 4, it says heat integrated into the air handler. The reality of heat pumps is if you have supplemental electric resistance strip heat kits on there, they are all separate kits that go in there. So it is not truly integrated because they're accessory options you get from the heat pump manufacturer. So the way I read this, both options really look the same. I think we should go back to type 2 is heat pump with any supplemental you want. Type 4 is heat pump with no supplemental. And then we put a footnote either here and or 406.3 that says, provided you set the design temperature lockout, you set the supplemental temperature lockout at design temp, you may have that as an exception for type 4 under those heat pump options. That's really clear.
It's also not the base case.
We're going to lose a ton of energy savings here if we implement system type 4 as worded.
Well, I'm not sure of that since, why do you think that?
Because
in our current description of system type 4, in at least in Poppy's proposal that was approved a few meetings back, you would have a balance point of around 27. That's not. There's a lot of energy that you use between the house balance point and 27. So I'm not sure that you're going to lose a lot of energy here.
Everything in Eastern Washington has a design temp of 10 degrees or below.
It's true. In Eastern Washington, you'll do a lot worse, but it's also true that this is meant to be an assessment of it's meant to be an assessment of what can happen with a base case system. And if you're really concerned in Eastern Washington about the base case system, you've got to change the capacity number. We are limiting it right now with that. It's the first time we've ever done that. We've said, I got to at least do 27, which gets you 90% or so of zone 1 and not 90% of zone 2. But it's still there.
27 is good, but I think we're given double the credits here. So I think people do have to work quite a bit harder to get double the credits. That is my preference. I think it's more in the spirit of what we did originally. If we don't do something to fix this, then I will also suggest the footnote for 406.3.
Okay. Thank you, Greg. If you have language you want to put forward to modify this, please do so. We're going to take our lunch break right now. So I will see everybody leave your hands up if your hand is up. We'll see you all at 12:20. And we'll start with Greg and then just go down the list of people. And if you have great language, we could consider it at that time. If we don't have language, we can't really consider it at this meeting.
I have an easy fix, Chell.
Okay. All right. Talk to you in 15. We're on break. All right. Welcome back, Greg. You have the floor and you had some ideas.
Chell, is it my turn?
Yep, you're up.
Okay. Dave and I just had a long phone call and had a great chat.
Great.
Trying to get on the same page here. So we have slightly different views on it. I'm still concerned about the integrated thing for supplemental and strip heat. It is what it is. I'll let that go for now. I think everybody just needs to be aware of that. We're going to probably see issues on it. But I'm going to propose something to Dave as a friendly amendment, which is for system type 4, instead of 3 credits, we drop that to 2.5. And then we add a half a credit to the high efficiency heat pump one, and we require it to be set at design temp.
So then you'd go into the table, the 406.3 table
Yes.
and copy which credit number out of it?
It's the one that is, I think, 1.5 credits for the used to be 11 HSPF heat pump and requires that it's cold climate if it's 23 or below. But the big trick is we would need to insert language in there now that says for this extra credit, you must set, if you use supplemental, you must
Let's find the
set
credit first.
at
Just a
design
second.
temp.
Let's find the credit first, and then we
Okay.
can. So Krista's looking for it, and
Down lower. 3, hang on right there. Air source heat pump, ducted heat pump, HSPF2 of 9.4. So it's 9.6. Sorry, 3.6. And that would go up to 1.5 credits. This is my proposal. And require that if you're going to use supplemental, it is set at the Washington State specified design temp.
okay, so there'd be a new footnote. G, and G would say what, Greg?
G would say if you are using supplemental heat, the lockout control must be set at Washington State specified design temp. And we've identified that particular code section elsewhere. It's easy to find, and I can get it if you want. It takes 1 sec.
It's defined in Appendix A at the back of the code.
I'm going to have it here in 1 sec.
And it would probably say for systems using supplemental heat. We don't use U, I don't think, in the code very often.
Yeah, any way you want to word that is fine. The key is for this credit, if you're using you must set your lockout control at Washington State specified design temp. I have the WAC number. Do you want it, Krista? It's WAC 51-11C-30200.
I think we understand the intent, and we could probably get the words exactly right
If you
later.
have any questions, let me know. I'll help on it if you want help.
Okay. Sounds good. And Dave, did you kind of agree that this is a good idea on your phone call? Dave Balon? Okay, I don't hear you. Okay, go ahead, Rick. Rick, you're up.
Yeah, just just a quick note here. Everybody uses different terms: supplemental, auxiliary, emergency, additional, extra, whatever we use for all this different heat. But we don't have a definition for supplemental heat. It would be great if we put a definition for supplemental heat in the definition section. Not to get confused with others, but there are other way vague definitions that are not properly described that need to be addressed also, but not right now. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. So we have a description of supplemental in 403.1.2. We have a description of supplemental in 403.1.2, but it is, you're pointing out, is not in the definition section. Go ahead, Greg.
Right, and those are oh, sorry, those are and those are critical attributes to it in the option sections, but there's nothing that defines what supplemental is, what emergency is, what auxiliary is. Everybody gets confused and everybody uses it differently, and everybody submits it differently based on their own definition. So it'd be really great to clarify it. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. Go ahead, Greg Johnson.
Yeah, I was just gonna, I think we were getting a good conversation, discussion, but wondering when do you think we'll consider the other proposal too before we vote?
Yeah,
Because
let's do that.
there's a
I see
lot
two
of
more hands up.
overlap.
I see two more hands up, and I guess I want to kind of see where we are on this this specific idea, and then so people know what they're looking at, and then we'll go to yours. Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Shel. Can we scroll up to, I know you're working this hard. Appreciate that, Krista.
Just a quick second here.
No worries.
How far up?
That's good. That's great. So I want to make sure I understand what's been proposed as an alternate to the submittal. Is it, okay, here's my understanding of system 2 and system 4. System 2 is a heat pump with auxiliary heat, and system 4 is a heat pump without auxiliary heat. Is that
supplemental? Let's call it supplemental.
Okay, sounds good.
The big thing about system 2 is it's supplemental heat from the gas, and it's locking out the compressor at some temperature, 35.
Right.
System 4 isn't locking out the compressor anywhere, but it's in this case allowing pretty arbitrary electric resistance heating to be used and controlled, and that's what the half a point does, is basically essentially compensate for the fact that installers are, shall we say, unreliable at delivering a reasonable supplemental heat control. I'm provisionally okay with that because it is so often that we don't see performing heat pumps once they have gone through the installer's advices. All right,
let's get back to Kevin.
Code can help us much on that because at some point it's an installer call. But
all right, let's get back to Kevin.
So because using electric resistance, it would be capable of integrated operation. That is a heat pump and the electric resistance simultaneously.
Correct.
And those controls are readily available, I take it?
Yes. That's the AHRI control. It's a standard controller, and it has to be there. It doesn't have to be used, but it has to be there.
So
usually there's about 5 controller settings in a base case heat pump.
Sure. So I'm not a skilled modeler and didn't have time to get into this, but I did put together a spreadsheet analysis on this, and best I could do is find bin data that's literally from last century, but if anything, I think the heating season's gotten shorter. But I'm not showing much of a difference regardless of which system you choose or how you interpret system 4 in the Seattle area. It's like 3%. With integrated, with no aux heat. And again, spreadsheet analysis, I'm not trying to get fancy with the derating of the efficiency with temperature. It's just a linear between 17 and 47. So pretty rough, but how far off could it be? I mean, it is, from my understanding, since we're starting at 80% efficiency with combustion heating, and that's no credits, and then electric resistance gets a half a credit. Well, that's a 25% increase in efficiency from 80 to 100. So are these points worth a 25% improvement? Is
So
there,
Kevin, the data on where these points came from was done last cycle, and Krista sent to all tag members the documentation on that.
okay,
So you should have that, and
okay,
so the numbers we're inheriting from last cycle, and we're only making a few modifications to them. I think we made one last time about the ground source heat pump, and I think this is being proposed to kind of move a half credit from system type 4 to an optional credit later. So
okay. I guess where I'm getting, Shell and everybody, is I think the provision that was made for the credit should be applied to number 4, system 4 as well. That is that the heat should only be allowed to come on at design temperature. The electric resistance heat.
The modeling for this is quite clear.
Okay.
The supplemental heat is allowed to come on wherever the capacity is not met, but the heat pump is not turned off at that point in system. So you maintain some fraction of the capacity requirement at whatever temperature with the heat pump, and the rest with electric resistance at 1. That's not a feasible way. Well, there are apparently controllers that could be done that way, but that's not a feasible way to do it with gas, because you have to run the compressor when you run the gas furnace, which means you heat up the coil, and basically you end up with slugging the compressor. And that's a bad plan.
Absolutely. Yeah, the coil's in the wrong position. Okay, I think I am getting the drift here. And then so where I'm lost then is on this half point deduction.
Technically, if you just take the straight AHRI base case heat pump, it's not 2.5, it's 3. But one of the arguments for doing 2.5 is, well, yes, but we have plenty of evidence that the installers do not do that. They wouldn't know the AHRI controller from some load of coal. So this is a way to sort of, we can't really talk about the controller here, but it does make it so that you have a half a point in places we can talk about it, which is in the option table, the 406, the 3.3 option table.
I gotcha. Okay. Thanks for spelling that out.
Yeah. Thanks, Kevin. Poppy, you're up.
Yeah, I'm not really in support of making this proposed change, and I think it's for a couple of reasons. And I think that it's kind of veering away a little bit from the original intention of this proposal, which was just to clarify the language around what is actually already in here, and the credit in terms of the description of the system types, and then the credits that were already modeled for those system types. So we are dealing with, we're addressing to a degree this issue of needing to tighten up the requirements for centrally ducted heat pumps, which is what System 4 is, with only electric. And so we're already dealing with that. And now we're coming in and saying we're going to arbitrarily reduce it by 0.5, and then we're going to increase 0.5 in the option table. And I think this should be done with modeling. I don't think that we should be going in and just kind of making adjustments. We could make all sorts of adjustments to all sorts of credits based on our understanding of current practice. And to a degree, a lot of that current practice assumptions are already embedded in the modeling. So I don't think we should be making these types of changes, and I don't think it's necessary for System 4 to be reduced by 0.5.
Okay, so I guess at some point, if multiple people think that shouldn't be a change, a motion could be made to not make that change. Or at some point, someone could make a motion to accept that change. But I think that's getting into kind of more minor details, and we do need to get to Greg's proposal. I see more hands up.
But is there a
So
motion? I'm sorry, Chill.
there's
Is
no
there,
motion. There's no motion to
there's
do
no
any.
motion, so this is
And
not a
but,
change.
but what I'm saying
Kind of
is,
discussing
if
it.
you disagree with changing 3 to 2.5 and doing the other stuff, you could make a motion to not do that within this proposal, and that would be, you know, something you could do, and then we would actually be able to vote on it. But I'd like to get to Greg's proposal soon, so we're gonna hear from the people with their hands up, then we'll get to Greg's proposal. Go ahead, Dave Balon. Dave, I do not hear you.
Sorry. I've been assiduous about muting myself for obvious reasons. I'm gonna pass on this one. I have already said most of what I had to say on this subject.
Okay, go ahead, Larry.
And basically, Poppy's right. The modeling doesn't support, it supports 3, not 2.5. So this is a way to roll back that on the grounds that installation is a factor in how we actually get the savings.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I want to roll back to what I talked about before. I mean, you can get instantaneous water heaters that are 80% efficient. And then you can use an air handler that has a hot water coil in there, and you could use a standard heat pump and achieve the same thing. And I think that should be inserted in 4. And that's a way that a gas system can do the same thing as an electric system. And I think that should be included. Otherwise, you're infringing on EPCA again. And that can easily be done nowadays. But the other thing is we're given all these variable speed cold weather heat pumps, all these credits, and the documentation that I sent you guys showed you that a single stage 16 SEER heat pump, except for the extreme cold, was actually put out more heat than the variable speed heat pump. And I think that needs to be addressed because you guys, you're not actually looking, you're saying variable speed is the best. Well, it's not. It's the documentation shows you that I gave you that variable speed. Yeah, if we go real deep for cold for a handful of days or a week or so, yeah, it was better. But when you were heating the 90% of the time, the single stage unit outperformed the variable speeds unit. So why would you give it all this credit? Plus it costs a fortune. If anything, we should be looking at what the BTUs are coming off of these units and giving credit towards that. What the co-op is at all these different temperatures and base it off a co-op, what their actual payback is, rather than just spending, because we're talking 10, 15.
Did you have specific language comments on?
Yeah, I think the same thing should be put in here. Instead of just electric resistance, if you can do it with gas heat, you can do the same. You should be able to do the same. So instead of just electric resistance, it should be if fossil fuel can be done.
Well, this is one that's integrated into the air handler itself. Are there systems that have a heat pump that has onboard gas?
Well, what you do is you put it on the return side, the heat pump on the return side, and you use a hot water coil in the air handler, and you feed it from. A lot of guys are using instantaneous water heaters to feed it because you have all those BTUs that you're not using the majority of the time, see? And so you feed that air handler with what it needs, and it picks up the difference, see? So most of the time the heat pump is doing all the heat except during the extreme cold weather. Then the second stage comes in, which would be the hot water heat from the instantaneous water heater. And you have, you maintain your set point that way. Same thing that this is doing. Instead of using electric, it's using the gas with a hot water coil in there to provide that. It's very
Okay.
common to be used that way nowadays. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. And I, as an architect, I don't understand the nuances of the system you're describing. If somebody wanted to provide code language that would support that, all layers. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, I hate to throw a wrench in the works here. Maybe I'm not, but ductless heat pumps are inverter technology, cold climate heat pumps, but they don't have any capacity for supplemental heat. So how do we deal with that for a ductless system that meet the criteria in the tables? Thanks.
You mean you're
Good
talking about?
ductless
Yeah, I mean,
systems can have controls.
do we have to put in supplemental? Do we have to put in a furnace on top of that in order to take care of supplemental heat if we're going to require it for this
You
system?
can use a cadet or a little gas fireplace or any other system that's triggered by the controls.
Someone's
Right,
got.
but are we
I think,
talking
Rick, you
about
have an
putting
echo.
supplemental heat within this integrated within the system or not? Is that
Not
the requirement? That's
integrated,
the
but
question.
controlled by the control system.
Right, and you can do that between ductless and independent furnace control systems existing?
Easy.
Okay, great.
And that's
Thanks.
sort of like System 5, except that's electric only.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I think this is, we've gotten this in decent shape. All right. So we're going to go over to Greg Johnson's proposal, which covers some of the same issues. So, Greg, you have the floor.
Yeah, as Chris is bringing it up, I'll just mention, so I did not touch the charging language, which I believe Dave Balon's proposal includes changes to the charging language. So regardless which way we go, you probably still need Dave Balon's updates to the charging language. So just taking it quickly, the first thing on the screen, in my original proposal, I had added a footnote addressing standby heating, which is not the same as primary heating, and it's not the same as supplemental heating. It's something completely different. In this one, revision, I just moved it up to the main language in R403, figuring it would be easier to navigate. It's not common for residential to have standby heating systems. It is very common in commercial, but not so much for residential. So this just adds the definition for it if someone were to put that in. So then moving down to the table. So we already, so I added clarification regarding supplemental heating. So if you scroll down to see the bottom footnotes on the table, so the footnote B, basically add clarity because there's a lot of confusion on supplemental heat. I'm basically saying supplemental heating shall be prevented from operating above a certain temperature in accordance with R403. And I believe that helps clarify supplemental. It's very simple. Also, then up in I added some better definitions up to in red up in the table around supplemental heat. And what I wanted to get into first, so I guess I'd back up on what's the difference between system types 2 and 4 that we've all been debating quite a bit. So previously, system type 4 had no mention of supplemental heat in any sense. So previously, everyone I knew interpreted system type 4 as not having supplemental heat and system type 2 having supplemental heat. So Dave Balon testified that that was not the original intent of system type 4. I don't have the modeling data. the link that you, Chell, that you had, Krista revealed didn't actually have the modeling data to review. It had some summary numbers, but wasn't enough to review. So I can't confirm that. But I will, just taking the feedback and listening to what Dave Balin testified, which is basically his difference between system type 2 and 4 was that system type 2 was basically your primary heat pump provided 100% of the heat down to the changeover temperature of 35 degrees, and then it swaps over to 100% supplemental heat and your heat pump doesn't work. And then his thing was on the system type 4 was that your heat pump continued operating, and then yes, supplemental heat might come on at 35, but it operates in tandem at the same time as your supplemental heat. So based on that understanding, I will revise this to incorporate that. So basically I stole us up in 2. I added that language that basically describes how you have the lockout. It's not in the footnote anymore. It should be a lot more clear about how it changes over to supplemental heat. And it talks about how you have the changeover. So that pretty clearly defines that. And then there's those 2 tables, the C403 from the commercial code that were missed, that Jonathan brought up earlier. I added those in. Basically, table 9 is variable speed, and table 6 is more of your heating systems. On the system type 4, basically I pulled a bunch of languages from the commercial code and put this in to add in to try to specify that on the controls. And I edited out a lot of the redundancy that was repeated, but basically and then also added in the requirement that no, your heat pump really has to have its compressor keep on operating. I mean, you can't have, so added all that in. And then I believe Dave's description of what the difference between 2 and 4 does resolve an issue that we currently had in our existing code, because RCW 19.27a.020 requires that Washington State Energy Code take into account regional climate conditions. And by not have an option between for supplemental heat for the east side, which I need that is runs afoul if you say, hey, you don't take into account that all Eastern Washingtons are forced into 2 and don't have 4s available. And yes, I know there's cold weather heat pumps, but also there's areas in our state that get colder than they operate. And so we still need to have some solution for them. And then one more thing to note, highlight is, so supplemental heat is not, I didn't make it specific to electric resistive or to natural gas. It's both. And there's a key thing on the credit. So if you looked at credit option 3.2, if you scroll down on the table 3.2, yeah, right there. So 3.2, you get half a credit from going from a 80% efficient gas furnace to a 95% efficient gas furnace. So that if you were to put in a system type 2 heat pump with a 95% efficient gas, you would get 2 credits. If you scroll back up to the table where we have 3 credits, so according to Dave Balin's, his limited system type 4 to only electric resistance. So let's say you provided the same heat pump, the same controls that allowed them both to operate simultaneously. According to Dave Balin's on how it's written, you would not be allowed, if your supplemental was gas, you're still forced back into system type 2. So there's 1 credit difference. So you're telling me that according to Site Energy View, going from 80% to 95% efficient on a supplemental heat system is only worth half a credits, but going from 95% to 100% is worth 1 full credit. That is, I mean, you save way more energy going from 80% to 95% than you do from 95 to 100. And so whether that is an oversight or an error in the modeling, or what, I don't know. But in order to correct that, we have to make the supplemental heat fuel agnostic. And so if you don't make it fuel agnostic, that completely fails the 1-for-1 energy use, that you're assigning 1 credit for one system versus for something that saves less energy than half a credit for something that saves more energy.
Thanks, Craig. You're muted, so I assume that was your presentation.
Yeah, that was the highlighting. So I think I've addressed all the, issues, and then open to questions and feedback.
Yep. I have my initial question is, for the language you added to system type 4 and 5, is that basically just a repeat of code language that's elsewhere in the code, or is it?
Not in the residential. It was pulled from the commercial. So under the C403 exceptions, the long list of exceptions. Now we had different exceptions for different types because we had, but on the air source heat pump.
But it's basically stuff that's already required. It's just more helpful to have it here.
No, so the residential code doesn't address it. So this is basically trying to describe the system that Dave Balon said, where you have both your heating systems operate at the same time. And there's a lot of constraints that you have to do to make that happen. And so I pulled those in.
Okay.
Because really, you don't want look at number 3. You don't want to say, oh yeah, they both operate simultaneously, but I undersized my heat pump so there's only sizes half the heat, and so my supplemental is going to come on all the time. Or you don't want something where you say, there's the commercial, they had a minimum that your heat pump had to be at least 17 degrees or lower, except for when in defrost for it had to have the capabilities. Or like there's controls that you're saying we're not going to have the supplemental kick on when the heat pump can make up the whole load. So so those are kind of like key requirements in there to prevent that from happening.
So number 3, basically under system type 4, suggests that at 47 degrees you could have 50% of supplemental of any kind.
Well, you have, that's so for a heat pump, since their capacity varies by temperature, you have to pick some point on the curve. And most heat pumps the nameplate rating is at 47 degrees. And so it's easier to pick the 47 degrees as the rating. And so saying whatever your, so we don't want to have your supplemental heat exceed the rating of the heat pump at 47 degrees.
That means that, yeah, that just seems like it's somehow you're having a massive supplemental heating capacity in that.
That's preventing you from doing that. So that's what number 3 is preventing. And it's identical language that was in the commercial code. So it prevents you from putting in a small heat pump and way too much supplemental.
Okay. For number 2, I would suggest it says the heat pump would not need to operate to provide space heating below this changeover temperature. Because saying that the heat pump could not possibly, under any circumstance, operate below the changeover temperature seems like you're just saying that, why would you design a system that
well, so what number 2 is basically saying,
I understand you're differentiating between 2 and 4, but at some point something might not quite meet 4, but it might also be better than 2. And
okay, yeah, I'm fine with that. So yeah, if you wanted to make that adjustment in 2 to make
the heat pump would not need to operate.
Yeah, would not need.
Yeah. All right. So go ahead, Greg Davenport.
I really like this. I think it avoids all the problems of integrated supplemental systems we had in the first proposal. I think we're going to get in trouble with that. And the fact that it's using 17 as the maximum cutoff, I think is great. Much better than the first proposal. So I really like this one.
17.
Thank you, Dave. I was trying to listen to feedback from everyone and incorporate it.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Dave Balon.
Yeah, that wasn't Dave. That was Greg. Let's see. The important thing in my mind is that this table is meant to essentially parse differences between base case systems and to allow in that process what amounts to a fairly weird but used heat pump gas system that's set up. Well, it should be set up so that they too don't operate simultaneously. Which I think, in reading what he's said, leaving aside the question of whether it's gas or not, is roughly what he has in 2. Yeah. So, and that is a changeover at 35. That in his proposal, and it's also in my proposal. The place where I get a little less clear is 4. Now, one of the things about this situation is that there is a set of provisions that were passed by this group that basically ask for the system to be sized not at 47 degrees, but at 27 degrees, which is probably another half a ton, or in some cases a little more, over what you would get otherwise. But it doesn't determine what the actual design temperature is. It only determines what the minimum size of the heat pump is. The installer is free to size it arbitrarily larger than that, which would be a surprise, but it is probably a good piece of advice. So I guess the main thing I'm concerned about here is that we basically lose the actual importance of gas as a supplemental fuel in 2, and we confuse the use of gas as supplemental fuel in 4. In 4, if you have like Larry's system, yes, that's true. You can because you've got a coil and it's behind the heat pump, so you don't have to worry about slugging the compressor. That's a good system, or I don't know if it's a good system, but it's at least a system that won't hurt the compressor. But I can't really say that was meant to be a base case system. That it's not. It's a design system, and I think the installer is free to take the points he needs to take out of the option table. So I'm all right with what's going on in 2, although it's not really that different than what's going. The only real difference there is to move the footnote into the section. The other big difference is that this is not it's not limiting it to gas, and I want to be very clear that the modeling for 2 was limiting it to gas. A hard changeover at 35. Boom. End of story. 4 is, this is correct, although I'm not sure. When I look at this, it looks to me like it's more or less redundant with what we've put in R403 in the last round. Now, if we don't get that, then that's another matter. But at this point, this language really belongs in R403 1.2, I think it is. That was the where Poppy's amendments were debated several meetings ago.
Okay, Dave, so you don't see major problems with this proposal is what I'm hearing. Except in 2, I want it to be a gas system. And not an electric resistance system.
Right.
Okay, well, all the electric resistance people are going to be so upset about that.
It's a bummer, dude. And I, at this point, we are actually more or less demanding that the capacity be raised to a balance point of 27, which is So that you essentially get a bigger heat pump this way. And in principle, at least, that will make it so that you get the savings that were modeled.
So how do you feel about number 3 under system type 4? I mean, does that really mean we have to size the heat pump? To me, it's like you're not sizing the heat for that one. You don't have to size the heat pump very large at all.
Yeah, no, that's what we passed was we sized the heat capacity for 27F, not, which is actually but -2 or something. See,
do you think would this confuse? I feel like number 3.
You don't want this. You don't want this language. I don't want this language. 47 degrees should not be mentioned in sizing heat pumps. It's an arbitrary point that's actually required by AHRI for purposes of testing and setting the capacity curves. It's not meant to be a design temperature.
Yeah, it seems like the code official would look at this and say, well, you have gas and you have heat pump both at 47, they're equal, that's fine. Well, that seems like that would be confusing.
Just to clarify, the number 3 is a limitation of how big of supplemental heat you can have. It's not telling you how to size your heat pump. To an engineer like me, I mean, that makes perfect sense. I don't know about residential users, but I mean, just you can't make your supplemental heat system any bigger than your heat pump.
No, I understand your point here. I also understand that what this does is essentially, it essentially gets you a small heat pump and a big supplemental fuel, a big resistance element. We have a lot of heat pumps in this region that would meet this just fine. There might not have been an engineer involved. I can't say.
I guess what I'm concerned is once we put 47 in there and equal size, the code official could be confused and think, well, the heat pump is equal to the supplemental at 47, therefore this is a compliant system. And I feel like that would be confusing for the code official, so I'd rather see that removed or changed to a different number.
Well, yeah, but it needs to be sized down to 17 degrees in number 1. So it's not a design point. It's just a check on the supplemental heat on number 3.
So in that case, it's different than what's in R403.1.2, I think, which is 27 degrees. I should point out that the original modeling here was based on a heat pump size to 30 degrees. But the resistance operated simultaneously with the heat pump during defrost and during lower temperatures.
So in the body of the code, we don't have any restriction on what the maximum size for the supplemental heat. So this would be the only place that we'd actually have number 3 is the only thing that would add restriction to supplemental heating size.
So in Poppy's, I believe she had a restriction on supplemental heat at some temperature. I think it was 10 degrees 10 kW, I think. I can't remember exactly. That was, and it's true. The whole idea there is at the installation, what relevant is R403. That's the thing that you can enforce. It isn't an option or anything. This is really meant not so much to be an enforcement, but to provide some distinction between a base case gas and a base case and other base case systems. And that's what it does.
Okay. So I have Poppy's up, and I can just tell you that she doesn't have a restriction on supplemental heat. She has other temperature requirements for sizing and when the thermostats operate, but no maximum size for supplemental.
That must have, okay.
Okay, well, let's move on to other commenters. Greg Davenport, your hand is still up, but I think that's residual. Larry, go ahead.
Well, this covers what I talked about very well. So either one could happen. But on the supplemental heat side, I want to give you some actual things that happen. I mean, a lot of times a compressor goes out on a heat pump. They're not sitting on the shelf here in Spokane. In fact, we've had many times where we're waiting 3 months for the compressor. Okay. And so the backup supplemental heat has to be able to be sized for those emergency purposes to provide the heat for the building. Maybe on the west side, it's not that important, but over here, you lose a compressor in December and I can't get one till February. You're going to have to heat this place and keep these people comfortable with that supplemental heat. And that's something that needs to be allowed because of shortage of compressors and materials to do this job. And that's a reality. And I do like this so much better because it at least allows the gas option. So you're not in EPCA, you're not violating EPCA by doing this. And I think that's important. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, I'll just try to be quick because I think Dave covered some of the points that I was going to make, but I don't really support these changes. I think that they aren't really necessary. They're potentially confusing and they don't align with the credits that are in the table. And this is not really, these additional descriptions are not really, and they're really requirements, and this isn't the place to have those kinds of requirements. And that's one of the things that I think could cause the most confusion. And it's just not appropriate to have these types of specifications within a table like this, which, as Dave said, is really just laying out what the system types are, and that should definitely be described, but it's not actually governing the installation of these things. That is written in other parts of the code. So I definitely don't think there should be any electric resistance included in system type 2. And I definitely don't think there should be any gas included in system type 4.
Thanks, Poppy. Go ahead, Kevin.
I guess I'm confused why electric resistance should be excluded from 2. If you're getting 1.5 with a gas furnace, your energy consumption is not going to be that much greater, I don't think, or better, excuse me, with electric resistance. Particularly on the west side, you're not going down into this range much at all, and your energy consumption is probably trivial. And on the east side, I'm sure that's different. Thanks.
Is that a question about why?
Yeah.
Dave may have mentioned it before, but Dave, do you want to go over again why you think it should allow only combustion and not electric resistance?
Well, the main reason I think that is because the electric resistance in standard practice and in the AHRI guides and testing methods are meant to operate simultaneously with the heat pump. And in this case, they're not. And the reason you don't want that to happen in gas is because of Larry's problem of blowing out the compressor after a year or two, which is actually real. He's actually correct. And I wouldn't be surprised if you found out that there was a lot of compressor problems in Spokane because of it. That said, what this does is basically make it so that you have an 80% supplemental fuel, base gas system, supplementing the heat all the way below all below 35 degrees F. and incidentally, since it is an 80% furnace, you could in theory get another point or something if you make it a 95 furnace. It wouldn't be, it isn't how it's modeled.
Okay.
But that's if I were you, I would say, don't do this, because this is the exact reason that this is here is so that you have some leverage as in providing gas as opposed to electric resistance. You really do want that, and that is actually, I think, the EPCA problem that Larry's pointing out. It isn't, I don't think, correct, but that doesn't mean, but it does make it so that you actually have some kind of even playing field for this kind of system.
Okay, that makes sense. That the controls, you really don't want a system that does a changeover with electric resistance. That makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Go ahead, Greg Johnson.
So based on what you said, I mean, I think we've captured that 4's where you're not going to shut off and do a changeover. But I think there's a good modification to address what you just said. Just to clarify, for system type 4 and system type 5, if we, in front of supplemental heat, if we just write in electric resistance or gas with minimum 95% AFUE. And then, so if that says right in front of supplemental heat, so then we're clarifying that you can't be using a 80% because those are going to be roughly equivalent. So I don't know if Krista could type that right in where the supplemental heat on system type 4, right before the word supplemental, we type electric resistance or gas with minimum 95% AFUE.
Didn't we offer
yeah, and then we'll
hi.
Percent AFUE.
Because we have a credit for that, don't we?
Yes,
well, we're incorporating this in the table, and then we'll make sure the credit does not apply to this. And so that way would and then if we make that a 5, and then there's after she copies it to 5, I'll tell you one last change that needs to be made. Because I mean those are going to be roughly the same, and then scroll down to credit 3.2 in the table, and then unmark where I have system type 2 or 4. Just make it just system type 2. Now what you've basically done is, I mean, we're still doing the same system Dave says, you know what I mean, where they both come on, and I can tell you a bunch of systems that how you can configure gas where you're not going to cook the coil and you can have both. I mean, a good example would be, let's say a heat pump with a boiler for the gas supplemental. So it doesn't have to be a furnace. It could be a boiler. It could be a lot of different things. But this way you could have both running simultaneously, and we're making sure that no one's using the 80% efficient one. If they're using the 80% efficient one, then they'll get credit system type 2, and then they'll add in the half a credit for the other. So this way allows, but if you're doing a 95% gas, and this would bring us in line in congruence with EPCA. If you don't allow gas for system type 4 or 5, you're getting an EPCA violation, because you're basically saying we're going to save less energy by going from 95% to 100% than you are going from 80% to 95%, and you're giving more credits for that last 5% savings, even though you're saving less energy. So.
Thanks, Greg. I don't know if it's as clear as that. EPCA requires that you have a combination that includes minimum fossil fuel and other things, and system type 1 is that.
And it has to be based on 1-for-1 energy use. So then if you make a correlation that the credits don't align with a 1-for-1 energy use, now you're in violation.
So my understanding of system type 4 is that it's a heat pump that goes down down to a very low temperature and you don't have a separate supplemental system. Whereas I think what you're doing here, you have a separate supplemental system that involves gas. So I think you're changing, at least how I understood, the entire notion of system type 4. Does that make sense?
I'm making the change that Dave Balin made. So your understanding was what my understanding of what the 2021 is written as. Dave Balin's testified that's not how he modeled. He included electric resistance in 4. And so if that's true, that like supplemental heat is included, you can't limit to just electric. You have to allow the equivalent.
Okay, okay, go ahead, Larry.
Want to clear up why you don't use a heat pump downstream of a gas furnace. The main reason why we've never wanted to do that is because if we have a leak, we could create phosgene gas and gas everybody in the building, okay? And that was the main reason why you never put a heat pump. But Dave's also right. I mean, too, the secondary problem would be the extreme head pressures that you would see doing that, which would not be good for the heat pump, okay? And so by putting it on the return side, that solves all those problems, okay? And but the other thing here is that is important is number 4, the difference, Shell, was that the heat pump always ran and then the electric would be put in as needed. That was what number 4 was for. That was my clear understanding from what Dave said. And that's the way normally you run electric with heat pump. You always run your heat pump all the time. You never shut it off because the 1-by-1 payback is below 0 degrees. Thank you.
Okay. A lot to chew on. We have 2 different proposals for covering some of the same ideas. Mixing and matching could occur. I think it's time to start thinking about which one we prefer and why, and going forward with those pieces. So go, Larry, your hand is still up. I think you're done talking. Okay, go ahead, Greg.
I'm going to make a motion that we accept Dave's charging language only, and then we accept my proposal as modified.
Okay, so it'd be the R4 6.2 modifications that we see on the left, added to 005 on the right.
I'd second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve 005. Let's let Krista copy that language over. Dwayne, go ahead.
Sorry, I was at the point of making another motion, so I will just hold off.
Okay, I mean, you can make a mandatory motion or something like that if you want, but okay, we have a motion. I see no more hands up. I'm gonna wait until it gets copied in and okay, we have a motion. We have a second. I think we've spent a little over an hour discussing it, so we all have a decent idea of what's going on. Let's vote on this. So a yes vote is to accept 005 as modified. A no vote would be to do something else. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, just a quick note. Just a pet peeve in System 5. If I know Chris is in the middle of editing here. For option 2, we don't need that second width in system 5. It says heating system, blah, blah,
Yep.
blah, with, and then you just go into what you need. So a little editorial. While we're here, might as well clean this up a little bit.
I'm
So-
not following you, Kevin.
Okay, so I'm sorry. In system 5, there's
Just
two
before
different
2
system
kW.
types. And the second one starts with, and that's just not necessary.
Okay, got it.
So friendly amendment.
Yep. I guess one thing is I'm looking at this as well. We have, it says for system type 4, you have 4 heating systems, blah, 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 or air to water, blah, blah, blah. And then the additional language below that could be interpreted as only applying to air to water heat pumps, or it could be as applying to both systems.
You could
Is
just
there-
say for both systems. Just put the words for both systems in front of electric resistance.
for either system or something like that. I feel like there's some code way to do that it would.
Right in front of electric resistance, you write for both systems.
Yep. Okay, I think it's clear in system type 5. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna vote on this. We're gonna do a roll call vote. A yes vote is to accept 005, the one on the right, as modified. A no vote is to do something else. Krista, if you're talking, I don't hear you.
Sorry, I muted myself again. Julie Blazik,
No.
Kim Barker, Kim, are you there?
I do see Kim on the list.
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
John Akinci,
I'm gonna say no.
Albert Rooks,
I'll also say no.
Gavin Tenold,
No.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Brian Russo,
No.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal,
No.
Tom Balderston,
No.
Shane Nillis,
Abstain.
Nick Manning,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan,
No.
okay, motion fails.
Krista,
That's
did you
weird.
get my no, Kim Barker?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering why my abstention isn't showing up in. Motion failed 3-13 with 1 abstention.
Okay, motion fails. Anybody else want to make a motion on either of these 2 proposals?
Motion to approve 015, but with a question for Dave and Poppy. Are there aspects of the other proposal that you want to, that are good ideas that you want to incorporate?
All right, there's a motion to accept 015. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So we'll start discussion on 015. And Dwayne asked a question. Are there aspects of 005 that any tag members would like to see in 015? Go ahead, Dave.
I am persuaded that there's a possibility that we can design our way around the gas supplement in 4. I am not persuaded, however, that we can just put that in, because that's guaranteed to get the wrong answer. So the question is, leaving aside everything else, I'm not sure I'm persuaded that we've been able to zero in on what can happen. I mean, we've got Larry's downstream coil. We've got all sorts of various gas heat pump combinations, including controllers, etc. And those all seem interesting, but I'm having trouble believing that that's actually going to be enough to that we can put that into this format and get a base case system of any particular sort.
So Dave, I guess what you're saying is neither modifications to system type 2, 4, or 5 are things that you think would be beneficial for 015.
Well, like I said, yes, I definitely think that. Although somebody wants to write a very simplified thing for gas in 4, I'd be at least interested in seeing
it. Okay, go ahead, Greg.
I was just gonna say, if you don't allow gas in 4, then what happens to the guy who puts in the gas unit heater or the gas boiler for supplemental and is controlled by, let's say they have a Mitsubishi heat pump, and they were to hook that into and have the auxiliary contact outputs control the gas unit heater or gas boiler or gas whatever. How would you rectify that with EPCA, considering that the credit disparity?
I don't think you are going to have to do it with EPCA. I think the EPCA error term, or at least the degree to which it has been interpreted by federal courts, is as the flexibility about, well, it means this and it means that, and we have this much extra savings or that much less savings. That range is actually pretty big. And none of the things we're doing here get you anywhere near what that range is. I would refer you to the 9th District decision on the option table originally, which was in 2011. I unfortunately can't give you the actual thing right off the top of my head, but in that case, there was something like 3 or 4 percentage points on of the options. Well, not any, on some of the options.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'd feel free to sue us, but I don't think I think you're not playing with a full deck as far as how EPCA actually works with this kind of system.
Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, I don't think there's any elements of the other proposal that I would recommend bringing in. There is some clarity in system type 2 that's written right into the description, but that's addressed in Dave's proposal in a footnote. So I think that that's covered. But I would like to make a motion to not make this change from in system type 4, reducing the credit from 3 to 2.5, and then also the other change in the option table. And I'm not sure exactly why I would have to make a motion for that, since no motion was made to actually make that change. And that change isn't there unless somebody makes a motion to do it.
Yeah, I think the motion is in order. It's a good one. And what I mean is by a good one is it's in order. But the way I see it, Poppy, is that at some point we would need to vote on that since we don't have consensus. Some people think it should be 3 and others think it should be 2.5. So whether someone made a motion to change it from 3 to 2.5 or change it from 2.5 to 3, I think that motion has just been made. So then now we can vote on it separate. So my understanding, you made an amendatory motion to the main motion, which would change the credit number here and then also change the credit number, go back to the original, the credit number here, and go back to the original and the credit number further down the page. So is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Who was the second?
Tom.
Thank you. And Poppy, I can tell you why it was added. It was because the proponent of the code change accepted it as a change.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
And in general, we run a fairly flexible process where people can suggest changes, and then if someone has an issue with them, they can suggest a move be made back. And if there's not consensus, we can make a motion as you did to do something else. So we have an amendatory motion on the table, which is to go back to the original. And Dave Balon, your hand is still up?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Right. Okay, so let's vote. I see no more hands. Let's vote on the amendatory motion. And a yes vote in this is to go back to the original 3.0 credits for system type 4 and not make any changes later. A no vote would be to do something else. So a yes vote is to keep the 3 as we see on the screen right now. A no vote would be to use 2.5. So let's do a roll call vote.
Julie Blazek?
Yes.
Kim Barker?
Yes.
Dwayne Johnson?
Yes.
Jonah Kinchy?
Yes.
Albert Rooks?
Yes.
Gavin Tenold?
Yes.
Greg Davenport?
No.
Brian Russo?
Yes.
Kevin Duell?
No.
Poppy Storm?
Yes.
Larry Andrews?
No.
Rick Blumenthal?
Yes.
Tom Balderston?
Yes.
Shane Nillis?
Dane.
Nick Manning?
Yep.
Greg Johnson?
Abstain.
Deepa Savarajan?
Abstain.
Motion carries 11-3 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. We're back to the original proposal, which is, or we're back to the original motion, which is to pass this 015. Kevin.
Yeah, friendly amendment similar to the last one of eliminating that redundant with.
Okay, and I'll find that clerical. We don't need to really
Okay.
We'll do that. It's good. It's better language. But we don't
And
need
then,
to see if everybody.
I hesitate to make a motion on this. I liked what Greg did with System 5. And I'm wondering if there's any flexibility to incorporate some of that into it.
Well, you can wonder or you can make a motion.
Oh, I'll ask the question for the sake of time.
Okay. Greg may do the same thing. Greg, go ahead.
So as I double read that width, I don't think the width we want to strike that because that changes the system. From what that was mini split that could be standalone by itself in the largest zone, or it has a mini split with that much or less heating. Is that changing it or is that not?
Well, if you read the sentence, it'd be for a heating system based on electric resistance with 2 kW or less, which makes no freaking sense to me. So
I guess you're right. Okay, we're good there.
Yeah, I think it just has some inherent difficulties. Somebody tried to do a 1-2 in a place where it doesn't really have a 1-2 option because it's the heating system with that or 2 kW or less.
Would it be better just to eliminate the 1-2 and just make it that be this is just editorial, but
well, no, it is really two different things because you're saying you can have up to 2 kW of electric resistance, or you can have a heat pump in the main area and then unlimited electric resistance elsewhere.
They are, but you don't necessarily need the numbers 1-2. We don't have numbers 1-2 in front of all the others ors.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, we could get rid of that. Yeah, I think it's clerical editorial.
Just mopping up the mess when we're here, you know?
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're going to do a roll call vote on approving this 015. So once we get, it's taken care of. Roll call vote. So a yes vote is to approve 015. A no vote is to do something else.
Oh, and I'm sorry. So, I guess my question was to the proponent about bringing in language from Greg's number 5.
I think the proponent asked others if they wanted to bring in language and they said no.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I just didn't catch that.
Okay. All right. So a yes vote is to approve. A no vote is to do something else.
Okay, Julie Plazik,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jonah Kinchie,
Yes.
Albert Rooks,
Yes. Yes, sorry.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Abstain?
Brian Russo,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No,
Rick Blumenthal,
Yes.
Tom Balderston,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
Abstain.
Nick Manning,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa Savarajan.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 12-2 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. We did not approve 005. Do we need to disapprove it or is it? I'm asking Krista.
Done it.
In some cases, we have just, if something fails to be approved, we assume it is disapproved.
Right, if it does not carry the tag approval, it does not move to the next step of the process. So you can either leave it as is or vote it down, depending on what the tag wants to do.
Okay, the vote was pretty clear that it did not pass, and we passed a proposal that was largely similar in what it affected. So let's move on. So the next proposal, we have, so that was 015. We have 3 proposals left for our last hour and 20 minutes of time together. 042 Andrews. So Larry, you have a proposal in here.
Yeah, so to couple the geothermal heat pump, I'm asking for 1 point if you use a tank that's hooked in, you hook it into the cold and you pull it out the hot, and you take the discharge temperature there from the heat pump and you heat hot water. So you got a co-op of about 3 easily there, especially if you have the 3.85 heat pump. And then for an additional thing that my company usually does, and it's the preferred method for a geothermal system, is you take a separate tank for the geo to heat with, and then that water transfers into your other tank, whether it's backup electric or backup gas. So the geo brings the heat, the water from 50 degrees up to probably 118 degrees, which is realistic. And I'm asking 2 points for that, because the reason why is then the geo is working strictly on that 50-degree water coming in, and it does a better job. Otherwise, if you go with a 1 tank approach, you can have a mixture of your supplemental heat, heating it too. And so, usually my company prefers double wall heat exchanger in the primary tank if we have 2 tanks to do that with. And there's other ways you can do it, but that way you're getting your real efficiency from your geo system for your heating of your potable water system. And right now we have no credits for any of that. So, so that's why I'm asking 1 credit if we use a 1 tank system. I'm asking 2 credits for a 2 tank system. 2 tank system is much more efficient because it's looking straightly at the geo. So in the summertime, when you're dumping all your heat from the house, you have buco bunches of hot water that way, for little or nothing. And it's the way to go. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Larry. And I guess I'm seeing, when I see 5.04 A and B, since they're a different credit value, functionally they should just be a different credit. But you couldn't take them in combination with 5.4. Because right now all the credits we have in the credit table are worth a very specific amount of credits, and there's no differentiation within there. But we do have credits where you can take a credit, but not in combination with another one. So I'd recommend that if we approve this, that this gets moved to a new credit number with a footnote that you can't take both 5.4 and whatever we call the other one together.
That was my intent, Shell.
Okay, yep.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
yeah.
Okay, and then you have some modeling to show the energy savings. That the energy savings would be worth a 1,200 kWh in a year-ish. Because that's what.
It's
right.
every bit of that, because especially in the summertime when you're air conditioning, normally you're wasting that heat out to the field. Where here you're putting all that heat right into the hot water. It's a no-brainer really if you have that system.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, the way I read it, it said you get these credits for having an Energy Star rated water heater or this ground source system. And I don't want to be offering all these credits just for an Energy Star rating.
It's a bit hard to hear you, Dwayne, but what I got is you're already getting credits for elsewhere for Energy Star rated equipment. Did anybody else get what Dwayne was saying?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dave.
Well, I mean, I agree with Dwayne. It's the 5.4a and 5.4 and 5.4a look superfluous. 5.4b, on the other hand, I think that is a real system that probably should be given credit. I don't know whether 2 is the right number, but it's a ground source unit. It ought to come pretty close to that. So I think that's a good system, or at least a system we should pay attention to. I am not convinced that any of the others are worth any points at all. And I think they can be used in conjunction with existing options.
Yeah, so the 5.4, there's 3 existing options, and those are the first 3 options. The only new ones that Larry's proposing are 5.4a and 5.4b.
Oh.
So what you're saying is 5.4b, in your view, might be a valid system worth
right
an additional credit. So right now, existing water heater heated by ground source heat pump water heater meeting the requirements of option 3.4 already gets you 1 credit. And so 5.4b has additional language.
Right. So what I guess I don't understand then, does 5.4b provide heating as well as hot water? That's how I interpreted what he said.
No,
Yeah.
Dave, the way it works is you have your ground source heating system, right?
Right.
And then off of the discharge of the compressor, you have when the heat's satisfied, you can run that and run to your domestic hot water. Or in the summertime, when you're cooling with this system, you would take that heat that you're coming out of the house and you put it all into the hot water tank. Okay.
So
and it's built in with the geo heating system.
right.
Okay. And so basically in the summertime, you're pretty much almost getting free hot water. Okay.
Sure.
There's very little energy use here because normally you're just dumping it out in the field to get rid of it. But now we're going to dump it into the hot water heater.
You'll probably run out of room fairly fast there, but so we already have a credit for the ground source, and you're thinking that on top of that, I can't remember what that credit is right off, and you're thinking that this system could add 2 points to that system? Is that
that's right, Dave? Because normally you'd have your hot water, domestic hot water is heated separately than your geo. So if you have a heat pump that's in your house, you have another hot water system there, right? And what I'm saying is, let's take advantage of that geo system and heat my hot water now. Okay. And that's what we do. But it costs money to do that. It doesn't come free, but in the summertime, so from maybe April through September, I'm pretty much getting a free ride on my hot water because I'm taking the heat from the house and I'm heating my hot water. It's much better than those hybrid hot water heaters that you're selling, because there's very little, you've got the capacity of the whole house going in there instead of just a room or two. Thank you.
Thanks, Lou.
So, well, I have to go back and look at, this seems like a fairly big credit for a supplemental water heating system that only operates, or at least operates reliably in the cooling season, which in Spokane is a real season. In the north, in the
It could,
Washington, there's not a real season that's anywhere near that big.
you can heat it in the winter too, Dave, as long as the capacity of the geo isn't taken over. You would heat it in the winter with it too. But what I'm saying is, in the summertime, you have an abundance of hot water that way.
So you think that we're going to get some heat on the hot water system all the time, and a lot for the 2 or 3 months of this cooling season in Spokane? Is that basically your argument?
Yeah,
And
that's what happens. That's exactly.
The problem is, I think that it's a legitimate proposal. I don't know about 5.4, it might be 5.5, but it's a legitimate proposal, but I don't think it's really worth 2 more points right off the top of my head, especially since we have to take into account the fact that some of the time this is going to be installed in Zone 1, and we don't have a cooling season, so it's just whatever you can get out of the ground source. So far I didn't understand any situation in which the ground source is really being used directly into the water heating. I don't think I understand exactly how you're doing that. It
Just
sounds
to be
like
totally clear, we already have option 5.4, which includes a water heater entirely heated by ground source heat pump.
Right.
So that's crazy efficient. And that's worth 1 point.
Right.
And it seems like if you do the same thing, but then bring in gas, you'd have a less efficient system, it would be my guess, than just doing it by ground source heat pump.
It might be a good idea to not mention any of that when you apply for your 5.4. I think if you modeled it, you might find that 5.4 is doing better than 1.0. But what the problem with 5.4 is that it's really on top of a regular heating system. The assumption was that the ground source, we got credit back up in section 3, but it needed to get credit but this gives it some extra credit if you actually bother to hook it up to the water heating system, which is not always done. And so it sounds to me like we basically have this covered, no matter how you do, with just 5.4.
I don't believe you have it covered in 5.4. That talks about a gas or propane heater. You're going to give them 1.4. And it talks about solar heating.
Yeah. Well, we're not even talking.
But here's the difference between the water heated ground source heat pump. That option was a total ground source heat pump strictly for potable water. Well, that was my interpretation was. And so what I'm saying is you take the heating system that you have in your house, which is typically can be done. We can side over and heat the domestic hot water. A lot of them have taps already built into them. Okay. And you have a little pump there and there's a heat exchanger right on the discharge side of the compressor. So as you're heating your house or cooling your house, you can side run that energy into your water heater. So the question is you're far better to have a separate tank there. So the 50-degree water hits that tank first, that the geo's heating, brings it up to about the 118 degree, and then top it off with either your electric or your gas a little bit. Because those tanks that we're using, they only lose a degree in 24 hours. So you have very little tank loss, but yet you're not wasting that heat out into the field in the summertime, and in the wintertime, you're heating at that 3.85 co-op. So, I mean, there's nothing out there that can do that except for a straight one. Thank
Well,
you.
I guess I don't understand, Larry, why you wouldn't use 2 tanks if you wanted to in doing 5.4. And I agree, it probably does improve the efficiency noticeably, but it doesn't seem like it's precluded in 5.4. So why wouldn't you just do that?
Okay, go ahead, Albert.
Thanks. All very good discussion. I was contemplating a friendly amendment, but in listening to everything, I am kind of landing on that 5.4 kind of covers it. Larry, I'm completely for this. I would, if you could get the original ground source heat pump credit and then add this credit on top for putting on a double wall heat exchanger sidearm tank or something appropriate, and then grab the waste heat from the cooling season and put it in the tank. That's great. I want to say this is a good pathway to go from upcoming equipment. The 410As would always need a little bit of electric resistance top up. New refrigerants are coming on. 454s get a little higher temperature. And so you'll need a little less electric top up. And David, the reason I like that 5.4 credit, which appears to exist anyway, is these tanks are expensive in order to manage potable. And currently you do need a little electric resistance top up. So, geez, Larry, I'd really try to cover it with existing 5.4 to replace 5.4B.
Well, what I'm saying is 5.4 covers it with one tank. That's why I had the one credit there. Okay. But if you put an extra tank in, which is better, you should get some credit for it. Okay. Because we're talking $1,800 easily.
Yeah, but Larry, I'm assuming that 5.4 is a separate domestic hot water tank.
No, it's
Is
not.
it?
Yeah,
Well,
it
it
is.
should be, right? Because you have to have 2 tanks.
No, you don't. You do not
Totally.
have to have 2 tanks. You
Oh.
can easily work this with one tank, but you're not as efficient because you circulate the water into the cold and come out the bottom and you preheat the tank that way.
Now
Okay.
we're getting into design, and I don't think we can iterate the designs to cover all of this. So I'll take a step back, but I hope
That's how it's done. If
Yeah.
you're into geo like we are,
Yeah, right.
okay, I mean, there's extra cost, a lot of extra cost to have a second tank there. And what I'm saying is there's a lot of extra benefit.
Yep, right.
But you don't want to give no credit for less energy use. And I don't think that's right.
Okay, I'll step back,
All right,
guys.
let's hear from Kevin. Kevin, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Joe. Just a quick note. I believe the way this is configured is you've got your option 3.4 ground source heat pump, and then you're taking heat off a de-superheater, which you don't have to do in option 3.4, but you are doing that here for that third option of the existing 5.4, and getting the benefit of the compressor heat to preheat your water. And so stop there. That's the baseline. And I think what you're saying, Larry, is okay, sure. That's great. Now add another tank and pull your heat from that at excuse me, heat that second tank with a separate energy source so you can get better efficiency out of the heat pump system. I think that's what you're saying. Is that right?
That's right on the mark, Kevin.
Okay.
Because when I mix it with the tank that has the elements or the gas water heater in there, I'm losing efficiency. But when I add another tank in there, then I've got total isolation from all the cold water coming in, hits the geotank, brings it up to that 118, and now I only top off at the, maybe another 5 or 6 degrees, okay, in the other tank, okay? But there's a cost for that additional tank, okay? Probably about $1,800 by the time you get it installed, okay? But the gain is significant because when you have usage, you're going to have the electric on and the or the gas on, and then you got to wait for the geo to ask for heat, okay? Because the geo heats from the tank on the call. So you lose efficiency quite a bit, and especially in the summertime. The summertime in our area in zone 5, we have a lot of cooling going on. And so now I'm not wasting that heat out in the field at all. But in the winter, I'm still making that 3.85 co-op on the water heating. I don't know where you can get a 3.85 water heater other than if you went to a strictly geo system. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, it does seem like the third option in 5.4 probably should get more credit than it is.
Whether it's 2 or not, it's another matter.
Yeah. And I guess what I'm wondering then, as it stands with that third option in 5.4, if there's heat to be had, you're capturing it. But maybe I'm misunderstanding you still, Larry, that in heating season, you're saying, oh, no, cooling season, you're pulling off the superheater, you're dumping it in this tank. That's just happening. But are you saying that in winter, you can continue to get? I'm a little lost.
So maybe a little friendly statement. I don't mean to talk over Larry, but really to do this heating domestic hot water while cooling the building in cooling season kind of throws you into the second tank, which I'm sorry, I always think 2 tanks. I never start with one. I would agree that maybe a friendly amendment to 5.4B might be just cleaning up a little bit of the language and assigning a credit or 2.
Why don't we split it? Let's say a credit and a half, 1.5 instead of 2. If you don't think you're going to get 2, I feel strongly that you're going to make up for it. And because most of the time, the people that are buying these systems, they're 4, 5 ton systems minimum. Some of them are 8.5 tons, and they're bigger homes because they have the money to do this. And so we're getting a bigger gain. That's where I'm really coming from. I mean, most of the time I've got 100-gallon tank that this is going into, and then I have another 100-gallon electric or gas tank there.
And David, maybe I'll just chime in one thing and then leave. In zone 1, right? If we're using ground source and there's a separate domestic hot water tank that still probably needs a little bit of electric resistance bump, it's probably going to perform better than a hybrid air source unitary, right? It'll have far less electric resistance and more storage, theoretically, if done to reasonable standards. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Trying to figure out where we go from here because nobody suggested language changes. We've been looking at this language, talking about it for a while. I would suggest that if we did 5.4, that it would only apply in zone 5B, because that's the only time when we have a cooling season. Greg.
Yeah, I'm a little intrigued by this. This is a very expensive and uncommon system, but we're trying to encourage as many possibilities for energy efficiency as possible. I think if we're going to move forward here, what I'd really like to know is a little bit of energy modeling to decide, is this worth a quarter credit, a half credit, a credit, or 2 credits? Could we TBD the credit amount and ask somebody to do the energy modeling on it and push this forward?
I think if someone was willing to do energy modeling on it and was able to somehow also correlate it with all the other options, I think this could be carried forward and have the point total changed or updated as we were doing with other things. Is that your suggestion, Greg?
Exactly. Let's have Ecotop or PNNL or somebody model this so we know how it compares to the other credits that were
The
given
problem is
out.
we have no dollars to give out.
Oh, okay.
The Building Code Council only pays for one modeling, which is at the very end. NIA sometimes will have some money to help the energy code, and so you can beg them, or you could beg Ecotope or some other entity to model to see if these are worth the number of credits Larry's assigned them, or some other value.
I could
If
go.
I saw energy modeling on this, I might be willing to support it.
Yeah,
I
it
could
doesn't.
I could go to Climate Master and see what they have, what they show, if you guys would accept it.
Yep.
I mean, they're the people that build the units that we put in.
The other thing is that I can't imagine that 5.4b is more efficient than the ground source heat pump water heating. It seems like it would not necessarily be more efficient than that. So I guess there's also that disconnect. Okay, so Greg, you asked your question. Dave Balon.
Yeah, I guess I reiterate what you're saying. It may be that you could do more efficiently, but certainly not double. And I would think this is a tricky business to use a 2-tank system, because you're basically using one tank to heat the sort of preheat the water going into the other tank, and that's where you're putting in the gas or electric heating. This doesn't seem to me to be able to do that, and you have to remember that we already are giving the ground source system a 1.5, I think. Yeah, some like a 1.5. So this is like saying we're going to have a 3.5 point system associated with just adding in the hot water, so that we don't have, because we're going to spend $1,800 on an extra tank. Doesn't sound right to me.
All right, go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, based on all the conversation I've heard so far and the confusion about what this system is and how it would work, I'm going to make a motion to disapprove the whole thing.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Kim. Okay, we have a motion to disapprove and a second. Dwayne, did you want to say anything more? Okay. All right, Johnny.
Yeah, I guess after Dwayne's little interjection, it was before that I was going to ask, since Kevin Rose is on the phone, if NIA was able to commit to helping fund any modeling for either these proposals or for the other credits, since we are, kind of diving a bit into making changes in the base code from which the 2021 credits is technically changed. So it would be helpful to be able to do that analysis. That's it.
Question to Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin Rose with NIA. We don't have the funding in place to do the analysis for this proposal specifically.
Okay, thanks. All right, go ahead, Larry.
The reason why 5.4 doesn't work because you have to top that water off with something. So 5.4 was a single tank and you have to bring that temperature up. Okay. You can't, we're talking 115, 118 degrees that we're going to get out of this unit. That's tops. So 5.4, you're assuming that you have a single tank with some type of backup, either electric or gas, to make this happen, because you're not going to get that high a temperature out of the GEO unit. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, we have a motion to disapprove this proposal for 2. And let's do a roll call vote on it. A yes vote is to disapprove it. A no vote is to do something else.
Julie Plazek,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jonah Kinchie,
Sorry, this is a yes is to
Disapprove. A
disapprove,
yes is to disapprove.
then yes.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Abstain.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Brian Russo,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Rick Blumenthal,
Yes.
Tom Balderston,
Abstain.
Shane Nellis,
Yes.
Nick Manning,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa Savarajan.
Yes.
Motion carries 12-3 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. 042 is disapproved. We have 2 proposals left and 47 minutes to cover them. We're on to 014, which is possibly the only one one of the few we didn't receive a modification for. So this is the one.
Actually, we did just receive a modification, but I got it during the meeting, so it has not been posted.
Oh, okay. So is that what's on the screen?
That's what's on the screen.
Okay. Rick, do you want to walk us through changes? And Rick, do you have
Sure.
like 2 screens going because we're getting an echo every time you unmute? Do you have like a phone and a computer that are all
I don't. It's just the hookup that I have. I'd have to shut everything down, switch computers. I apologize.
okay, no worries.
Let me try something else. Bear with. Okay. I apologize. Anyway, I'll try and make this quick. All I'm trying to do is gain parity for the other requirements for verification for the proper thermal resistance values for installed insulation cavities. And there's only one way to do it for dense pack insulation, that's to weigh a sample. Every other insulation identification material and verification is identified in the code in section 303, but there's no way to check for densities in dense pack bid situations. So I put together a very quick, very short, very inexpensive way to do it. It does not meet all the requirements for best practices. but I tried to keep it as inexpensive as possible and follow along with similar guidelines for the other insulation verification requirements. So I'm just looking for a minimum density. It's very easy to do. The cost for materials to do this is a utility knife, less than a $10 digital fish scale, and a plastic garbage bag. That's all you need to do the whole thing. It's done by the installer. It's done while it's being installed, usually done in the third cavity that gets installed, so you don't go all the way across an entire wall system and get it wrong and then have to go back and measure everything else all the way along. But I'm just requesting one every 500 square feet with 2 minimum in the house, period, end of story, rather than doing the prescribed best practice method for doing one every 500 square feet. So I'm trying to keep it to a minimum. So this is really to educate the installer on how not to overfill or underfill and how to get the correct density per the manufacturer's requirements. This whole thing takes about 15 minutes to do a test, maximum. So if you have any questions about it, just let me know.
Thanks, Rick. Any additional thoughts on this? We've talked about this one before, I believe.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll wait a second for any hands. Otherwise, we will voice vote on this. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this is adding language under the information on construction documents. Correct. So it's not, it seems like you're describing inspection requirements, which I still think is already covered in the code, but this is under information or construction documents. So now you'd have to actually know what insulation is actually going to be utilized, what manufacturer and everything. And we discussed that last time as an issue. So I'm against the motion.
Thanks, Shane.
What about this is different than any other material requests by the code?
Well, you're requiring specific manufacturer information on the construction documents as opposed to just indicating the R values.
All manufacturer information is a requirement of the code. You need to follow the manufacturer's information for installation per code requirements. You got to do it for all materials and all assemblies.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the requirement to follow those instructions and install it correctly and inspect it according to that is already in the code. So that's why I'm saying I don't think it's necessary.
I see. I hear what you're saying, but right now there is no requirement to verify. There's no way to verify whether you have the R value in the cavity that's been dense packed. There's no way to verify it. It has to be able to be verified some way. So like if you're verifying closed cell foam, you put a stick in it and you measure it. You measure the depth. If it's a manufactured product from a specific manufacturer, everyone has a label on it where required by law. If it's loose fill, you have to have every 300 square feet, you got to have a marker. There are verification methods for every single material except for dense pack. There's no way to verify it according to code, except to label what the manufacturer's requirements are. But you don't know that. There's no way to verify it. They could lie easily. Of course, everybody can lie on everything. Just asking for a 15-minute test twice on every house. That's what I'm asking for, just to verify it. So that's all. There's no other way to verify it and then other than to weigh it that I know of.
Thanks, Rick. All right, we'll go to Larry.
Yeah.
I've seen this done quite a bit. So they cut a hole in about in the middle, and then they run the hose and they blow it in there. And when it gets to the top and it's filled up, then they pull the hose out and they go to the next bend. I mean, if you, let's say it didn't quite test or something. So now it's settled in there and you put the hose in again and you're going to try and blow that whole bay again. I don't think you can do it. I mean, because it's already packed in there. You see what I'm saying, Rick? I mean, from what
I
I've
see what you're
seen,
saying, Larry.
but what I see them do
Yeah, I
is
see what
they
I
put
see
the
what
hose and you blow it in, and when it gets all the way to the top and it starts to bulge just a little bit, the guy pulls it out, he cuts a hole in the next
Point of
bay.
order, can we have Rick mute if he's not talking so we don't get the feedback, please?
Yeah, I've been muting Rick as soon as he's done talking because it is really tough to hear. So Rick, unmute, please, only when you're talking.
But anyway, when they do that, they go from bay to bay, which I'm a real proponent for blown in bat, because when you put your body up against the blown in bat, I mean, you have instant feedback to your body. You feel the heat coming right back to you. Okay. You do that on a batted insulation, you don't have any of that. So the blown in bat is no matter what, is a superior product. I mean, it gets around all the electrical, it fills in all those gaps and holes. And hopefully you've sealed it well before you do that. But everything is just compact in there. And I mean, I don't see how you're going to judge how long you keep the hose in there, because once it starts, from what I've seen, is once you put the hose in there and that whole bay fills up to the top, and every one of them that I've seen, it kind of bulges out just a little bit, because you don't want to bulge it out too far, because then you can't get the sheetrock on there, up against the stud. And so I don't know how you'd reblow after it's in there, because the only place it's going to go is maybe a few inches on each side. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi. I am all for quality construction, good insulation, and doing things right. We look at thousands and thousands of homes here in Washington every year. We see all kinds of problems with fiberglass bats, but honestly, we don't see a lot of issues with bibs. So I'm not sure requiring this of every builder, every house is the best use of resources. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I agree with Greg's point there. And then, I mean, even if we want this in here, I agree with Shane that I think where it's currently put in the code creates an enforcement issue where you're having to put on your construction documents and your permit based off of what manufacturer you're using, which you might not know, or you might have to change during the construction process. So it's creating sort of a requirement that's unenforceable at that point in the process. So thank you.
Patrick, go ahead, Rick.
I'll try and keep it quick. So it's highly enforceable. It's been used all over the country in best practices. It's been trained all over the country in best practices. The way that you test it is you cut a sample out of a cavity. You cut a sample out of the first third cavity that you do, okay? And you cut a sample out based on 1 cubic foot of a sample. And that is based on your depth of your stud. Is it a 2x4? Is it 2x6? It's also based on the width, 16 inches or 24 or 19.2. You do the quick calculation, you take out a cubic foot and you weigh it. Everything stays in the cavity because it's dense packed. Okay, let's get that straight. If you get the cavity right, you take a new piece of scrim, you put it over and you fill that little area and you keep going for another 500 square feet and you do one more test. That's all you have to do. It takes about 15 minutes to do one test. That means below the cavity, cut the cavity after you've measured it, fill it back up again. And you're never filling up the whole cavity. You're only filling up a little more. And the worst case scenario is you do a second test. The only way that you know that you have the R value is to test it. You can't guess it. You can't put your body against it. You can't put your hands on it. There's no way to know whether a dense pack installation is correct or not by walking through the house and looking at it and touching at it. You're just guessing. And the people that pay the price are the customers, the owners, because they're not getting A, what the law requires them to get, and B, what they're paying for. So that's my interest in getting this done correctly. If you guys don't think that's, viable, that's great. And I'll go whatever you guys say, but I have very strong convictions about this. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. Go ahead, Gavin.
Thanks, Joe. I'm in support of this proposal. As a former passive house builder, I've personally performed this test several times, and I think as our code continues to require better and better envelopes, builders will begin to look for R24 rather than R21. And it's important for the teams that are installing dense pack products to measure it themselves to know how tightly to put it in there when especially when we're trying to hit R24, as I believe more builders will try. So this seems like a really sensible, simple test to perform. And like I said, I've done it several times myself, and it is not a burden.
Okay, thanks. Gavin, go ahead, Patrick.
Just to clarify, I'm not saying that the test isn't feasible. I'm saying that the code language on screen is under construction documents, not under R107, which is for inspections. So they're having to put manufacturer-based information on construction documents, which they might not know or may need to change during the construction process.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Jonah.
Yeah, actually, the more I was thinking about this through this discussion, it does seem like it should belong under 107.2.6 there under inspections. Is that an easy change to make to just solve this problem of compliance? Because that's the section that talks about inspection requirements.
That's where it was, but I think the direction to the proponent was to put it in chapter 3 in 303, and it came back as just the construction documents.
Yeah, that was my bad. I apologize.
What chapter?
I agree. It should be in 107.26.
I have to leave. I'm sorry. This is Larry Andrews. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. It's been great working with you, and see you around.
Yeah. Have a great day, you guys.
All the best.
Bye. Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I was going to speak in support. I've done the test also. It's simple, but I think we changed it to make it the installer doing the test. And I really actually support that because it's an installer training. As the installers test their own work, they get better, and they know how to do it by feel and get the feedback to test it right. So I'm in support, definitely.
Thanks. So 107.26, would that be the right place?
No.
I don't think so. No, that's looking at the building official, building inspector doing it, and
There we go.
you need to have it in chapter 3
Okay.
where you do the specifications.
It should be, shouldn't it be where the air sealing and insulation requirements are? The table?
I think it should be in the material systems and equipment with the other insulation specifications.
That's what I'm getting. It isn't
Just a reminder, under my brief
I'm
description,
pretty
I
sure. But you're getting
state
kind of the
that
same as I
installer
did
is
a
the one who
survey
does it.
also.
I muted Albert. It sounded like a background conversation. If you were gonna speaking up, Albert, go ahead and unmute yourself. Go ahead, Rick.
Oh, sorry. I do have mentioned that it is in the brief description that I put together. It is a responsibility of the installer to do the test. It's not the responsibility of the inspector to do the test. The other thing I did want to mention is that you can get continuous insulation by putting double walls together and using a 4.2 R value insulation, and that can be done with a dense pack. But if you don't know what the R value is of the dense pack by testing it, then you don't know that you've got your continuous insulation achieved as well. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, so it sounds like some people like this, some people don't like it. Putting it in the right location. Let's have some discussion on where this should go. It sounds like chapter 3 somewhere. Right now it's suggested in chapter 1.
I would suggest it should go near table 402.5.1.1, which describes the insulation quality.
402.5.1.1.
Yeah, that's where the code sort of describes what grade 1 bats are, even though it doesn't say grade 1. But it's a table on page 29.
Isn't R 303.1.1.1 kind of talking about the same thing? Or is that maybe that's just attic insulation? But that seems like a relevant area there at the beginning of section 303.
Yeah,
303 for default
would seem
values. Oh,
I mean, that section seems to read about, how you certify that what insulation you put in the attic is the right depth, and that
yeah, sure.
you're doing
that's where you require tapes for attic insulation.
exactly, and manufactured specs of density and things like that is all mentioned in that.
That makes sense.
So is that R03 303.1.1 or R303.1.2?
I think it should be under 111 because that's blown insulation.
Yeah.
But that says roof or ceiling. I take that back.
Yeah. I got 112.
303.1.1.2. Blown in sprayed wall insulation.
I agree. 303.1.2.
Just make a new.
Yeah, 1.1.2.
Okay. All right. We have a section for it. We have language. Nobody's suggested we have slightly different language or anything like that. It's some people just think it's a positive idea and some people think it's not a positive idea. So, is there a motion
do we need a motion to approve as modified?
Yeah, I had made one already, but.
Oh, did you?
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Second.
Do we need a motion to move it to the new section, though?
Or to approve the modification as a friendly amendment?
Is it a friendly amendment? Who made the motion originally?
I did. Motion to approve. Right at
And
the
then,
beginning.
and then Jonah here suggested putting it at section, maybe, so, or maybe not exactly that. So I don't know if that's my friendly amendment. I was the second. I don't know if I could friendly amendment.
Oh yeah, you can friendly amendment your own thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
so we have,
I'm happy to friendly amendment that.
Okay.
Moving it to 303.1.1.2.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a motion to approve, and it includes this language that is under a new section 303.1.1.2. Okay. All in favor of the motion to approve, say yes.
Motion to approve.
Yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, motion passes. So we are on to our very last proposal. It is Nick O'Neill.
Yep, I'm here, Joe.
So you have the floor. We're going to go to your proposal. And Gary had some clerical R406 updates with that if we have time, we will consider after this. But
Also,
Nick,
I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting, presuming that 20 minutes isn't enough time to cover this, just so we can wrap it up.
sure. How long do you want to guess, Dwayne?
Extend by 30 minutes.
Okay, there's a motion to extend the meeting till 3:30. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor of extending to 3:30, say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed, say no. You all are just love this stuff. You can't get enough. All right.
Oh, yeah, we can. Sorry.
I will have to leave at 3 o'clock. This is too late.
Okay.
Question, did we have a quorum at that point?
A quorum is assumed until someone asks the question. I believe we have a quorum now.
Okay.
At 3:01, you could ask the question, or we could just continue. A quorum is assumed unless someone asks if we have a quorum, and then if
Okay.
there's reason to believe we don't, then we will.
No problem. Thank you.
Yep. All right, Nick.
Okay, thanks. So the history behind this one, this has come back a few times. I think Krista looks like you're pulling it up.
Yeah.
Yes,
I've
okay.
got the first two parts, I don't have the additional option yet, so
Okay.
let me know if you want that one too.
Yep, that sounds good. And I'll have Kevin Rose jump in a minute to go through some of the details since he's more familiar with this, especially this first section. But the way that we broke this proposal up was to first bring a proposal in to align the sections in the WSC with the 2024 IECC and fix a few references. So this first one that you're seeing all in blue simply does that. It doesn't change anything in the existing code. And our hope here is that whether the amendment that we're proposing passes or not, that this should be a fix to the code to align these numbers. So we're hoping that either this can get approved or with the other one, with the next one we're going to talk about, be part of that as well. It's rolled in there. Kevin, anything to say on this one?
No, you can go ahead and providing the whole picture.
So
Okay.
we could consider them separately, right? They're separate pieces.
Well, yeah, so this is just the renumbering, and then the next proposal has this renumbering plus our proposed changes. So since they're all under the 034, I don't know if that means you have to just choose one or if you can.
We can split it and approve it in 3 pieces if you want.
Yeah, I think that's up to the tag. I think if you approve this one that was just a renumbering, that won't undo anything in the following proposal that we're going to talk about.
Yep. So it's pages on what I have, what was on the website is pages 1 through 7 is the first proposal, and that is editorial. Or it's not entirely editorial, it is cleanup. So why don't we scroll through that, see if anybody has any issues with it, and then we can make a motion to accept it. And then we can move on to the next one. Kevin.
Yeah, as you're scrolling and people are reading, at a previous meeting, somebody asked or was unconvinced why there was this need for the renumbering because a previous version of this proposal introduced this renumbering. I found as we were working on this proposal to make substantive changes that you'll hear about later, as I dug into it, I found these section reference disconnects, most of which are tied to the fact that if you look at the 2024 IECC and the integrated draft, the duct section subsections are like pretty consistently off by one because of where one subsection is located. So what that means, aside from just being annoying if you're a national builder trying to build locally or something, is that elsewhere in the code where that duct section is located, especially in the existing building section where the screen's on currently, it actually is pointing at the wrong part of the code currently because the integrated draft just grabbed the 2024 IECC language. And because we don't align with that language, those references are off. The table that you're just starting to see with some, nice color here is my attempt to assure myself that I actually was identifying issues here. And so you'll see each row is the numerical R403.3 duct section and what that section refers to. And if you look at any given row, you'll see that over time the sections have bounced around quite a bit from section to section and haven't aligned with the IECC. And below that, you'll see where elsewhere, be it in R405, R406, or in the Chapter 5 existing building section, where R403.3 sections are references. And anywhere you see red or even yellow or orange, those are areas that I've identified that the code is not aligning as it should be and appears to not be aligning based on what previous versions of the WSEC pointed at. So happy to go into more detail if folks want, but that's the context for a lot of these changes are due to this most recent IECC 2024 code cycle creating a lot of different sections.
Yep. Thank you, Kevin. It's great to have that cleanup. Appreciate the service to everybody to make sure it's all cleaned up. Anybody have comments, or should we have a motion to approve?
Yeah, it's Greg. I'll motion to approve.
Thanks, Greg.
To clarify, is this just the 4A updates, not the other?
This is 4A, yeah. 4A only.
I'll second that.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of approval of 4A, say yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, thank you. We are on to 4B, which starts on page 8.
Great. Okay, so 4B, the blue edits we just approved, so you can kind of ignore those in this proposal, assuming they take effect. So this proposal came back because at the last tag meeting, there was a request to both clean up the language in this section to make it a little bit more clear about where ducts in unconditioned spaces are allowed, and also to mimic more of the language that exists in Oregon's code with regards to deeply buried ducts. So what we did here was specify the duct location in this 403.3.2 section, and then have a reference to ducts located inside conditioned space as well as where they can be outside conditioned space. And what you'll see here in this version is that this retains the ductwork located outside conditioned space in R403, but this really only comes into play when you are trying to comply with section R405. So this for the B proposal retains that sort of order and location, and then the C proposal is the exact same method as this, except that it removes that section and places it down below in the compliance section of R405. So it's maybe a little bit clearer about where that lands. So both are doing the same thing, just in a different method. So they're an option for the tag to choose. Also in this section, we try to mimic some of the Oregon language. I don't know, Krista, if you can scroll down to the next page, I think that's where it lands. Yeah, so this ductwork buried in floor insulation, I think that was a big question last time that came up at the tag. And so this tries to better align with how Oregon defines it, as well as for deeply buried ducts, and makes it clear about where ductwork should be located when it's inside floor insulation, inside the floor insulation, and considered deeply buried versus in a floor cavity. Kevin, you want to add more to this? I know you took a good look through a lot of this language.
Yeah, again, the intent is to require that ducts are either inside conditioned space, which not talking about what IECC calls inside conditioned space, but what I think colloquial people consider inside conditioned space, so inside the thermal envelope, with limited exceptions. And if you don't want to do that, then you can bury your ducts in the attic, in the basement, floor cavity, you know, several options are provided and spelled out, as Nick said, with trying to be a little bit clearer about what those options are. If you don't want to do either of those things, the performance path still exists. Actually, the ERI path now also exists. So now there are two compliance paths that do not require ducts to be located in conditioned space or buried, as this proposal only pertains to the prescriptive path.
Thanks, Kevin. Do you want to consider 4B and 4C at the same time, or would you rather consider them sequentially, or what's best? Because they're alternates to each other, right?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Yeah, there only one can go forward. The question is, would you rather maintain the alignment with the IECC structure that we just voted through to get ourselves in alignment with 2024 with the A version of this proposal? And we, so this version that we're looking at gives us the best chance of keeping alignment going forward. It does that. You can see it right in the middle of your screen there, where you see where complying using section R405. It keeps this section in place so that R05 keeps pointing to this section. And so when future versions of IECC change, this section will still be there for it to point to. The C version of this proposal, the alternative, it might read a little bit cleaner for someone who's just looking at the Washington code by not introducing this section that's only relevant for R405, really, when you're looking at the prescriptive path. But it does potentially sever that connection to the IECC and the easier code adoption process going forward for us.
And Kevin, this is your preferred route, right? Option B.
Right. Option B, which is no longer on the screen. So to be clear, what I would prefer, I would say lightly prefer, both of these, I would be happy moving forward. But yeah, this one, I think de-risks are having consistency and errors issues crop up going forward, which is a priority for NIA, is to keep the compliance and enforceability and all of that in order with the code.
Okay. And you're saying B and C are equally stringent.
That was our intent in writing it up. And I believe we've succeeded in that, but yeah, thanks.
Thanks. Okay, go ahead.
And excuse me, the change, can you tell us just summarize what the change in stringency is for over what's in the integrated draft?
Right. So the integrated draft does not place any requirements as to where the duct location is. This proposal, whichever version of it you choose to accept, if you move forward either,
requires that ducts are either located in conditioned space or buried, which means in the prescriptive code, you can't locate them just in the attic or in a crawl space with R8 insulation and nothing else. It increases the stringency of the code by at least having those ducts in unconditioned space be buried in insulation. A connected code section in that prescriptive path is the R406 credit that you can get by moving your ducts inside. And so in the case of that credit, should it be one that you choose to accept and design for, the implication is you are going currently in the integrated drafts, you are making the decision to go from potentially ducts outside of conditioned space to moving them into conditioned space. In this, it's this proposal that you're considering now. You're being asked to do the same thing as to where you're locating the ducts, but the baseline condition is now having the ducts buried would be your sort of worst case that you're comparing against. It would also require that section 4.1 does require the air handler plus ventilation ductwork to be located inside conditioned space. So there is a delta between the base code and that R406 credit 4.1 that is retained.
Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, so I'm against both of these options. I don't think it's appropriate to eliminate options in design, and so completely taking away the ability to have any ducts in unconditioned space, I think, is way beyond where the energy code should go. Maybe in a world where you increase stringency on insulation for those ducts that are outside of it, then that might have a reasonableness in terms of getting energy efficiency but still maintaining design options. But to completely say that even on the deeply buried scenario, I mean, in a floor system, that's just almost not allowed to go to the crawl. Like you're basically still prohibiting that entirely. So I don't like either. And even the one that just says, well, you can go there for 405, you certainly shouldn't have it be only allowed through a performance compliance method as opposed to being prescriptively. So I'm not in support of either of these.
Thanks, Shane. Go ahead, Kevin.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Shel. I was going to say, I was involved in the Oregon process, and the Building Codes Division found that this was a significant change. That is, deeply buried ducts offered a significant energy reduction, more than you would expect. I don't remember the numbers, but it was an important move. And I hear what's being said about other options, and perhaps there should be other options, like a more heavily insulated duct. But I just wanted to emphasize that this is not a trivial issue of having a duct in unconditioned space.
Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Greg.
Hello again, everybody. Yeah, to echo what Kevin just said, I've seen the research, I've trained on it. It is approximately a 10 to 20% energy savings when you move ducts from outside conditioned space to inside conditioned space. You get about 75% of that benefit when you go with the deeply buried ductwork, which is great. There are plenty of builders around the country that have done it. Oregon has done a good job embracing it. We have lots of builders here in Washington that embrace it. I like this. My only question for the proponent here is there is currently a small exception for 5 feet of supply ductwork or 10 feet of return ductwork. Is that going away here, or is it still available?
I believe that's still available, and in part that's because this does not specify the air handler location, and so it's assumed that could still exist outside conditioned space, and therefore that ductwork that is connected to that might serve that purpose. Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I remember us landing on.
I thought I saw somewhere in here that air handlers were required to be inside conditioned space too. Am I wrong?
So that is in the credit table, and that was part of the original proposal, but that was removed from an earlier tag meeting. So this
Okay.
is solely talking about ductwork.
Okay, that's good. And to take some of the high performance credits, you have to do that, which I think is great. This is the direction we're all going eventually. It's a good move for energy efficiency, and it helps with comfort too. The benefit of this is when you decrease your heating and cooling loads and your ductwork, you're saving money on ductwork. You might be able to use a slightly smaller heating cooling system and save a little money. So I really like this. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think because we've already passed other increases in the code, and then we factored that into the credit table changes we've just made, I think we've passed enough credit increases for this cycle, and this seems like it would be a pretty substantial change in terms of the energy use, but also a big restriction in terms of design flexibility. So I don't think this would be appropriate to consider at the tail end of this code cycle, but would be better to look at implementing it in the next code cycle. I would prefer to see it as expanded credit options in 406 so that there's more design flexibility than a mandatory requirement. I agree with Shane that I don't think you should have to go through the performance pathway just to have flexibility here. So thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I was wondering, this does have a big impact. Was that, so Kevin or Greg or someone, can you confirm, was that 10% energy savings, or what was the percentage roughly?
I've looked at two studies in the past done by the big national organizations. If anybody really wants to dive in, I can go find them. I've got them in training. One is like 8 to 18%, and the other one is like 10 to 24%. And it depends a lot on your climate. So if you're in a really hot climate and you're running your ductwork up through an attic outside a conditioned space, you're losing a ton of your cooling energy. So it's very climate dependent, but I think saying 10 to 15% is a pretty conservative number for moving ducts from outside conditioned space to inside conditioned space.
So
And
Do you mean of total energy use or of heating energy or what?
it's the heating cooling energy.
So roughly you're looking at, which heating cooling is about what, 40% of heatings and building?
Depends on your climate, but it's 40
yeah.
to 50% in a typical building these days.
So based on that info, what would people think about, we accepted this, but we reduced all the credit values by half a point for the requirements?
I would say that is it's premature to do the half-point reduction, but that we would consider that in the PNNL analysis, and you know, if these are as huge a savings as is being described, I find it a little hard to take. But if that's true, you might end up with no credit increases at all. So we'll have to see what real modeling gives us on this.
But we weren't going to have P&L model for the credit assignments, were we? My understanding is they were going to do the ERI path modeling values, but they weren't doing the main. We were just going with what you'd proposed, Dwayne.
No, what I mean is what I was trying to do was to make my thing work for all the to top up all of our changes to get to the 10%. If this does it by itself, and if all of those other things pass through the SBCC, which is not a given ever, then that would lower the total save. That would increase the total savings and thus reduce how many additional credits we needed. But yeah.
I think, Dwayne, what you're saying is you or somebody has a crosswalk between whatever the R405 and ERI paths have to the R406 credit requirements. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I did not consider this one because I didn't understand what the magnitude of the impact was, but I did not consider this one when I was coming up with those credit values.
So I'm a big fan for, I mean, saving energy. And if we can save energy through the prescriptive part of the code and thus reduce the number of credits you need in the credit table, I'd be for that. Yeah, another way to skin the cat would be if we wanted to just make a credit option. I mean, I think we already have one for fully buried, but we can bring back those, options in the credits and assign value the right credits to that option.
I
Note
found
that
the research on this. It's a 2-slide summary. If it's desired, I could put it on screen.
I think let's, yeah, I don't know how to approach this. We have 2 versions of this. We could approve 0 of them or 1 of them. It would increase stringency if we did. Right now there's a credit in the 406 table for duct systems. And is that part of this proposal?
That credit is retained.
Is retained.
Right, we're not.
Is it somewhat redundant?
No, that's not redundant. I think, Kevin, you can speak more to this than I can in terms of what that modeling was based on originally. I do want to point out the 10 or the 8 to 18%, that sounds really high to me. We didn't find that in our support analysis. And I'm wondering if that's because that analysis that you're referencing includes the air handler inside, which can save quite a bit of energy in addition to ducts inside.
That may be.
So my recollection is we had different modeling paths when we originally started this with the air handler inside. That was the most cost-effective option, even though it meant, building a catwalk in the attic or anything else associated with that, or a closet space. And then the ducts inside and the deeply buried ducts were much lesser magnitude of overall savings compared to the kind of the whole system inside.
Yeah, the 2 studies are done by NRAL in 2010 and then U.S. Department of Energy. And I don't see the date on here. Oh, and actually 2013 PNNL did it.
Yes, I'm just questioning whether that there's some hang up on the magnitude of savings and whether this is the right time to make that jump. I think these savings are relatively modest compared to moving the entire system inside a conditioned space, which includes the air handler.
Yeah, because this still allows a bunch of it to be outside of conditioned space, the 10 feet and the 5 feet.
Correct.
And the air handler.
So is there a motion up yet?
There's
I don't
not.
think so, right? Okay, I'm going to move to approve the option B that we've been talking about as currently shown. And I would, along with that, I would comment that with my credits thing, we did say that we would finalize those credits once we got the analysis from PNNL on what the overall savings were for the. So we've already baked in that process. So motion to approve option B as shown.
I'll second that. This is Greg.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, we have a motion to approve B in lieu of C. And we have a second for that. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I raised my hand before the motion, but this may still apply. I got a lot of mentoring beginning about 2005 from Mike Lubliner and Dave Hales at WSU on what the ASHRAE handbook then called minimum area duct systems. And I think I would love to see something that addressed this and the need for builder education. I tried a number of times and we had some success in getting builders to look at the fact that, we want to do things the way we always did. So we want to put all the registers out by the windows, when in fact you can save hundreds of feet. And I think as a corollary to that, when this requirement comes in, you're going to hear a lot of pushback from builders saying it's too expensive. But you could cut hundreds of feet out of a duct system in a bigger house by supplying from above the doors and keeping ducts inside the conditioned space using soffits. And you get better airflow and better, less static pressure. And because the envelopes we're building are so much better, you don't actually need to wash that outside wall with hot air all the time. So I don't know if there's a way to address that in here. I think we should address the idea that there's going to be pushback, but at the same time, it's going to take a lot of builder education on how to do this correctly. But that's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
And that it could be less expensive.
Thanks, Tom. Yes, well, we have several educators on the phone, people who educate builders, so hopefully they're all listening. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I also kind of want to point out the fact that Dwayne didn't raise his hand and jumped ahead of people to make that motion. But so I'm against the motion. This type of methodology should stay as something that's incentivized and to get those energy savings, but keep it in the point system as an option. Don't take away that flexibility. And yeah, you can get there through incentivizing. Like, you gotta get points, keep it that way. Be practical. Don't just try to control building design with a stroke of a pen.
Thanks, Shane. Patrick.
Yeah. To Dwayne's point, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think P&L calculates the energy efficiency achieved exclusively outside of the credit tables and then calculates what the credit tables are getting in their typical cost benefit analysis. So I don't think we'll really have an opportunity to make any more changes to the credit tables based off that.
I'll tell you what I do know, Patrick, which is P&L is not going to remodel 406 credits. We know that. They will model ERI and 405. And what I believe Dwayne had done was take the modeling from that, compare that to some other modeling, and generate 406 numbers. Does that make sense?
I'm just saying, unless Dwayne is volunteering to revisit that again, if we pass this, then it won't get done.
Yep. I mean, the public comment will happen and people can propose changing things in the public comment period, including you or Dwayne or anybody else. Go ahead, Greg.
So I'm going to propose a friendly amendment that would actually probably make a lot of people comfortable and get a lot of support. Is because you stated, Dwayne, in your intent was we could adjust the credit values based on what the analysis is. But if we were willing to, as a placeholder for now, if it would include a half a credit reduction in table R406.3 that you had in your proposal 35, and that's a placeholder. And then when we get the analysis, then we could, if we don't get the savings, you could up it back up. But I think half a credit would be pretty consistent with what I've heard here. Like in some cases it might be under, some cases it might be a little over. But that placeholder would mean if for some reason we didn't go back to it, people wouldn't feel like they voted for something and then kind of had a bait and switch, like we never went and revised the credit requirements. Thoughts, Dwayne, on that friendly?
I don't hear Dwayne if you're talking. So one thing I will note about this is, so if this increases the amount of ducts that are within insulation or conditioned space, We still have option 4.1, which I would guess the delta between other prescriptive house in 2021 and the credit option 4.1.
That's the equipment inside. 4.1's only equipment.
And
and so-
associated duct system.
Well, yeah, equipment and plus ducts. So if we're just making the ducts only, but not the equipment, I mean, that's basically going to say, based on what I heard, is it could possibly be up to 24% of the HVAC system, roughly half of that. So say 12% energy savings overall for the home. So 12% of, if you look at your largest size home, 10.5 credits, you basically say, well, you know, what portion of that's to the equipment, what portions to the ducts, but roughly that would, 1 credit, you know what I mean? So if we were to make that, I mean, roughly that kind of works out, math works out.
I guess what I'm saying is, it used to be a big change to go from prescriptive code to 4.1. And now it's, if this proposal passes, there would be less of a cost and functional building change delta between the base code and 4.1. So if you were going to get 4.1, it's now easier to get. That's all I wanted to point out.
Well, since Dwayne didn't respond for us to do a friendly amendment, and I don't even see him online anymore, but I guess I'll just make that a mandatory motion that as a placeholder, we reduce the by half a credit in that the 406.3 table that be included here, and we can adjust that later when the analysis shows.
I'm trying to see if that is in order. Because that would be kind of reconsidering a proposal that we already passed.
Well, you could just say we're reducing all credits value requirements by half a credit. All the
I'm trying to think through whether that's allowed. So you're saying that if this passes, your mandatory motion would mean that this would require
this would go up to our credit requirements for all your
ducts, but every size of home would have a half a credit less.
Yeah, with the exception of the your 500 square foot and the R2 occupancies, because those were not, you know what I mean, those just have a baseline cutoff, so we're not going to reduce those. But all the other homes that we did are graduated credit requirements.
Okay, I guess I'll allow
Because
that
this is
motion.
increasing our baseline savings.
Yeah, although we don't know by how much, and that
Right.
we're guessing at how much.
But it'd be a placeholder that we do for now, and then we can revisit and adjust that later based on any analysis. So this way we don't miss out on the credit savings we're getting.
So before we got half a credit for locating the equipment and the ductwork indoors. And we're saying it's worth a half a credit now just to put most of the ductwork indoors. So I guess
Point of clarification, are we saying ducts inside conditioned space or deeply buried? Because there is a difference there.
Yeah. What Greg is suggesting for the mandatory motion is that we pass 4B or this version B and reduce all point requirements in our 406.3 by half credits. I'll allow it. Is there a second for Greg's motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, so we have an amendatory motion. That's what we're going to be discussing here. Larry, welcome back.
Yeah, we had a problem with a boiler inspector and I took care of it quickly. Anyway, now I want to talk two things here. One about throwing the air. Over here, we have higher humidity that we want in the winter, the 50% area. So we still need to sweep that air on the outside wall because we got outside glass out there. Okay. But, on this part of it here, I really think I like the idea of giving these people credits for keeping the ducks inside the conditioned space, because it does cost more to do this. And so I think we need to give the builder something, by, I mean, they have extra expense. It's just period. And so we need to keep this a credit going for the guys that do that. I mean, it's important. It's important to have them in conditioned space, but they need to get money for it too, because it costs money. Thank you.
Well, we might have addressed what you just said, Larry. When you were out, I'd made a mandatory motion that we'd reduce credit requirements by half a credit for adding this in.
No. Go ahead, Gavin.
I'm confused by this motion. Like, does that mean that everything in R406.3, such as connected thermostats, are reduced?
No, what it means is
Or-
if a 2,000 square foot home required 7 credits, now it required 6.5.
Okay, so it's all of R406.3.
It's not
The
the
targets are
R406.3. It's I think R406.
Oh, I was thinking okay, R406.3.3, not point. Okay, my bad. I get it now.
Charging language of R406.3, which actually Dwayne changed that into a table, R06 40.3 parenthesis 1.
Yep. So we would reduce that by half credit per. Does that satisfy you, Gavin?
Yeah, I understand the motion now. Thank you.
Okay, Shane, go ahead.
I just want to give clarity for Larry since he missed it, but this proposal that they're discussing would prohibit ducks in the unconditioned space unless it's deeply buried. So it's not just a question of number of credits. So I just want to make sure that he was aware.
Yep. And then with the 10 foot and 5 foot outside the
With the minor exceptions, yeah.
Yeah, with minor exceptions. Yep.
And then for the half credit, ducks inside conditioned space with air handler in conditioned space, do we want to continue to offer that and maybe not allow the exception for 5 feet and 10 feet? So there's another half an energy credit available for true ducks inside with the air handler inside?
Yeah, the intent was to leave the credit because that's actually moving the equipment inside and all that. Yes.
Yep. I'd like to see the exception removed though for the 5 feet and 10 feet if we're going to do that, since the new baseline code minimum is going to be buried ductwork.
I'm fine with that. We can remove the exception.
From the credit. So option 4.1 would not allow the 10 foot, and I think it was the language would be something like without option C or something like that.
Yep. Ducks inside conditioned space, air handler inside conditioned space, no exception for 5 feet and 10 feet outside, and you can get the half point credit.
I believe this is Nick. I think that's items 1 and 2 of that reference there in the tables. And that's what I believe that's what we originally had, but you can check it.
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna have to help me here a little bit.
Yep. Let's see. Yeah, 4332. If you can scroll back up to that. Or I guess, I'm sorry, now it's 4334, I think, right?
40334 is buried within ceiling insulation. 40333 is located in conditioned space.
Yep. Right. So I think items 1 and 2.
So
only. Because 3 is exceptions and 4 is duct cavities.
Yeah, and it might be easier to just say without using item number 3 or something like that. Or only using 1 or 2, I guess. Items 1 and 2, or yeah, only using items 1 and 2.
Or it's better to say the requirements of section such and such without
Mhm.
using exception
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, without using item number 3. I think I agree with that. I agree with Greg. Without using item number 3.
Point of order.
Please.
Did we extend only for 20 minutes?
30,
30, okay.
in my recollection.
And
Thanks. Okay.
sorry, is that reference right? 40334?
4334 is ducts buried within ceiling insulation.
Yes, I think that should be
4333 is ducts located in conditioned space. So I think we're talking
3.
Yeah, that 4 is struck and I put without, well, no, wait a minute.
Yeah, I think it should be 403.3.3, which is the,
yeah.
oh, no. No, it is right. I'm sorry. I see it there.
Okay.
40334, right, with the renumbering. Okay. I
Oh,
apologize.
that's, yeah, it was renumbered after the integrated draft.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so someone made a motion to the amendatory motion. Greg, you made the amendatory motion. Is this part of your amendatory motion?
Yes, it is.
And who seconded it?
I'll second it.
Greg,
Tom
is this-
seconded it, but now we got Greg also.
Is this friendly? I assume it is. Okay. So we have an amendatory motion, which is to subtract a half credit from everything and then slightly change option 4.1. We can speak against or for the motion. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, briefly, appreciate the without using item 3 bit. I went back and forth on whether I should do that or not. I didn't want to add that at some points, thinking that it might make that option 4.1 out of reach for some folks, but I also have definitely considered adding it as well. So I'm kind of glad to see it back in. It helps substantiate further the half a credit delta since we're increasing the baseline. I wanted to mention though, and make sure that we had clarity on the 10-foot exception. So if you scroll up to what is now that RO 3.3.4, which is the duct systems located in conditioned space, that number 3, that's not allowed to be used in the R406 credit we just talked about. That's where the 10-foot exception and 5 feet for supply lives. So that exception is not duplicated as it stands in R403.3.5, which is the umbrella ducts inside, ducts buried in insulation section. So I wanted folks to make sure that we're clear and in agreement, or change if need be, if that 10-foot return 5-foot supply exception, if you're counting on that being allowed for the buried ducts, I think unless you read the code a very specific way, it's not it's not obvious that it's allowed at this point under that compliance pathway. So I just wanted to make sure folks were aware of that.
Kevin, when I made that suggestion, that was my intention to make sure it's truly all ducts inside, no exception, and air handler inside.
Thanks, Greg. Gavin.
Yeah, my question was about air handlers. And Kevin just confused me. So the air handler can still be like installed in a garage, and you're getting credit if you move it into conditioned space?
Yes, so the proposal in general doesn't require air handlers to be in conditioned space. The credit 4.1 does require all equipment to be in conditioned space.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Greg Davenport?
Chal, we're really close to the end. I'd like to get this done today. So if we need another 10 or 15 minutes, I make a motion that we just get this done today.
How about we just do both of our votes and see if we get done with our 2 votes?
let's.
I'll second your suggestion, Greg.
Okay, so we'll take a vote right now, a roll call vote on the amendment. The amendment is to, the amendatory motion is to subtract a half credit from everything and modify credit 4.1. That's the only thing we're voting on. A yes vote reduces all dwelling type point by half a credit and modifies 4.1. That's the only thing. A yes vote does that. A no vote goes back to the main motion.
Joe, can you really?
Shall, this is all assuming that we are gonna pass the ducks inside or buried requirement, right? Or have we already passed that?
Yeah, so the way we do it is there's a main motion. The main motion is to pass this proposal. We could vote for it or against it. Then a mandatory motion is one that we're only voting on these changes to the proposal, and whether it's successful or it fails, we will get back to the main motion after that. So if
Perfect.
the
I'm
mandatory
tired,
motion,
so I'm having a hard time keeping up.
okay, if the mandatory motion passes, if we vote this forward, then the proposal will have these changes in it of reducing all dwelling type requirements by half credit, and it will have the 4.1 modification.
And chances are we're going to have a high degree of agreement on the main motion if we pass this one.
I think we will. Okay. All right, so let's do a roll call on the amendatory motion. We're not voting on the main thing. We're just voting on the amendments, which include reducing everything by a half credit and the 4.1 change.
Hey, is Julie Blaziken still here?
Do not see.
I don't see Alexis either anymore.
Good.
Kim Barker? Nate Giller? Dwayne Johnland?
No.
Jonah Kinchy?
Yeah.
Albert Rooks?
Yes. Yes is to support this amended
It's to support the amendment.
amendment. Yes.
The
Okay.
yes vote is to support the amendment.
Gavin Tenold?
No, and I want to note that we got 2 minutes. I'll have a motion to extend by 5 minutes after this.
Yep. So you voted which way?
No.
No. Okay. Thanks.
Greg Davenport?
Yes.
Brian Russo?
Abstain.
Kevin Duell?
Yes.
Poppy Storm?
No.
Larry Andrews?
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal? Rick, are you there? I'll come back. Tom Balderston?
I'll vote yes.
Shane Nillis?
Abstain.
Nick Manning is gone. Greg Johnson?
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan?
No.
One more call for Rick Blumenthal. Okay, motion carries 7-4 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. We are back to the main motion. So just from a Robert's Rule standpoint, since we have a motion on the floor, the meeting will continue until the motion is dispensed of. So we don't need to extend the meeting officially by my understanding of Robert's Rules. So we are about to vote on the main motion here, which is to approve this with the modification. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, point of clarification, the half credit reduction, does that apply to only the single family of various home size, or does that apply also to the multifamily and additions numbers?
Not apply
Not the
to
addition, not the multifamily. It was just the square footages.
Thank you.
just the, yeah, yep. Okay, so Poppy, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question about this amendment and has bearing on whether or not I vote on the overall proposal. I just
Sure.
don't understand if we don't know how much this is going to save, why are we preemptively reducing by an entire 0.5 credits? And if we do find out that this is less than that or doesn't contribute as much, are we then not reducing by that 5 credits? I don't understand.
So the tag just voted to do that. So you'd have to ask each tag member why did they voted yes or no on the amendatory motion. When this goes out for a public comment and at the council and the committee meetings, all of this will be discussed again. All of the proposals will be discussed again and to some level of detail. So I don't think this precludes anyone from doing something different at a later point, but it's what the tag recommends, and it carries a lot of weight what the tag recommends.
I just don't understand the mechanism. It's not why did people vote for it, but what is the mechanism? It's just absolutely reducing it by 0.5 credits regardless of anything else that happens.
There was no condition put on the amendment. There was a discussion that Dwayne had done some calculations based on modeling PNNL had done. And when PNNL comes back with more modeling for R405 and ERI path, that modeling could be redone, and it might suggest that the half credit reduction is warranted, and it might suggest it's not. Go ahead, Patrick.
Just looking at the analysis on the energy savings at the bottom of the document, it estimates about 0.5 kilowatt hour per square foot of savings. So even at 1,500, you're looking at 750 kilowatt hours of savings. So I think half a credit is a very conservative estimate. For larger home sizes, you could be seeing much more than half a credit of savings. So
thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I believe that what we added as a note to the credits discussion that we had hours and hours ago, that the final credits would depend on PNNL's analysis anyhow, and to arrive at the 10%. So I don't think that this amendment really had any impact.
Thanks, Dwayne. Okay, we are going to vote on this now. This is going to be I'm going to risk a voice vote for this thing. All right, so the motion is to approve this, and it has the amendments in it. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay.
No.
All right, this motion passes. And did you say no, Shane?
Yeah, sorry. I was slow.
That's okay. All right. Motion passes. Thank you all. I can't thank you enough. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but I would love to thank each one of you for all of the work you put into this. You can follow the SBCC work at the MVPE committee meeting next Friday and the council meeting the following Friday, and then it'll go out for public comment, and you all are more than welcome and encouraged to make more comments on it and be part of the process. Thank you so much for all of your dozens of hours you put on this, and we are adjourned.
All right.
Thanks, Chell.
Thank you,
Chell.
Thank you, Chell.
Chell. Yeah.
Thanks, Chell. You're the best.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.